Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA WhatIf 2.0, with another fanfiction. This is the move, what if Deku's teachers were accidentally married? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Hizashi was going to kill Shoyuta because Shoyuta was stupid and Hizashi was out of his mind with worry, and if Shoyuta was already dead, Hizashi was going to drag him from hell to kill him again. One might argue that Hizashi was being a bit overdramatic, but in his mind he was in the right because honestly, Shoyuta had gone 2 whole days without sleeping due to a wild group running rampant, and even though Hizashi had asked him to call him if he needed help, Shoyuta had gone against 11 of these drag-enhanced maniacs while severely exhausted, and holy shit, Hizashi was seriously going to kill him if he didn't die first from a heart attack. He'd barely caught a glimpse of Shoyuta before he was being carried away on a stretcher, which had only caused his fear and panic to skyrocket. The paramedics in the hospital hall had tried to get him to calm down, but absolutely nothing could stop Hizashi when he was worried and anxious like this. There were about 7 of them, all forming a sort of wall to prevent Hizashi from dashing to see Shoyuta. The paramedics were surprisingly strong, but Hizashi wasn't really appreciating it at that moment. "Sir," a tall woman stressed, pressing her hands against him to keep him from bolting down the hall, "only family and spouse, please." Hizashi was only half listening, still struggling against them as he watched several of the nurses that had taken Shoyuta to the hospital group around a doctor. Within moments the nurses were all sprinting into several different directions while the doctor hastily made his way down the hall, only increasing Hizashi's worry. Shit, that wasn't good, was it? Hizashi had never really been in hospitals, usually trusting things to Recovery Girl, so he had next to no idea how they were supposed to work. "Sir, are you family?" the woman asked once again, but Hizashi didn't really care to listen to her. He was decked out in his civilian clothes, so she probably didn't recognize him, but maybe he could pull the hero card to get them to let him through. No, I'm not." Hizashi shoved against her roughly, mind filled with worst-case scenarios the more he watched the fast-paced movements of the hospital staff. I'm present, Mike, a pro hero, can't you let me through? I just..." She was talking more, but Hizashi's panic soared to new heights when he saw a nurse carrying Shuta's bloodstained scarf away from his room, probably for sanitary reasons, Hizashi tried telling himself, but common sense was far gone and he gave a weak, yes, when the woman continued talking, just wanting to get to Shoyuta. To his surprise, the paramedics relented and he stumbled forward before regaining his balance, pressing his hand against the wall to straighten up. Taking a moment to regain himself, Hizashi then tore down the hallway towards the room he'd seen Shoyuta be taken into, nearly sliding across the shiny floor. Shoyuta was staring up at the ceiling, left arm and neck bandaged and with a few scrapes across his face. His ankle was in a brace and he looked ready to pass out at any moment, but he was alive and safe, and holy shit, Hizashi was probably going to need a hospital room of his own at this point. It took all of Hizashi's willpower to prevent himself from racing to Shuta's side and burying his face in his neck and crying, and also maybe hitting him. "Mike." Shoyuta grunted when he spotted Hizashi standing in the doorway, still silent as he tried to compose himself. "You are so loud." Hizashi stalked across the room, half wanting to punch Shoyuta as hard as he could because he was a big stupid idiot, and half feeling like he was going to start crying soon, but there was a nurse present and he had an image to keep up. The two stared at each other for several long moments. Hizashi felt as if all his energy had been drained from his being, but Shoyuta looked even worse, congealed blood in his hair, and his ankle still looked vaguely twisted despite the brace. Hizashi wanted to speak but felt like if he did he'd start crying and or screaming so loudly that the poor nurse's ears would start bleeding and everyone outside the room would get a mild headache. The most he could do was stare, still reveling in the fact that Shoyuta looked okay, he looked fine and he wasn't on the brink of death or anything. Finally, Shoyuta cleared his throat, gesturing to a few chairs beside his hospital bed, and Hizashi collapsed into one with a heavy sigh. The nurse looked up from where he was preparing an forebag but soon glanced away. The silence continued for several more seconds until Shoyuta sighed and said, You're supposed to start talking and yelling at me right about now. You're right, Hisashi said, flinching when his voice cracked. I'm going to do that later though. I've had enough of yelling today. Never thought I'd hear you say that. Shut up. Hisashi brought his hands up to rub at his eyes, already feeling them get wet with tears, voice straining. I thought I was gonna Jesus Christ, Shoyuta, you okay? Forget keeping up an image, he was starting to bawl as tiredness racked his body, all worst-case scenarios darting out of his mind and leaving behind only overwhelming relief. Hisashi scooted his chair closer to punch Shoyuta in the shoulder, but he missed and hit the pillow instead. Shoyuta said something but Hisashi was sobbing so much and just so tired that the most he could do was lay his head down beside Shoyuta and continue crying. He felt like he'd run a 10-mile marathon while also experiencing jet lag. This wasn't the first time in their hero career that one of them had been injured enough to be taken to a hospital, but so soon after the USJ incident. Hisashi hadn't known what exactly had happened to Shoyuta and where he'd been, and he'd thought for a few scary seconds that he'd lose his best friend even though they both had so much to do together, like go bar hopping on Shuta's birthday, which was in a few months, and also Hisashi was going to suggest moving in with each other because he hardly spent time at his own apartment anyways. And stop worrying so much, Shoyuta sighed, voice heavy and deep with exhaustion. I'm all right, Hisashi. No, you're not, Hisashi said back. You're all bandaged up. I've had worse. You shouldn't have had worse. Hisashi raised his hand to punch weakly at Shoyuta again. This kind of stuff shouldn't happen. Why didn't you Shoyuta? I care about you, and if you died, I'd probably die too, Hisashi whispered. You're so dramatic. Shuta's voice was flat and tired, and despite his injuries he moved a bit to the side, leaving more room for Hisashi. Just relax. You're probably more stressed than I am right now. And whose fault is that? Hisashi grumbled, rubbing at his eyes again to brush the wetness out of them. Yours. Oh, shut up. Hisashi couldn't help but smile a bit. I hate you. He didn't stop crying, but he felt much more at ease talking with Shoyuta. He felt fingers thread into his hair for a few brief seconds before they withdrew, and he relaxed with his head buried in his arms. Hisashi wasn't sure when he fell asleep, but when he woke up it was because of a hand gently shaking his shoulder. He needed to fill out paperwork as Shuta's emergency contact, and then they could be released because Shuta's injuries weren't severe. Shoyuta was asleep too, so Hisashi got up as silently as he could. The nurse who had woken him up was the same nurse from earlier, and cleared his throat when Hisashi spent a little too long staring down at Shoyuta and his injuries. You can fill them out here or in the waiting room, the nurse said, handing Hisashi a clipboard. Several hours of mind-numbingly boring paperwork later and an assurance from Shuta's hero agency that their insurance would cover most of the hospital fee, Hisashi was helping Shoyuta into the passenger's seat of his car. Shoyuta had said he was fine, but Hisashi wasn't going to listen to anything he had to say for a whole day. Nope. You're lucky it's a Sunday because now I get to force you to lie down and eat junk food in front of my TV, Hisashi said, starting the car after leaving the hospital, Shuta's folded and dirty hero clothes in the back seat of his car. Shoyuta himself was slumped against the passenger side window, looking exhausted. No. You're gonna relax, Shoyuta. There's no backing out of it. I'll be at your beck and call. Shoyuta raised his bandaged arm with annoyance. I'm not that badly hurt. Hisashi didn't believe Shoyuta. He was always one to downplay his own pain whenever he got injured so people weren't fretting over him, which honestly kind of set Hisashi off. He'd been like that ever since high school, and while it had sort of bothered him before when he started developing this godforsaken crush on Shoyuta, it felt like a blow to the stomach. Shoyuta should care for himself more, and it really pained Hisashi that he didn't. Shoyuta protested staying at Hisashi's apartment, insisting he didn't need any help, but Hisashi was having absolutely none of that. He helped the other man into the elevator and promised that he'd stop by Shuta's apartment to gather whatever he needed, but for now they needed to rest. When Hisashi mentioned taking a nap, Shoyuta quieted considerably. While they waited for the elevator to arrive at Hisashi's floor, Shoyuta leaned heavily against him, eyes closing. Don't go to sleep on me. Shoyuta hummed in response but made no move to straighten up. The elevator dinged but Shoyuta was still against him, so Hisashi sighed and bent his knees so he could carry Shoyuta on his back. "Home sweet home," Hisashi announced, kicking the door open and wincing when the doorknob slammed into the wall. "Yeah, I've got to stop doing that." Shoyuta snorted. "Start going through doors like a normal person." "But that ain't as dramatic," Hisashi whined, dragging Shoyuta across the threshold. "I'm all for flair and flashiness, and what's a better way than kicking the door open and announcing my presence?" "I'm going to sleep," Shoyuta sighed, and Hisashi pouted. He'd wanted to talk about the whole incident and beg for Shoyuta to actually call him when he needed help, but that would have to wait. Shoyuta needed some rest for his injuries and staying awake for well over 48 hours. They laid down on Hisashi's bed after Shoyuta had taken some ibuprofen for his headache, which he said was a result of Hisashi's loudness, but Hisashi thought that was ridiculous. Hisashi's bed wasn't particularly soft and he didn't absolutely love it, but he did whenever he shared it with Shoyuta. Shoyuta was a walking human furnace with cold hands and feet, so blankets were deemed unnecessary whenever Shoyuta spent the night. Hisashi tended to take up the entire bed by himself with his limbs all spread out like a starfish, but whenever he slept with someone else he usually latched onto them, and Shoyuta was aware of this fact and didn't complain whenever Hisashi woke up half on top of him. Hisashi might have taken advantage of that once and snuggled against Shuta's back when he fell asleep, but he had felt so awful about it that he couldn't look Shoyuta in the eyes for 3 days. "What time is it?" Shoyuta asked, and Hisashi glanced to the clock on his left. "Almost 4 in the afternoon." Shoyuta groaned and rolled onto his side, his back to Hisashi. "Don't wake me up until morning." Normally Hisashi would protest that that was too long, but considering how long Shoyuta had been battling exhaustion, he thought it was rather well-deserved. He fell asleep looking at the soft waves of Shuta's hair as his own emotional exhaustion caught up with him. Hisashi was woken by his phone, ringing loudly in his pocket and vibrating so hard he was sure his entire bed was shaking. With a groan he sat up, rubbing at his eyes for a moment before digging it out and squinting to see who was calling him. It was 9, which wasn't unreasonable, but he'd been hoping to sleep for a bit longer. Namuri was calling him for whatever reason, probably to go out clubbing, but he had a priority right now and clubbing would have to wait. "Yo," Hisashi answered with a yawn. "I'm not in the mood for dirty dancing, so why didn't you two tell me you got hitched?" Namuri shrieked from the other end, and Hisashi winced, mind clouded with confusion and sleepiness. "This is betrayal of the highest tier, Hisashi." Hisashi would have yelled back, but Shoyuta was still sleeping. What the hell are you talking about?" "Got married." Hisashi could practically hear her jumping up and down. "I'm such a proud big sis dash." Hisashi literally had no idea what the F she was talking about and was ready to hang up if all she was going to do was scream nonsense. However, when his finger hovered over the end call button, he noticed that he had over 100 emails and texts and other sorts of notifications. It wasn't very unusual, but these sort of things only happened when Hisashi made big announcements on his radio show, and he hadn't made any recently. Frowning, Hisashi brought his phone back up to his ear. "Who got married?" "Don't play dumb." "I know, it's all over the news, so don't think you can lie to me," Namuri said, and Hisashi only felt his confusion grow. "Here, I'll send you an article." She hung up on him, which gave him time to sift through his other notifications. About 90% of the text messages he'd received were from Tensei, whose messages were something like, "Tensei, oh my god. Tensei, I can't believe you fuckers ye married and I didn't even know about it. Tensei, when did this happen? I wish I was best man. Tensei, visit me please. Tensei, I'm so happy for both of you. Tensei, huehols." This format was repeated for about 60 more messages. Hisashi only grew more and more confused as he continued scrolling through his messages, some from his production team for his radio show and from people he personally knew, as well as several from people he didn't know, mostly news sources and reporters, it seemed. Slowly, Hisashi began to realize what was going on. Googling present mic brought up many recent results, mostly news stories, some blog posts, even a speculating video or two. and all of them had seemed to have come to the conclusion that he and Shoyuta were married. He received a link to a news article from Nomuri and read it hesitantly, still a bit unsure on how, exactly, the entirety of Japan came to this conclusion. Just reading the opening statement of the article, however, he already knew what it was going to say. The nation is in shock and awe after this morning, as a stunning announcement was made. At 9:12, Shoyuta Aizawa was admitted to Jutendo Hospital. Due to hero-related injuries and the voice hero, Present Mike, also known as Hisashi Yamada, arrived to visit him. When asked by paramedics his relation to Aizawa, Yamada stated that he was married to him, thus shocking many of the staff. It was only a short statement, but one of the staff tweeted about it, and it was backed up by other staff members including nurse Tomohiko Koizumi, who was in the room when Yamada arrived to be at Aizawa's side. There was lots of crying involved, Koizumi tells Hero Daily reporter Ito Matsukawa. Present Mike fell asleep after they did some talking. I didn't listen, 'cause I'm not that kind of person, and our patient stroked his head and everything. Pretty romantic if you ask me. Koizumi doesn't seem to recognize the name Shoyuta Aizawa. In fact, he'd forgotten it until Matsukawa mentioned it, but he cannot be blamed. Shoyuta Aizawa is an underground hero known as Eraserhead, slowly gaining more recognition after the USJ incident at Yui and the kidnapping of one of Yui's students, but he is still widely unknown. Those who do know, however, have raised quite an uproar with the reveal that two heroes are in a homosexual relationship, married, no less. And both are teaching young and upcoming heroes. Tons and tons of controversy has been brought to life. There are many supporters of the relationship, most notably being Masaki Mizushima, the normal hero, manual tweeting, "Wow. So happy to hear that sorta news these days. They've got my support." Junko Kageyama of the comedy Talks How, Junko, stated, "Well, I'm super gay, so it's nice to know there's some heroes out there as gay as me." Tensei Ida, former Turbo hero, Ingenium tweeting, "Those omitted should have told me when they omitted proposed. Oh my god, this is omitted, great." Related article, fans of former Turbo hero Ingenium fear his account was hacked due to the unusual use of all capital letters and swear words. However, with the supporters, there are also retractors, as there are always bound to be. Takashi Kanata of the Japanese Insider states that it's kind of weird and not in a good way. Grace Sangu, co-founder of the Japanese Parents Association, released a lengthy statement that said, in summary, they were concerned about the fact that two homosexuals are teaching young and impressionable heroes, and she expresses fear that their ideals will spread to their children. Yuma Ichikawa, the noodle hero, Udon Man tweeting, "Ik man never really liked Present Mike, but this is the cherry on top, /." Hisashi was unable to finish the article and tossed his phone to the side, breathing heavily. Holy shit. How the f was he supposed to explain this to Shoyuta? And how was he going to explain to the media that this was all a misunderstanding? Waking up is probably the second worst part of Shuta's day, the first worst part being the entire day itself. Today, however, was definitely and ultimately the absolute worst. His neck was stiff and his skin felt uncomfortably hot due to the bandages wrapped around him. Opening his eyes to glare blearily at the ceiling, it took Shoyuta a few seconds to remember he was being held captive at Hisashi's apartment. With a sigh, he sat up, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes and frowning at the digital clock on Hisashi's bedside table. It was currently 3 in the morning, though he'd wanted to sleep until at least 8. That would now be impossible, considering his current discomfort. Shoyuta got to his feet, stretching and feeling his joints pop and crack. He could smell something cooking, but he wasn't sure what. He soon found, however, that Hisashi was in the kitchen cooking. He'd already made quite a lot of food Shoyuta didn't even know he had: pancakes, carriage, udon, rice, as well as an assortment of sandwiches that mostly seemed normal, but some had strange things in them, like an entire cookie and what looked like half a stick of butter. The kitchen was in complete disarray, and there were at least 7 empty cans of ginger ale in the trash can. "How long have you been cooking?" Shoyuta asked, voice still heavy with sleep, and Hisashi spun around, his hands still gripping spaghetti noodles, prepared to break them. "Since 9 o'clock, Hisashi laughed, but it was slightly hysterical. "I'm going to make spaghetti waffles. Sounds fun, right?" Shoyuta watched Hizashi break the noodles in half and throw them in a boiling pot of water. About 2/3 of the noodles missed the pot and fell to the ground. Looking up in concern, Shoyuta watched Hizashi open the fridge to take out chocolate syrup and a package of frozen waffles, humming the Batman theme song under his breath. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Everything's fine and there's no need to worry about anything." Hizashi's voice was steadily getting louder as he shoved the entire box of frozen waffles into the microwave. "Dinner will be done soon." "Hizashi, it's 3 in the morning." "Is it really?" Hizashi's face fell as he looked at the time displayed on the oven. "Holy shit. Why are you stress cooking?" Shoyuta leaned against Hizashi's counter, trying not to put too much pressure on his ankle. He'd ask Recovery Girl to use her quirk when they went to work so he wasn't hobbling around the whole day, but right now his main focus was trying not to damage it further. "It's nothing, well, it's actually something, but man, I just want you to know I never intended this to happen and well, it's all a big huge misunderstanding and you just gotta." "Hizashi." Shoyuta had known Hizashi for about half his life, even longer as time passes, and Shoyuta knew when something was really bothering him. Right now Hizashi was far less coordinated than he usually was, with erratic movements and an air of nervousness and hysteria surrounding him. The way Hizashi was speaking implied that it had something to do with the both of them and there wasn't any need to beat around the bush. Shoyuta watched Hizashi scroll through his phone for a few seconds before handing it to him, and Shoyuta gave a sigh as he took it from him and stared at the screen. It was a recent news article, and the more he kept reading the more Shoyuta grew confused. He got to the end of the article and handed Hizashi his phone back, sighing heavily through his nose. Shoyuta could already feel a headache coming on. "Mike," Shoyuta said, and Hizashi flinched. "What the F did you do?" "It was an accident." Hizashi wailed instantly, throwing his hands up in the air. "I was panicking, Shoyuta, and screaming. I didn't know that I'd somehow said I was married to you." "Did they ask if you were family or spouse?" "I think so." "Did you say family?" "No." "Did you hear them ask if you were spouse?" Hizashi paused. "You h.no? But I did say yes to something and they let me through, and I think that might be why they think we're married." Shoyuta needed a drink. He stalked over to Hizashi's cupboard and opened it, searching for his instant coffee and frowning when he saw there wasn't any. It was then he noticed that one of the weirder-looking sandwiches had a bunch of brown powder on top of it, which he'd at first assumed was cocoa but now realized it must be the instant coffee. He was going to start dying soon, or at least begin hitting Hizashi with heavy objects like frying pans and Harry Potter novels. "All right," Shoyuta sighed, and Hizashi took a few steps away from him. "What are we going to do about it?" "Explain everything," Hizashi said at once. "Explain that it was all a huge misunderstanding because I was really desperate to see you, and I wasn't thinking properly and it's all my fault." "Are you going to hold a press conference or just tweet it?" "Shoyuta, this isn't something I can just tweet about. Oh, by the way, I'm not married." "Huh, it was a joke." "There's a character limit on Twitter and it's not enough to properly explain." This was why Shoyuta didn't like the media. There was only so much you could do when something came out to the public, whether it be NDE photos or your terrible report card from elementary school. Misunderstandings like this could F you over really bad. "I think we'd both need to attend a press conference for this, and I know you probably don't want to go to one so soon after the last." Hizashi rubbed the back of his neck, looking genuinely stressed out. Shoyuta didn't particularly like that expression. Hizashi was always so loud and bright and stupidly happy that whenever he held negative emotion it seemed to put a damper on the mood of everyone else. It had been unbearable in high school, but as time passed Shoyuta realized he liked Hizashi much better when he was happy. They stood in silence for a little while. Shoyuta knew school was going to be absolutely hellish and all of his students would try butting into his business. It was likely that many would become extremely disrespectful. Gay marriage may have been legalized 3 years ago, but it was still a touchy subject and people who did actually get married were known to be discriminated against. Never mind the fact that Shoyuta wasn't actually married. Shuta's face flushed as he thought about it. Married to Hizashi. He shouldn't like the sound of that as much as he did. Hell, he was put off by the thought of dating. He was glad Hisashi's quirk wasn't to read minds because Shoyuta was sure that these thoughts of actually being married to Hisashi were the absolutely worst thing to have ever happened to him. Shoyuta, Hisashi's voice broke the silence and, thankfully, interrupted Shuta's thoughts. I'm really sorry. I know you hate media attention and this is probably like 10 times worse because everyone's got the idea that I'm your husband, but I never meant for this to happen and I will rectify this as soon as possible. Zashi, Shoyuta interrupted, nudging Hisashi with his elbow to get him to quiet. Shut up. It's fine. Hisashi blinked, before smiling wide. Really? Yeah. Alright. I'll talk to Nedzu about organizing a press conference, or maybe I can just reply to some of the talk shows that want to have me as a guest and I can announce it there. Hisashi's expression suddenly morphed into one of fear. Also, we have to deal with Tensei and Nemuri. Shoyuta wondered if he could just go collapse onto Hisashi's bed for 3 more hours and ignore everything. At 7, Hisashi drove Shoyuta to his apartment so he could change clothes. Shoyuta was thankful that his clothes were loose and baggy and larger than they actually needed to be, because he had no idea how to take off the ankle brace, so it was much easier to put his tracksuit on. The ankle brace wasn't very large or clunky, mostly wrapped around just above his ankle to the middle of his foot, but it was kind of thick and he only barely managed to force it into his boot. He probably wasn't supposed to do that, but whatever. The drive to work was silent on Shuta's part, content with listening to Hisashi talking for what seemed like an infinite amount of time. However, when they actually got to work, all feelings of content went out the window. A horde of reporters, cameramen, and random civilians were standing outside the gate of Yui while Snipe and Ectoplasm tried to get them to back off. One of the civilians had an I Heart Present mic shirt on and was screaming extremely aggressively. She was causing more trouble than the actual reporters themselves. Oh my god, Hisashi groaned, pulling into his reserved parking spot. Oh my effing god. At times like this, Shoyuta wished there were other entrances into Yui's school grounds. They'd have to fight through all those people to get inside. This was almost as stress-inducing as actual villain attacks. They both stepped out of the car, Shoyuta limping slightly. Hisashi offered his arm out immediately, and Shoyuta sighed. This isn't going to help people think we're not married. What? I'm just helping you out as a friend. All right, Shoyuta said, before sliding his arm around Hisashi. He'd need help anyways to get through all those people, and the most logical thing to do was lean against Hisashi for a bit. Married or not, it was easier to walk this way. They approached the mass of people, Hisashi clearing his throat very loudly, and several of the crowd turned to look at them. They stepped aside a bit as the two made their way through the mass of media, and Shoyuta could feel all of their eyes training on the both of them. One of the cameras focused on where Shuta's arm was wrapped around Hisashi for a bit of support before traveling to where Hisashi's hand rested on his waist. Shoyuta felt his face start to burn as he suddenly became hyper-aware of the feeling of Hisashi's fingers gently brushing against his stomach, his palm resting on Shuta's hip securely. Shoyuta was so very effed. The crowd was silent for a few brief seconds before the screaming started and several microphones were shoved into Hisashi's face and even Shuta's, despite not being as well known. Snipe stepped forward aggressively, forcing several people aside and leaving room for Hisashi and Shoyuta to get through faster. Once past the gate, Shoyuta nodded to Ectoplasm, who nodded back. Many students on campus stared and giggled and whispered as they passed by. Shoyuta ignored them as they made their way to Recovery Girl's office, where she was already setting things up for the day. "Morning, miss," Hisashi greeted, and she looked up and smiled, the corners of her eyes crinkling. "If it isn't the men of the hour. You two are being talked about quite a lot." Yes ma'am, we are." Hisashi glanced to Shoyuta, who was already withdrawing his arm from around Hisashi. His ankle got hurt yesterday, so we wondering if you could help give him a boost." "Of course." Recovery Girl patted the seat next to her own. "You've got to be very careful, Aizawa." "I know." Recovery Girl used her quirk, and it didn't heal completely, but it felt a lot better than it had before. Shoyuta reached up to touch his face and found that the scrapes from yesterday were gone. "You should be able to walk just fine in about an hour or so." "Thank you." "Thanks a lot." Hisashi's voice sounded louder than Shuta's, nearly drowning out his words. You're welcome. It was very disrespectful of that staff to reveal your marriage, but once you become a hero, your life just isn't your own anymore. Hisashi glanced toward Shoyuta, who nodded. That was one of the reasons he didn't want to be a flashy and popular hero, absolutely no personal life whatsoever. It's so nice to know that there's still heroes out there getting married, Recovery Girl sighed as Shoyuta stood up. Many don't out of fear that their significant other will be put through the mill, so it always makes me happy to learn that some heroes are still choosing to fall in love. Shoyuta had to refrain from rolling his eyes. Was the rest of the day going to be like this? Congratulations, you two. Recovery Girl wiped a tear away, smiling. I really had a good cry last night. Don't cry, Hisashi said weakly, his face very red. Too late, I already did. Now get to class, you two. They left her office. In silence before Hisashi grumbled, I felt like I was in high school again. Are you going to tell your class we're not really married? What's the point? Shoyuta asked. There's no need to repeat it. We'll say it once for a press conference or something and that's it. That makes sense, I guess. You're going to talk to Nedzu, right? Yeah. Go deal with your homeroom, Eraser. I'll handle the rest. Shoyuta thought he'd much rather talk to Nedzu than deal with his homeroom as the bell rang. He could already hear them screaming through the door. What a joy! Sliding open the door, the entire class fell silent almost instantly, and Shoyuta was nearly impressed. He stalked over to his desk, careful to even out his steps so he wasn't limping, and stood at the lectern. About 2 seconds of silence passed. Then chaos broke out. Sensei! Ashido screamed excitedly. I didn't know you were married. He doesn't wear a ring, Midoriya noted. It was probably meant to be a private and personal thing. If he did have a ring, I'd hope it'd be sparkly. Aoyama batted his eyelashes. Though not as sparkly as moi. My brother wishes for me to tell you that you and present Mike are excuse my language Jarkus. Ida wasn't even trying to calm down the commotion, that's how bad it was. Everyone else was talking loudly and moving quite a lot, and Shoyuta was counting down from 10 in his head. At 0 he'd make them all shut up, but perhaps the best course of action was to momentarily let them get it all out of their systems. However, a conversation caught his attention. I told you they were totally a thing. That was Siro to Kaminari. Well, how was I supposed to know? Your logic doesn't make any sense to me. You think the Star Wars prequels are good, I don't trust anything you say. You're saying you never figured it out? Hagakure yelled, before clapping her hands together, or at least, that's what it looked like. They totally do everything together, it's so sweet. The sports festival and fending off all those reporters, and I totally saw them arrive to school together. Ashido raised one finger with each point she made. Like, relationship goals. You don't think the Parents Association is going to have them fired, do you? Someone's worried voice sounded. If they did, they'd be FING idiots. Not many people want to teach. Who FING cares if they're gay? Parents Association can sike my butt. Ah, Bakugo. You do care. That was right. Shoyuta remembered the article briefly mentioning that the JPA wasn't very happy with the reveal of their marriage. Teachers being fired for homosexuality wasn't uncommon, but Shoyuta knew Nedzu wouldn't fire him or Hisashi, and if the JPA wanted them fired, Nedzu wasn't going to let it happen. Sensei! Kirishima's voice suddenly became the loudest of them all, and Shoyuta turned his attention to him. Everyone had quieted down to stare at Kirishima, who was standing up with his hands on his desk and head bowed. Even Bakugo had turned in his seat to look. Aizawa-sensei, and I think that your relationship with Mike-sensei. Kirishima looked up, tears streaming down his face. He wasn't even smiling. Is super manly. Kaminari patted Kirishima on the back and Bakugo said something that Shoyuta didn't hear because everyone had begun shouting again. Shoyuta had planned on telling them all to shut up so he could call roll, but their sheer loudness would make it impossible to be heard over them. Realizing that absolutely nothing would get done today, Shoyuta contemplated falling asleep beneath his desk before deciding against it. He hadn't brought his sleeping bag and sleeping without it was a pain. Homeroom wasn't that long, anyways. Shoyuta dismissed them when it was time for their next class and watched them all file out, noticing when Kirishima lingered behind a bit longer than necessary to gather his stuff. When the classroom was empty except for the two of them, Shoyuta sighed and fixed his gaze on his student. What? Well, it's just. Kirishima fiddled with the straps of his bag, looking uncharacteristically hesitant. I've always had a lot of people I've looked up to, like Crimson Riot and stuff, but none of them have been, like me. Like me? The weight of the words settled on Shoyuta. There were tons of heroes like the one Kirishima aimed to be chivalrous and helping the people and even with similar quirks, but Shoyuta knew what Kirishima was trying to say. And he was right, there were no openly gay heroes in Japan. He wasn't prepared for this. He had not expected this to happen at all, and common sense told him it'd deeply affect Kirishima if he were to dismiss him right now, so Shoyuta gave Kirishima his full attention. I mean, I don't think it was very cool that the hospital staff said you guys were married and stuff because that's supposed to be private, but when I heard about it, I was. Kirishima's face was slowly turning red. I guess it was really important to me. Like, I kind of felt like it changed my whole life for a moment. I think you're a very manly hero. Sorry, I'll get to class. Kirishima made his way to the door as fast as he could, and before he could leave the room, Shoyuta found himself saying, Kirishima, wait a moment. Kirishima froze, before whirling around, eyes wide. Shoyuta wasn't good with words or comforting people. This was not in the job description. But just like it was cruel to let children think the impossible could be achieved, it was cruel for a child to think they might be the only one like themselves. You can be who you are, what you are, and you'd still be the hero you've always wanted. Shoyuta was a bit taken aback when Kirishima started crying. Alright, now go to class. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei, Kirishima shouted, before dashing away. When Shoyuta could no longer hear the sound of Kirishima's footsteps, he sighed and rubbed at his temples. This was going to be a lot harder than he thought. Hizashi should have known talking to Nedzu was not going to be easy. 17 minutes after he'd arrived in his office, and he was still talking about young love and how it was important for all these children to have heroes they could relate to in different ways. It was a nice thing to think about, but at this point Hizashi was concerned that the entire day would pass before he'd get the chance to say anything at all. Sir, Hizashi said, but Nedzu kept on talking. And talking. And pouring tea. Oh God, there was so much tea. Hizashi was sure Nedzu's quirk was, in fact, endless teapot, because he kept pouring, and if he poured any more Hizashi was going to dump out all the tea himself and perhaps throw his cup at the wall. I remember when you two attended school yourself, Nedzu was recalling wistfully. You two downright hated each other after the sports festival, and then, miraculously, you were inseparable. It wasn't really miraculously, more like Hizashi forced his friendship upon Shoyuta until Shoyuta had no choice but to fall for his lovable personality and wit, but whatever. Hizashi was close to going out of his mind. For once, the voice hero was being out-talked. We were already in a time where the LGBT community was slowly being accepted, but this should accelerate things a bit. Count to 10. Breathe. Sip his tea. That endless, never-ending tea. Drink it. Try not to scream. Repeat. Now that I think I've had my fun, however. Nedzu sipped from his tea and Hizashi opened his mouth to speak, but Nedzu spoke again. Are you two planning on telling everyone you're not actually married? Hizashi's mouth snapped shut. Then open. Then shut. This process repeated several times, and he must look like a goldfish, but it was extremely necessary to express his own shock. Finally, he managed to choke out, What? You forget that I'm extremely intelligent. Nedzu laughed. I would have noticed if you'd gotten married. You'd have been absolutely besides yourself. You're very easy to read and quite expressive. Hizashi couldn't really argue with that. But was he really that obvious? Is that why Tensei and Nemuri were practically out of their minds with excitement? Hizashi was positive he was going to actually die today. He'd been obvious about his very, very ridiculous crush, and if the embarrassment wasn't going to kill him, then maybe everybody else will once they find out that actually, he was not Shuta's husband. I was thinking of holding a press conference and explaining everything, Hizashi explained, and Nedzu nodded before taking a sip from his tea. A long, long sip. It dragged on forever and ever. Surely the tea must be gone by now. So why is there still more? Finally, Nedzu lowered his cup and asked, "Why? Because we're not really married? Wouldn't that be kind of lying?" Hizashi thought of what would happen if people found out they were only pretending to be married in a few months' time. It could be a huge scandal. Or maybe it'd be even worse to keep going on pretending they're married and nobody ever found out. Hizashi remembered the article from earlier and the fact that the Parents' Association was not happy at all. The best way to handle this situation was just to tell the truth. "I think it'd be a good thing if you kept up the pretense that you're married," Nedzu said easily, lifting his cup to his mouth. "I don't wish to interfere with my employees' lives, but I do care for what's best for students and children. And I think this could really be a good thing for all of them." "How?" Hizashi exclaimed. The thought of being married to Shoyuta was really nice. It truly was, but it would kill Hizashi to only pretend they were married. And besides, how could this benefit the students in any way? "If you'd been listening to what I'd been saying when you first arrived, you'd understand," Nedzu chided, before leaning forward to pour himself more tea. Hizashi's eye twitched as he watched the principal refill his cup. This was his fourth cup, and for reasons unknown it was driving him absolutely crazy. It's always important for children to be able to see and find themselves in their heroes, super or not. Children of color looking up to heroes of color, deaf children looking up to deaf heroes, that sort of thing. Hizashi could see where this conversation was going, but right now all he could think about was how painful it'd be to pretend to be married to Shoyuta. Shoyuta wouldn't like this whole thing at all. It was illogical, he'd probably say, and he was probably just waiting for all of this to blow over so he'd stop getting so much media attention. There are no openly queer heroes in Asia. I'm sure there's very many, but none of them are out to the public. There's nobody for young children to look at and seize themselves in. It might even give them the mentality that they can't be heroes. Nedzu seemed to be studying Hizashi for any reaction he had, but all Hizashi could do was wait for him to finish speaking. "I won't force you to keep this up, but would you consider? Would you take the time to see the effect it's had on everything and discuss it with Aizawa?" Hizashi sighed, rubbing his forehead. Hizashi became a teacher for several reasons. 1, he liked kids. 2, teachers are awesome, and 3, he wanted to be able to inspire upcoming heroes. If what Nedzu was saying was true, he was managing to achieve the third thing, which was good, but this was also his own personal life and Shuta's personal life, and they weren't even actually married, and there are so many ways this can go wrong. But maybe what Nedzu was saying was true. He was highly intelligent, like he'd said, and probably knew more about this than Hizashi did. Hizashi thought back to when he'd been in high school. He'd never been one bothered by his own sexuality, but he'd never been open about it. He'd told Tensei that he was bi and Tensei had been super chill with it, but he'd never even told Shoyuta. Internalized thoughts that maybe he wouldn't be able to become a hero if people knew he liked guys too had prevented him from telling most people, and if he'd told Shoyuta, he probably would have figured out that Hizashi was totally and 100% in love with him. Hizashi glanced up to see Nedzu still watching him and sighed. He'd probably have no choice but to consider, and surely Shoyuta would want this all over as soon as possible. And maybe, yeah, having a bi or gay hero when he was a kid would have been totally awesome, so maybe he was kind of self-projecting onto the current generation, but it was whatever. "Alright, fine," Hizashi said, and Nedzu smiled. "I'll just wait and see, I guess?" "Thank you," Nedzu said, before reaching over for the teapot. "Would you like some more tea?" Hizashi immediately leaped to his feet, slamming the cup down on the table. "No sir, thank you. Bye." One never prolonged their meeting with Nedzu longer than they had to. Hizashi taught the hero courses English on Mondays, and his first English class wasn't until 11, so he made his way to the staff room to sit at his desk. However, when he arrived, he saw Cementos and 13 were inside, and instantly prepared himself for them to pelt him with questions about the whole thing. "Good morning, Yamada," Cementos said as Hizashi entered the room, and thankfully didn't say anything else. "Good morning," Hizashi said with false cheerfulness, before sitting at his desk and proceeding to surround it with books and other things like Shoyuta did when he wanted to make it abundantly clear he did not want to be approached. Hizashi took out his phone to check for any new notifications. He had several emails from reporters and his old hero agency, as well as nearly 200 unread text messages. He gave a groan as he looked through them. Some of them were from people he didn't even know. He eyed his most recent text from Namuri. Suspiciously, he had only one new text from her, and it seemed to be another news article. Hizashi opened the link and stared at the headline for a moment. The effects of the present Mike Eraserhead marriage reveal already showing. Today, after yesterday's shocking news story that present Mike Hizashi Yamada is married to another man, two more prominent announcements were made. Empty Lady Yu Takayama released a video of herself standing in a crowd and saying, "Yeah, actually, I'm a lesbian." This statement was met with mixed responses from those around her. Most were supportive, but a few men seemed quite disappointed. One man said, "Lesbians are hot," and currently Takayama is facing charges for punching him in the face. We hope that Takayama is able to handle all the debt she's currently in. Veteran hero Lightfield Haru Akari was asked by a notoriously conservative news reporter his opinion on the reveal that two fellow male heroes were married. To the reporter's evident shock, Akari revealed that while most believed he has not dated since his wife's death nearly 30 years ago, he's had a boyfriend living in the Philippines for almost 4 years. These two announcements from well-known pro heroes aside, smaller stories have been cropping up all over the country. Present Mike merchandise has increased slightly in sales, and there's been a peak in Google searches for Eraserhead merchandise. None exists for now, but we can hope. An LGBT youth group has already been appealed to a middle school in Yokohama, and many parents of LGBT children or LGBT adults themselves are tweeting support for both heroes. "I'm so happy," tweets transgender rights activist and model Hinata. "I'm so happy that our children have two more superheroes that they can relate to. My son was absolutely ecstatic," a father of 3 says. "It's rekindled his hope to become the best hero known to mankind." "Look, Idek who Eraserhead is, but he's already my hero," states the president of one of All Might's many fan clubs. #PresentMike has started trending on Twitter, and it's only a matter of time before it becomes the most trended hashtag in the world. Even Western nations have celebrated the news with us. Within hours, the impact of two gay heroes is already showing. What long-term effects could this possibly bring for us as a nation and for the hero industry as a whole? We eagerly wait to see. Hizashi stared at the end of the article, his entire face glowing red. "Oh, CRP. This was bad. No, actually, this was really good, but it was also really bad. He might even be crying a little bit. Oops." Hizashi raised his head to see if Cementos and 13 were still in the room. Cementos had left, but 13 was at his desk, twiddling his thumbs and looking in Hizashi's direction. When he noticed Hizashi looking back at him, he quickly turned away. Hizashi got to his feet, wiping at his eyes before asking, "Did you need something?" "No, I'm fine actually. I'm great." 13 laughed, and Hizashi judged that 13 was not, in fact, fine. He sat on the edge of 13's desk, arms crossed, before stating, "I'm not leaving till you say what's up, dude. I can't believe I never caught onto the fact that you and Aizawa were married," 13 said, most definitely trying to avoid actually saying what was wrong. "I mean, you were devastated after the USJ incident. Haha, and also you guys did the sports festival, and you were both in the year above me, and I saw you both work together in the sports festival. Maybe I'm just really dumb." "You're not dumb," Hizashi said, placing a hand on 13's shoulder. "We were just really good at hiding it. No offense, but the more I think about it, the more I think that you guys were really bad at hiding it." Hizashi's definitely going to die now. Turning away so his red face couldn't be seen, he started laughing, which soon turned slightly hysterical. He walked over to his desk, sat down on his chair, and proceeded to slam his head onto the wood. "Oh my God! Are you okay?" 13 yelped, rising from his seat and racing over to check on Hizashi. "No," Hizashi groaned. 13 patted his back, and Hizashi lifted his head from his desk, wishing for death. Or, at least, for a giant meteor to fall from the sky and slam into his exact location and severely injure him. Okay, so now it was very clear that his feelings had been obvious. Hizashi wondered if Shoyuta had ever noticed. He'd be royally effed if that was the case. Hizashi couldn't imagine losing his best friend, And while he was sure Shoyuda would have no issue with Hisashi liking guys too, he wasn't sure if Shoyuda would be okay if Hisashi liked him. Hisashi, however, was soon ripped from his thoughts when he noticed 13 staring at the wall opposite of them, obviously lost in thought. Hisashi shook him a little and 13 turned to look at Hisashi. "Are you sure you're okay?" Hisashi asked, and this time 13 didn't nod or try to say he was. He just stared down at his feet for a bit before looking up and asking, "Do you know what non-binary is?" Hisashi stared at him, trying to recall the word. It sounded familiar, but he currently couldn't think of what it meant or where he had heard it from. He shook his head, and 13's shoulders slumped. "Alright, it's fine if you don't know. I think I'm going to go." "No sir, no way." Hisashi cried out, jumping to his feet and placing both of his hands on 13's shoulders. "You gotta tell me now. I mean, you don't have to tell me, but also come on, you can't just leave me in the dark after introducing a word I don't know." 13 looked up at him, contemplating, before saying, "Non-binary refers to a person who does not conform to either male or female, gender-wise." Hisashi stared at 13, trying to process this. Not male or female. Non-binary. Got it. That's a thing. And I'd identify as non-binary. Why are you telling me though? Hisashi asked, and adding quickly when 13's shoulders slumped once again. I mean, I'm glad you feel like you can tell me and I totally respect that, but why are you telling me? Is it because of the whole married to Aizawa thing? Well, I just thought that you'd probably understand better than others. Not completely, but you'd understand. 13 shrugged. I wasn't really planning on telling anybody, but after yesterday, I suddenly found courage. Hisashi brought his hand up to his mouth, staring down at the floor. This was what Nedzu had been talking about. 13 had just come out to him because 13 thought he was married to Shoyuda. MT Lady and Lightfield had come out because they felt safer in doing so after the media said he and Shoyuda were married. How many scenes like this were playing out all around the country? How many kids and adults alike were coming out to their friends and families because they saw their heroes coming out and drew courage from that? It was going to be so much harder to say that it had all been a misunderstanding after this. 13 was looking at him now, as if awaiting a response, and Hisashi realized there was absolutely no way he could ever admit to 13 that he wasn't married because then 13 would think Hisashi didn't understand and... Okay, Hisashi said aloud, mostly to ground himself. So, what do I call you now? They, 13's voice betrayed relief. Gender-neutral terms like they and them. And please don't tell anybody else about it yet. I'm going to publicly come out later. Gotcha, Hisashi said, still a little bit overwhelmed. A quick glance to the clock told him that it was nearing 11, and he'd need to start preparing for class. I'm sorry, but I've got to go get ready for class. Thank you for feeling like you could tell me this. Thank you for listening, 13 bowed, before walking back over to their desk. You might not understand it, but thank you for accepting. Hisashi nodded before darting out of the staff room quickly, practically running to Shuda's classroom. There was absolutely no way he'd be able to admit they weren't married, and he needed to convince Shoyuda of the same. Aizawa! Oh God. Please. Whatever God existed, whatever higher power that might be listening, please, blast him off the earth. Can he self-destruct? He wanted to self-destruct. That should be a feature included in future generations of humans. Shoyuda quickened his pace to avoid the inevitable conversation, thankful that he was able to walk normally now. Nemuri and Tensei combined did not amount to him. Aizawa, wait up. Maybe Shoyuda could fake an accident, conveniently fall down the stairs and break his arm, and then he could be excused from work. Unfortunately, that didn't look like it would be able to happen, because he felt a large hand gripping his shoulder and knew instantly that resistance was futile. He'd been caught. Good morning, Shoyuda said flatly, and Toshinori released his grip on his shoulder. Toshinori was dressed in a suit about 5 times too large with a horrendous-looking tie, towering over Shoyuda and giving him too dim and big of a smile. Shoyuda knew what was coming and he did not want to face it. Toshinori was going to be endearingly supportive of his and Hisashi's marriage, and he was probably going to praise him or something like 100 times. Awful. Heading to the staff room? Toshinori asked, and Shoyuta immediately snapped. Whatever you want to say it. I don't have time for much today. Actually, he did, and Toshinori probably knew that, but whatever. I don't quite know how to approach this topic other than saying congratulations. Toshinori clapped a hand to Shuta's back. A lesser man would have stumbled under the force. And also, an apology. I think it was wrong for the paramedics to release such information, but this will be very good in helping the young boys and girls out there who need someone to look up to. Don't they already look up to you? Shoyuta said it so flatly that it couldn't even be considered a question. I mean in a different way. Toshinori explained quickly. He was becoming endearingly flustered, so Shoyuta sighed and begrudgingly allowed the conversation to carry on by asking, "What way?" Well, it's important for young people to be able to see themselves in others, Toshinori said wisely. I think that you might be underestimating how important you must be to hundreds of people across the country. Maybe even some of the students here. Shoyuta thought to Kirishima and sighed, biting the inside of his cheek. Toshinori had a point, but Shoyuta didn't think he was necessarily important right now. Hizashi maybe, but him? Hardly anybody's heard of him, and so far, most major incidents he's been reported in have had negative effect Bakuga's kidnapping and the attack on USJ. Besides, Shoyuta wasn't even actually married. This was all a misunderstanding and it'd be explained in a press conference later on and Kirishima will probably think. Shoyuta absolutely hated this year's class because he cared for them more than he probably should. It shouldn't matter what one of his students will think because it was his personal life, but it also does because it was extremely important to him and how he viewed himself as a hero. If Shoyuta was in Kirishima's position and found out that his teacher wasn't actually in a same-as-EC relationship and it was all just a misunderstanding, that would mean he just outed himself to his teacher for basically no reason whatsoever, as well as revealed his own doubts. Toshinori peered into his face concernedly and Shoyuta realized he'd been stewing in his own thoughts silently for quite some time now. He shifted on his feet as the bell rang for the next class, which meant Hizashi's English class should be starting soon and he should have wrapped things up with Nedzu. Are you alright? You look a bit troubled. Diamond Toshinori for being so observant. Shoyuta didn't have anything to say, unsure, somehow feeling as if he was going to say something wrong even though that was a completely illogical thought. He wasn't married. The wrong thing to say was that he was and that he did hold importance to Kirishima and others like him. Shoyuta just sighed and turned his back, making his way to the staff room. I'm going to take a nap on the couch. Don't bother me. Hizashi couldn't find Shoyuta in time and had to run to ensure he wasn't late to class. He barely made it to the door as the bell rang, and when he did he felt like cheering, "I'm not late." Sometimes, Hizashi really felt like he was actually the student. Hizashi took a deep breath, preparing himself. He wasn't sure what, exactly, was waiting for him behind this door, but he needed to be ready for it. He kicked it open, being greeted with a cascade of noise that seemed to shake the very foundation of the building. He was almost impressed. Of course, he could be louder, but still. Good afternoon, listeners. Hizashi yelled, and most of the students quieted down, though several continued talking, shooting question after question in his direction. Hizashi walked to the front of the room, not answering any of them even as each question was yelled in a progressively louder voice. How long have you and Aizawa-sensei been married? Where did you get married? Why did he need to be taken to the hospital, though? Hizashi couldn't really answer the first two questions, since he hadn't been able to find Shoyuta in time to convince him that maybe they should see how this marriage thing goes, and he didn't want to make anything worse. So instead, he merely pointed finger guns at the nearest student Bakugu and said, "Eraser doesn't like it to be talked about, 'cause he's all private and stuff, so gotta honor his wishes and all that." "Why the F are you pointing at me?" Bakugu asked. Are you sure you can't answer any questions?" Ashido yelled before Hizashi could say much more. "I've been dying to know. My brother says if you don't tell him details I'm supposed to drill you." That was Ida. But I'm a bit uncomfortable with taking such an aggressive approach with a teacher. "Tell him to hashtag me and I'll talk about it," Hizashi said. "Okay kids, we're going to start. Sir, actually, if I may. Hizashi's mouth snapped shut as Jairu stood up, brushing dirt nobody could see off of her skirt. She looked as cool as usual, a calm expression on her face and an air of nonchalance being emitted from her. Everyone stared at her, obviously waiting for her to speak. You've been my favorite radio host and hero ever since I was a kid, Jairu began. Hizashi wanted to say you're still a kid, but now was not the time for jokes. You were so relatable to me. You loved music and screaming and noise in general, and my parents have played your show every Friday since you started it. So, yesterday was kind of a big deal for me. Jairu glanced around, as if to make sure she still had everyone's attention, before she pointed finger guns at Hizashi, mirroring him. Yo, I'm gay. Before anybody could react, Jairu whirled around where she stood, facing the back of the classroom, shouting. Yamamo, do you want to go on a date with me? Hizashi could only watch with his jaw dropped as Yayorozu brought her hands up to her mouth, half shielding her reddening face. Her usually articulate self looked quite thrown off by the sudden question, and she glanced around as if unsure. Her eyes found Todoroki's, and something seemed to pass between them. She lowered her hands, smiling, and said, Of course. Any hopes of maybe continuing a normal class session went out the window as everybody broke out screaming. Kirishima even started crying, and Kaminari was trying to pick Jairu up to parade her around the room, but she kept elbowing him. The only person who wasn't celebrating was Mineta, who looked like he'd had his ball ripped off in rapid succession. Hizashi tried speaking in a normal voice several times, only to be drowned out by the shouting. At one point Ken opened the door to glare at him, and Hizashi shot him an apologetic thumbs up. When Ken left, Hizashi inhaled, thinking about how loud he needed to be and also how quiet, before yelling. I'll answer your questions tomorrow if you all stop talking. Everyone shut up so fast he was actually concerned. I know. Everybody's talking about how big of a deal it is, but relax, I'm just a normal hero like you guys. Hizashi wasn't really excellent at motivational speaking or whatever, but he liked to think he could at least get his points across. I don't think it's that huge or groundbreaking if you're not straight or cis. What does cis mean? Satacult. I think it's another word for gay, Kaminari said. No, you idiot, it's another word for transgender. Actually, it's the opposite of transgender. Everyone looked at Aoyama when he said that. He merely shrugged in response. Anyways, I don't think it's that big of a deal, Hizashi continued. You listeners can literally just be whatever you want and you'll all be great heroes. Except a murderer, Kaminari pointed out. Did you just compare being gay to being a murderer? What? No, that's not what I meant. I was making a joke. Tokoyami gave a low chuckle. How you tread into wrongful territory. What does that mean? As the topic derailed horribly off track, Hizashi wondered what kind of hell the other hero classes would be. Normally, he could handle loud and extreme situations, but this seemed to be on an entirely different level, one the universe hadn't quite prepared him for. English class ended with no English being taught or even spoken, and then it was time for Kan's class. Predictably, they were just as loud as Shuta's class, though it was far more controlled and nobody was paraded around the room. Present Mike-sensei, tell us how you proposed. Tetsu started off the class by screaming, and it all went downhill from there. Hizashi basically repeated everything he'd told Shuta's class. However, unlike Shuta's class, they weren't satisfied with having to wait until tomorrow to answer any questions and demanded to have answers now. Come on guys, Kendo said when everyone kept shouting. It's their own private business. Yeah. Shota added. It's not a good thing to keep bugging him about it. They were the only two who seemed to think so, however. Shishida roared every question he had, and even Manga's speech bubble read, totally wanna know. Tsunatori, being from America, didn't quite see what the big deal was, but was still happy and loud all the same. Minoma made a comment that Hizashi couldn't quite hear, and Kendo enlarged her hand with her quirk to smack him, which led to another uproar. By the time class let out, Hizashi was ready to dash off to find Shoyuda, but noticing Shiozaki hovering by the desk, knew he couldn't. When almost everybody was out of the classroom, Hizashi asked, Can I help you? Well. Shiozaki's hands were clasped together, held to her chest. Hisashi didn't talk to her much. The most interaction he'd ever had with her was during the sports festival when she'd asked him to announce her differently. However, he could tell something was troubling her by her expression, so he tried to appear as approachable as he could. "It's a bit difficult to say, sir." "What is it?" "Sir, my parents want me to switch to a different school." Hisashi blinked, a bit taken aback. "Why?" "Me and my family are very religious," Shiozaki said, keeping her eyes on the ground. "They don't like the fact that you are one of my teachers. So I was just informing you in case I don't ever return to your classes." Hisashi didn't like being serious, especially with his students and with a matter like this. He crossed his arms, leaning against the desk and fixing Shiozaki with a look as he tried to think of a proper response to this situation. Hisashi had never been told by a student that their parents wanted to withdraw them from school, and even if Shiozaki's parents wanted her out of the school, it should be her decision. "Do you want to stay?" "Of course," Shiozaki said immediately. "This is the best hero school in the world. What are your parents' opinions on me?" When she stiffened, he spread his arms. "I won't be mad. They think you and your dad husband are unfit to be teachers and heroes. Do you agree with your parents?" Shiozaki hesitated. There were a few moments of silence until she said, "My upbringing was very religious, so it's a bit harder for me to accept than it would be for others, I imagine. But I must be able to recognize that anybody can be a hero, regardless of who they are. I don't agree with them." "In the end, it's your decision," Hisashi told her. "Hey, I get it, being religious makes things kind of difficult, and you don't have to accept anything, just don't be a butt about it and it's fine, right?" Shiozaki managed a smile before bowing, her hands returning to her sides. "I see. Thank you for being understanding." "No problemo, kiddo." Shiozaki left the room, and Hisashi felt relief flood him. Shoyuta was much better at handling this kind of stuff. Hisashi either joked too much to properly take things seriously or got too serious. There was no in-between. But the conversation brought another matter into his mind. Would anyone actually withdraw their kids from school because of this? He'd like to think that attending the most famous and acclaimed hero school in the world would outweigh having a gay teacher or two, but apparently not. There was still so much good that could be gleaned from this whole thing, though, and Hisashi needed to organize all of his thoughts into a mental playlist so he could play it and unload all of his information onto Shoyuta. So with that in mind, he headed to the only place Shoyuta would be on his break. The staff room. Nobody was in the staff room, so Shoyuta had managed to lay down on the couch and sleep with no problems. He wanted to avoid everyone until this whole situation blew over, and what better way to do that than sleep? However, he was soon woken up by a hand shaking his shoulder, and opened his eyes to glare at whoever had decided it was a good idea to disturb him. It was Hisashi, which meant his English classes were over and he'd slept for about 2 hours. Shoyuta groaned and sat up, brushing his hair out of his face as he groggily gathered his thoughts together. "What?" "We need to talk," Hisashi said, before glancing around. Somewhere else though." Shoyuta let himself be dragged out into the hallway, not making much of an effort to actually walk himself, until Hisashi threw open a door to the janitor's closet and shoved the both of them inside. It was tiny and filled with cleaning supplies, and Hisashi's hair brushed against the ceiling. Due to the small amount of space, they stood only a few inches apart, to the point where it was actually kind of uncomfortable. "Okay, don't get mad or anything, but I was talking to Nedzu and that he kind of made a good point," Hisashi began, and Shoyuta was already prepared for the worst. "He wants us to consider pretending to stay married for a little while." Actually, Shoyuta wasn't prepared for that, because he couldn't stop himself from exclaiming, "What? Hear me out," Hisashi said quickly, throwing his hands up, but due to the small amount of space he ended up hitting Shuta's shoulder. "Sorry, but he asked if we could wait and see what happens before we do anything." "Won't that just make everything worse?" "Well, I kind of agree with him," Hisashi mumbled, looking away and bringing his hand up to scratch at his cheek. "Some stuff happened today, and Shoyuta, I think this could be a really good thing for a lot of people. Did you know Lightfield came out today?" "That he did what?" "You know how his wife died and everybody thought he wasn't dating? Apparently he's had a Filipino boyfriend for a bit, and he came out today. And so did MT Lady. And Jair. And Hizashi paused, before continuing. Anyways, like I was saying, I think this could be a good thing because, well, it seems like a lot of people are looking up to us, kinda? So you want us to keep pretending we're married? Shoyuta asked skeptically. People can look into marriage certificates and eventually, they will find out we're not married. I know, but that's not important right now. Hizashi exclaimed, his voice rising. Something important happened today and I just think we should keep this up for a bit. What's the harm, honestly? What could happen? The JP, Shoyuta stated. Other heroes. Demand for our hero licenses to be revoked. You being in negative spotlight for months and this whole thing being referred to as a scam. Trouble from the hospital for claiming you were married to. Okay, I get it. They were both quiet for a little bit, Shuta's eyes closed as he thought about what had happened today so far. Apparently, several heroes had come out, as well as one of his students. Hizashi seemed weirdly earnest about the subject, making him think there was a bit more to it than he was letting on, but Shoyuta knew pursuing it was futile. When Hizashi wanted to keep a secret, he damn well could, and Shoyuta would never find out until Hizashi told him drunkenly of his own accord. Shoyuta sighed, bringing his hands up to rub at his eyes. He shouldn't want to keep this up, but he was starting to feel conflicted. On one hand, this could end very badly for them both if they kept this up. On the other hand, there were people like Kirishima and Jairu who felt inspired by the whole DMN thing and going back on it might be even worse. This was why he hated the media. He didn't think he'd be capable of handling stuff like this all the time if he was a more well-known and flashier hero. Everything was difficult and could have awful results, and you didn't know which was the worst option in a situation like this. He didn't know how Hizashi could handle this sheet all the time. Let's give it a couple of days, alright? And if we decide we don't want to do it, I can say I told you not to tell anyone it wasn't real for some reason, Hizashi said, bringing his hands up to place them on Shuta's shoulders. We got this. We don't got this. Okay, Sourpuss, is that a yes? Shoyuta took a deep breath before sighing out, yes. Great. Hizashi visibly brightened, before squeezing past Shoyuta to throw open the janitor closet door. And we can. What were you two doing in there? Came a familiar voice, and Shoyuta groaned out loud. Namuri was stomping her away across the hall, looking angry, and Shoyuta was thankful that her W was nowhere in sight. First, you two don't tell me you're married and then you decide to get it on in the closet dash. She grabbed the collar of Hizashi's jacket and yanked it so he was eye level with her. Sweethearts, I am said right now. Do you know how many years I've waited to be told I'm going to be the maid of honor or at least a bridesmaid? Do you? Namuri! Calm down. Hizashi gasped, placing his hand on her wrist. Shoyuta, a little help? You're dealing with that train wreck on your own, Shoyuta said stiffly, trying to shuffle past Namuri, but it was with little success she reached out to grab his scarf and pulled him close, causing it to constrict around his throat. I've been waiting for this since the sheet was legal. Namuri's voice was growing louder and louder. You didn't even tell Tensei. Oh, imagine how it was when I texted Tensei and then we started. Namuri, I can't breathe, Shoyuta managed to get out, and her grip loosened slightly. Plotting your very demise. I'm going to kick your buttes. Namuri released her grip on the both of them, visibly fuming, before lunging forward to wrap the both of them in a hug. You're both idiots. We're sorry, Hizashi said, sounding a bit terrified. You should be, Namuri cooed. Look, all threats aside, I was totally happy when I found out. I've been waiting for this for years. So, who proposed? Where did you get married? Tell me all the details. How about later? Hizashi asked, adjusting the collar of his jacket. We can talk about it over drinks with Tensei. How does that sound? Spectacular. Namuri gave him a thumbs up. Also, seriously, don't get it on in the closet because if I'm not allowed to, you're not allowed to either. Get your mind out of the gutter, Shoyuta told her, trying to readjust his scarf. It was nothing like that. Shoyuta, don't even get me started. She prodded her finger against his chest, giving him a glare. Emmy's been blowing up my phone all morning, did you know that? There's only so many coming out jokes I can take in the span of an hour. Shoyuta hadn't checked his own phone in hours, and he could only imagine what state it was in after she had found out. Maybe he should get a new number or chuck his phone in a dish. Anyways, I've got a class I'm supposed to start in a few minutes, so text me the details of our drinking plans. Later, kiddos. Namuri called as she sashayed away. When she was around the corner, Hizashi spun around to face him. We've got to work out our story, he said immediately. Who proposed, where we got married, all that stuff. And we need to talk about stuff to do in public to make it seem like we're all couple Y. That's not a word. Work with me, not against me, Shoyuta. We shouldn't be discussing it here, Shoyuta murmured, glancing around. Later, at one of our apartments or something. Hizashi nodded, looking serious, before they both parted ways, Hizashi to the staff room and Shoyuta to his classroom. By himself, Shoyuta couldn't stop thinking of what Namuri had said, that she'd been waiting forever for this. Just what exactly did that mean? These confusing feelings Shoyuta was having, could Namuri read them better than him? The thought of having an embarrassing and obvious infatuation with Hizashi caused his lower lip to jut out in a near pout as he thought to nearly every instance in which he might have given away he wanted to do weird sappy shit with Hizashi. Stuff that ranged from leaning against each other while watching movies to eating out together every night. Had that been obvious? Had those private thoughts of his been abundantly clear to Namuri, who was like the elder sister he'd never had? If it had been obvious to her, what about Hizashi? Shoyuta sighed and ran his hand through his hair at the thought of keeping up this charade and having to find a way to make themselves seem more like an actual couple, and without giving away the fact that he really did like Hizashi. Just what were they getting into? So I'm just saying I definitely proposed. Hizashi circled his name in red marker, adding a few hearts around it, before switching to a blue marker and drawing a line to Shuta's name. But you asked me out first. Shuta's name was underlined in green and dotted purple lines circled both of their names. Shoyuta watched Hizashi continue making his confusing diagram, struggling to keep up with what all the colors and lines and shapes meant. Hizashi had a large whiteboard in his apartment for when he planned large parties or radio events, which he was currently using to map out their relationship. Shoyuta literally understood none of it. And we had a private wedding. Not even really a wedding, just a wedding certificate. Can we forge those? I think we can forge those. Hizashi drew a square in red before crossing it out in orange. Shoyuta raised his hand saying, "Question." Yeah. Why is there a drawing of a chainsaw in the corner? Hizashi glanced back at him, before looking at the chainsaw. But it's important for later. Most of Hizashi's diagram was covering the whiteboard, but in a few places Shoyuta could see the faded marks of previous things written on the whiteboard that hadn't erased all the way. He could clearly make out ways to F, with Tensei and Shoyuta, and Ken's probable features beside each other. He didn't know what was more disturbing, the fact that Hizashi did this in his spare time, or that beneath the probable features 1, Autobots, was written. Hizashi began drawing a pie chart, and about 95% of the pie chart was colored red and the remaining was colored blue. What's that for? The probability of who people think will be the one on top in this relationship. Hizashi set his markers down. This is actually Namuri's fault, she won't stop texting me about it. Do we need that? Shoyuta grumbled, and Hizashi shrugged before sitting down beside him, crossing one leg over the other. They'd changed when they got to Hizashi's apartment, so Hizashi was wearing a comfortable pink sweater that reached his thighs and yoga breathes, while Shoyuta was stuck in an outfit he'd left over here once that smelled vaguely like alcohol and bad decisions. At least the shirt was flannel. He kind of liked flannel. We need to sort out everything and prepare ourselves for whatever questions that could be asked, Hizashi said knowingly. You know how I co-hosted or interviewed for a lot of radio stations before I got my own. I planned stuff like this every night before I actually did it. Did they ask you questions about your bedroom life? Hizashi gave a little shudder. One of them did. Shoyuta leaned against the arm of the couch, his legs tucked beneath him. It was a very comfortable position and he was very tired, but he couldn't sleep just yet. They still had boundaries to establish. So while we're in this fake relationship, Shoyuta began, rubbing his hand over his face tiredly. What are we doing to make it seem like we're really in a relationship? Nothing serious. Hisashi replied, turning to look at him. Just small stuff like maybe hold hands every once in a while? And you could move in with me? When Shoyuta stared at him, Hisashi quickly sputtered out, I mean, we already spend so much time over at one another's place anyways. Mine or yours? Shoyuta asked. Hisashi looked taken aback for the briefest of seconds before launching into all the pros and cons of both of their apartments, causing Shoyuta to believe Hisashi had been thinking about this for a long time. A stupidly warm fuzzy feeling started to blossom inside him as he realized how domestic this scene was, talking about moving in with one another and holding hands. Shoyuta had only ever been on a date twice before, and both times they'd ended disastrously because he just simply wasn't interested in either of them. Both times it had been set up by someone else, Hisashi and Namuri, with a girl he'd never even met, and both times he'd found himself hardly interested in what they were saying and being put off by their attempted SXL advances. He hadn't wanted to sleep with them anybody, really, much less do softer things like kiss or hug. So when he thought about holding hands with Hisashi, why did that make him feel so weird? It wasn't like he hadn't ever thought about it before, but thinking now, in this context, it felt strange and tangible, an idea come to life. Shoyuta glanced over to where Hisashi was still speaking, making wide gestures with his hands and occasionally bringing a hand up to absent-mindedly brush loose strands of hair away from his face. Hisashi was one of the very, very few people Shoyuta felt like he could actually emotionally connect to. Tensei and Namuri were the other two, but he didn't feel this way about either of them. In fact, the thought of being romantically involved with them at all made him feel weird and disgusted, like it was some sort of taboo. So why was Hisashi different? When had these stupid feelings even appeared? Shoyuta? Earth to Shoyuta. To raise her head. The house is on fire. David Lynch made a film about you. Oi, are you listening? Shoot it all. Have you texted Namuri yet to tell her when we'll meet her at the bar? Shoyuta asked, and Hisashi blinked before twisting around to snatch his phone off the side table. So that's what I forgot to do. Oh my god, she sent me more news articles. Shoyuta raised an eyebrow. And? One's about Analyst C, and her most recent message is a link to an article that shows an interview with the head of the JPA, followed by about 10 sad face emojis. Hisashi flinched. She had a few choice things to say about them. How's your Twitter? Hisashi stared at him. Do you want to look through it? Pass. There were a few seconds of silence, Hisashi tapping away at his phone, until Shoyuta asked, What if they ask us to kiss or something? Hisashi looked back up at him, eyebrows drawing together in a frown. What? Some people might doubt that we're married, Shoyuta explained, already feeling stupid. So what if they ask for us to kiss or something? Hisashi lowered his eyes to the ground, liking his lips in thought. When it didn't look like he'd answer any time soon, Shoyuta spoke. I'm fine if that happens. Hisashi instantly straightened up, staring at him with wide eyes, and Shoyuta wanted to take back the statement, but it was too late for that now. What? I said I'm fine if they ask us to kiss or something, Shoyuta grumbled, feeling his face flush. Yeah, I'm fine too, I'm totally fine. Boy, I'm hungry and I'm going to make some waffles, Hisashi said all in one breath, getting to his feet and rushing to his kitchen. Shoyuta stared after him, worried that he'd made the wrong assumption and said the wrong thing. However, this was soon the least of his worries as Hisashi stumbled out of the kitchen, smashing the waffle box to the ground and yelling, We're out of waffles. On Tuesday, a shitload of articles were written, and Hisashi had about 15 open all at once. Most were just speculating on what he and Shuta's relationship would mean for future generations, while some were talking about 2 more heroes coming out, 13 as non-binary and a newer hero noted for having been in Shuta's class, Slam Jam, as a pansexual woman. Hisashi actually had to Google what pansexual was. It was pretty cool. Not much actually happened on Tuesday. There were still reporters out front, there were students who offered congratulations, and another student came out in one of the general classes. She announced that she was gender fluid again. Hisashi had to Google and was met with a rather unpleasant comment from Tanaka, only for Shinso to use his quirk on her and make Tanaka slap herself repeatedly. Honestly, Hisashi only made him stop because that was his job as the teacher. Some kids from 1A and 1B came over with the same questions from the day before, and Hisashi responded with the answers he and Shoyuta had come up with. Some were disappointed by the fact they hadn't had a large and extravagant wedding, and some asked if they could see their rings, to which Hisashi had to respond he didn't wear his to work. Hisashi wondered if a candy ring would suffice, because he's had one sitting on his desk for the past 3 weeks. Joke aside, he wondered if he would be going too far in this fake marriage thing if he got he and Shoyuta wedding rings. Mike-sensei, I think you guys should hold another wedding, Uraraka said in a serious voice during lunch, Hisashi currently having no classes to teach. And make it huge and invite all of us. But considering this type of marriage was only recently legalized, they're probably newlyweds or close to it, Midoriya said thoughtfully, garnering her attention. It wouldn't make sense to hold another wedding so soon, right? You probably already heard this from my brother, Ida said, his hands moving around in extreme fashion. But he keeps saying that you must hold another wedding and invite him. I didn't even know you all knew each other until we were watching the news and he got very riled up after seeing news of your engagement. Your brother knew President Mike and Aizawa? Uraraka exclaimed, her hands jumping to her face. Oh, what about 13 and Midnight? Aren't they around your age? Hisashi wasn't even able to answer those questions. They kept carrying the conversation on their own with very little interjection from him at all. The three honestly reminded him of himself. Shoyuta and Tensei back in high school. Tensei and Hisashi talked enough among themselves to make up for Shuta's usual silence, much like these three were currently doing. Tuesday ended without much conflict. Hisashi helped move some of Shuta's stuff into his car, and thankfully there were no reporters lingering around Shuta's place. Hisashi's apartment was a different story. At least 10 journalists or interested onlookers asked Hisashi several questions as they carried the 2 boxes up to Hisashi's apartment. If there wasn't an article about it in 2 hours, he would have been very surprised. And then Wednesday came. As soon as he and Shoyuta arrived on campus, Hound Dog was bounding over to greet them, looking determined and serious. Nedzu needs you both in his office, he breathed when they were in earshot. Hisashi instantly felt dread, exchanging a glance with Shoyuta, before leaving Hound Dog behind to howl at the reporters. Nedzu's office was brightly lit, which didn't really suit the rather heavy atmosphere. Nedzu himself was sitting on top of his desk, looking quite comfortable as he poured himself some tea. Hisashi was ready to bolt already, just looking at it. Good morning, Nedzu greeted cheerfully as they entered his office. How's your day so far? Terrible, Shoyuta responded. What did you need us for? No need for pleasantries, I see, Nedzu sighed before taking a sip of his tea. We've received a rather unpleasant document this morning. Such as? Nedzu reached over on his desk to slide a piece of paper towards them. Shoyuta picked it up to glance it over, and though his face betrayed no emotion, his hand tightened around it. Reading over his shoulder, Hisashi was a bit shocked to find that it was a letter from the J demanding their resignation as teachers. They created an online petition calling for 1,000 signatures, Nedzu explained as Shoyuta handed the paper back. Within 2 days it got almost 3,000. Oh, Hisashi's voice managed to sound small, a nearly impossible feat for him. It wasn't like he hadn't anticipated anything like this happening, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon? And to have so many supporters? Maybe Hisashi was being foolishly optimistic, but he'd thought that there wouldn't be enough people that actually hated him and Shoyuta enough to create an entire goddamn petition and have 2,000 more signatures than the original goal was. Well, it was just a petition. It wasn't like they could actually be fired from this, right? A petition only brought someone's attention to an issue and ultimately didn't matter in a final decision. And Nedzu most likely wouldn't fire them, considering he knew the entire marriage thing is, in fact, a scam. Okay, a scam sounded horrible and Hisashi felt like an immoral demon just by thinking it. Hisashi glanced toward Shoyuta, but his face remained blank and impassive. Hisashi was already starting to feel awful. It had been his idea to keep up this marriage thing, and there was already a petition that said it wanted Shoyuta to resign, and that was all Hisashi's fault, and he sincerely hoped nothing drastic came out of this situation because that would mean Hisashi had single-handedly destroyed their entire relationship. His internal spiral into worry and anxiety left the room in silence as Nezu watched for a reaction and Shoyuta remained inscrutable. When the silence only worsened the pit of anxiety in his stomach and became unbearable, Hisashi decided to break it. "So, what are we going to do about it?" "I was just letting you guys know about it," Nezu responded easily. "I've already sent an email to the news station the Parents Association interviewed with to state we will not, under any circumstance, fire you two or anybody else for that matter due to SXL orientation and gender identity." Nezu leaned over to pour more tea. Hisashi had to physically restrain himself from smacking the cup out of his hand. The anxiety on top of his traumatic flashbacks from all past experiences with Nezu was seriously making it hard to keep himself from screaming about tea. "In fact, I have quite a different approach in mind and I've already discussed this with a few other teachers." Hisashi wondered if he should feel dread. He could already read it in Shuta's eyes. "We're going to host a ball to support the LGBT community," Nezu exclaimed, throwing one of his hands paws up in the air. "Supporting our LGBT students and staff and helping to educate those who don't have much knowledge about the subject area. We are a school, and teaching is what we do." "That's a great idea," Hisashi said enthusiastically, all sense of dread going out the window and momentarily forgetting every meeting he's ever had with Nezu and his teapot. "I've learned a lot in the past 2 days about gender identity and—" "Are we required to attend?" Shoyuta cut him off, staring at Nezu. Nezu held no fear in his eyes despite being faced with a man about 3 times his size. "Well, I don't want to require you to attend, but it would be very much appreciated," Nezu stated. "And I've already decided on a date this Saturday." "Shouldn't we have a month to prepare?" Hisashi asked, puzzled. "We did that for the charity ball a few years back so we could spread word and plan concessions and get a backup DJ in case I didn't come. This ball will be much smaller, limited to students and teachers with a few personal invites," Nezu answered. "I've actually been planning this since Sunday evening, with significant help from a few prominent sources in this kind of stuff. I've learned quite a bunch, and I personally think the students here could learn a little bit too." "An informative ball?" Shoyuta sighed. "With dancing. It'll be Fuyuin, come on," Hisashi nudged him playfully. "I can bust out my sick moves." "I think your students would appreciate if you attended, Aizawa," Nezu said knowingly, and Shoyuta stiffened a bit. "Especially one in particular." Hisashi glanced between them curiously, wondering what student. Jiru? No, she seemed to favor him a bit more, as her favorite hero and all. Yaoyorozu? Bakugu? As far as Hisashi was concerned, those two were his favorite students even if he tried denying it, but that didn't necessarily mean Shoyuta was their favorite teacher. There was a small moment in which Shoyuta and Nezu stared at each other, Nezu waiting for an answer and Shuta's face betraying his reluctance. "Fine," Shoyuta finally said, before turning away. "It's almost time for classes to start. Have a good day." Nezu called after them as they left. Walking down the halls together, Hisashi wondered how many students would actually attend the event and if he'd be able to DJ like last time. Yui rarely held events like this, the exception being the sports festival and a graduation party for the 3rd years, but whenever these events were held Hisashi was very excited for them. He liked attending parties and being able to get people excited, and DJing was a way to achieve both. Hisashi was soon distracted from his thoughts when he noticed Shuta's less than enthusiastic demeanor. It was to be expected, but this was different. Placing his hand on his shoulder, they stopped in the empty hallway for a moment. "Is something wrong?" Hisashi asked, and Shoyuta just shook his hand off of him. "It's fine," he said, and Hisashi frowned. "Come on, tell me, I'm your husband." "Hisashi." Hisashi sighed, before purposely bumping into Shoyuta with his shoulder and saying, "All right, grumpy cat, but you're telling me what's wrong later or you're getting smackerdoodled." Shoyuta snorted. "Did you just make up that word?" "It's my specialty, and also I'm trying to lighten the mood." "Cheer up." Hisashi smiled, before changing the subject. "And who was the student Nezu was talking about?" "It's not my business to say," Shoyuta said back. "I just don't know how he knew about it." "He's all-knowing," Hisashi said in a serious voice. "That? Or the teapot is sentient and creeps around corners, eavesdropping on us all, and that's why he's got so much tea. It's full of secrets. Shoyuta hated emotions, feelings, moods, and anything linked with them. They're semi-abstract concepts with no physical bearing, unless you're crying. You cannot destroy them or make them go away. They will always be there. Which is precisely why he hates them. Feeling tired and also irritated, and also whatever these stupid feelings towards Hisashi were. They're all dumb, distracting, illogical, and they tend to make him irrational when things got especially bad. Shoyuta didn't care about the public. He didn't care about their opinion on him, did not care how he looked to them, and he should not care about how other people looked to them, especially Hisashi, who was able to brush off stuff like that after several years of trying to get his own radio show started. An actual petition to have them fired that gained many more signatures than needed. Who knew what would come next? A petition for Hisashi's radio show to end? A petition to have their hero licenses revoked? Shoyuta probably won't matter so much in the eyes of the JPA and every other homophobic a-hole in the country outside of being Hisashi's husband and a teacher. He was an underground hero that most hadn't even heard of until recently. But Hisashi, being more well-known and somewhat influential, was directly threatened and would suffer more. They were both workaholics, and Hisashi's everything was being able to teach, inspire, all that other sappy feel-good stuff. If those things were taken from him, Hisashi probably wouldn't be able to properly function for a while, considering his life was built on all three of his jobs and not much else. They were, of course, petitions, and most likely wouldn't have much weight on the actual decisions of Nedzu and whoever else, but it was still concerning. Shoyuta rubbed at his face, wondering if there was any way he could flush all of this thinking and worrying out. That was Hisashi's job, not his. Shoyuta was not one to analyze and pick at his own feelings. Feelings got in the way of working efficiently, and he'd instead at a young age of keeping them in check to remain calm at all times due to his line of work. But he was being thrown for a loop here by all these feelings he felt like he was only just now noticing. It was like it took a media misunderstanding to make him aware of the things he felt concerning the subject matter. It didn't sound terrible to marry Hisashi. He was a bit worried about how the reception of the news would affect Hisashi. He didn't mind if he'd have to kiss Hisashi or something else ridiculous to prove they were actually married. It was like when you learned a new word or someone pointed out a detail you hadn't noticed before, and suddenly you start seeing it everywhere, thinking to yourself, how could I have not noticed? That was why he hated feelings. They weren't obvious. They weren't simple. They were complicated, and trying to understand them just created even more complicated feelings. Sensei, are you all right today? Yaoyorozu asked of him at his desk, startling him from his slow and internal breakdown. Shoyuta glanced up from the papers he was supposed to be looking over to find her with her hands folded neatly on top of each other, standing straight, but with visible concern on her face. You've been stabbing your pen into the desk. Shoyuta tossed the ruined pen aside, ignoring the small dent he'd managed to create, before asking, why are you up here? Oh, I finished my assignment early, she said, holding up her packet. But I think there was a mistake on the test regarding the laws of quirk usage. All right, Kaminari, Ashido, I see the both of you sending each other hand signals. I will expel you. Shoyuta was reviewing the question in particular with Yaoyorozu when the door opened, revealing Tashinori. He greeted the class with a wave, noting the silence as a test-taking atmosphere, and approached Shuta's desk with intent. Nedzu sent out an email about the ball, Tashinori said in a low voice. And we're supposed to make the announcement today. Couldn't this have waited until later? Shoyuta raised an eyebrow. He told me to make sure you knew about it. Tashinori's voice was apologetic. There's going to be a ball? Yaoyorozu asked curiously. A ball? Hagakure echoed, which set off a chain reaction, repeated choruses of a ball. Ida probably shouldn't have said that out loud. Tashinori slumped a bit. My bad. Ball, ball, ball. The class began chanting, happy to disregard their test in favor for literally anything else. Glaring at Tashinori, Shoyuta slid out of his desk to clamber into his sleeping bag. Tashinori started the mess, and he was going to handle it. Along with Nedzu's plans to hold a ball, There were also suggestions from other teachers to have a special class session to talk about LGBT themes and encourage the students that it was okay to come out. Personally, Shoyuta didn't think it should be such a huge deal because it was just another aspect of yourself, but whatever. Hizashi, however, was fascinated. Dude, I didn't know gender was, like, a spectrum, Hizashi said in wonder, folding his pizza in half to eat it. I was the one being taught today, not the other way around. You don't know what it's like until you're being lectured by Mei Hatsum about how gender is just a social construct, along with time and also romance. Shoyuta stared at him. It's okay, I hardly get it either. But like, I didn't know half this sheet existed. I thought asexuality was reproducing with yourself and stuff from science class, but it's something else. Hizashi shifted his position on the couch, so he was facing Shoyuta better. Where was all this when we were kids? I'm sure they were there, Shoyuta said evenly. They just weren't outspoken yet. They were both quiet for a while, eating pizza in front of Hizashi's TV but not really paying attention to the movie playing. Shuta's half of the pizza was simply cheese, while Hizashi's half was overloaded with bell pepper and pepperoni and bacon. It felt like any other night before this had all happened, but it also felt different in context. They were currently living together for an undetermined amount of time under the guise of being married, and that made every action just feel different, even if Shoyuta knew it shouldn't. They weren't married. They were just friends. They've known each other for 15 years, and one misunderstanding shouldn't be shaking Shuta's perceived foundation of what that friendship was built upon, but it was. Hey, I was just wondering learning about all this stuff. Hizashi stared down at his folded pizza, liking his lips, which Shoyuta recognized as his nervous habit. I never asked, but like we're pretending to be married and stuff, and some of our students look up to us for not being straight, but are you straight? But not. Before Shoyuta could even respond, Hizashi was instantly speaking once again to try and make his point clearer. I mean, it totally doesn't matter if you're straight or not. Are you straight and just pretending to be married to me, or are you not straight and you feel like you were somewhat outed while pretending to be married to me, or? Hizashi, Shoyuta said, and Hizashi managed to shut up. Calm down. Shoyuta chewed his pizza slowly, thinking about what Hizashi had said. Shoyuta had never put much thought into it, romance being the least of his worries, and SSC was on a whole different level, not even being a part of his worries. He distinctly remembered a small PRD when he was 17 when he thought there was something biologically wrong with him, as everyone in their class seemed to be having SEC or dating or wanting to do either of those things, and he just wasn't. He tried to chalk it up as being too focused on becoming a hero, but Tensei had been equally as focused, if not more so, and he still had a girlfriend for a few months. Shoyuta had been much more emotionally vulnerable back then, having not quite matured and being a dumb teenager who was trying to get all of his life goals and plans figured out in a short span of time like teenagers tended to do. Looking back on it, he couldn't quite understand why it had mattered at that time. It wouldn't matter in the long run, but for about a month he'd been genuinely bothered by his own disinterest in both SEC and romance. Shoyuta couldn't answer if he was straight or something else because he couldn't remember a time he'd been interested in someone like that. He was too tired, he worked too much, he had too much going on during high school to pay attention to that kind of stuff. But he guessed he was starting to have his answer now, wasn't he? Shoyuta looked up to see Hizashi was staring at him, awaiting a response, and he just sighed heavily through his nose before answering with, "It never mattered to me, so I don't know." "You don't know?" Hizashi deflated a bit, before gathering himself. "I don't really get that, but okay." Shoyuta watched Hizashi return his attention to his pizza, seemingly content enough with the answer to not prod further. "What about you?" Hizashi nearly choked on his food, pounding his fist to his chest once to dislodge it from his throat before gasping out, "What? Are you straight?" Hizashi was deathly silent, staring down at his pizza. His hair was down and falling into his face, so Shoyuta couldn't read his expression, but the silence itself seemed to be more telling. Shoyuta looked down at his own pizza, taking a bite before saying, "I don't care if you aren't. It doesn't matter to me. It's just another part of you, right?" Hizashi turned his head towards Shoyuta, so now he could properly see his expression. Hizashi tended to wear his emotions on his sleeve, And even Shoyuta, who wasn't very good with emotions, could read them easily. But right now, Shoyuta didn't know what Hisashi was feeling. His expression was the closest to guarded and closed off as Shoyuta had ever seen it, and he suddenly felt like he might have said the wrong things or it had been too soon to ask and Hisashi wasn't ready to talk about it yet. Could Hisashi be going through something similar to Shoyuta right now? Only realizing things after it was sort of pointed out by the media? Shoyuta hadn't entirely worked throughout the entirety of these feelings yet, but from what he'd deciphered, what he felt for Hisashi was definitely deeper than friendship, so he doubted Hisashi could be experiencing the same thing. Hisashi was transparent, and if he had held any of these feelings towards Shoyuta he probably would have noticed. Or so he liked to think, but gazing now at Hisashi's guarded expression he was faced with the very new, foreign concept that he did not understand and know Hisashi as completely and thoroughly as he thought he did. The silence carried on for several minutes, only the low noise of the TV sounding. Shoyuta managed to finish his third slice of pizza before deciding if he ate any more he'd probably throw up. He was relieved when Hisashi started talking after the movie ended, moving to place all their leftover pizza in the fridge, chattering away about the ball that would be held on Saturday and how he wanted to construct the playlist for it. He didn't have patrol tonight, and he'd managed to grade all of the packets with some help from Hisashi, so Shoyuta was looking forward to collapsing and sleeping. The only problem, however, was that he was faced with a sudden new dilemma. He really hated this FING situation. He never would have felt strange about sharing a bed with Hisashi before, but he felt strange now that he was acutely aware of his own feelings and the fact that Hisashi didn't feel comfortable about sharing something with him for reasons Shoyuta could only guess. Hisashi seemed to have no problem, however, climbing onto the bed and plopping down with his limbs all spread out. He gave a laugh when Shoyuta made a comment about it, and when they turned off the lights and Shoyuta lied down next to Hisashi, he tried to rationalize to himself that sleep was much more important than any other sort of emotion he could be feeling. Thankfully, sleep won that battle. Thursday morning, like Wednesday, was a bit grim. They noticed it as soon as they arrived. Much more people crowding around the front gate than before, cameras flashing in the direction of the school buildings. What was capturing their attention was soon made clear as they approached. Spray painted in large enough letters to be seen from the front gates, a multitude of unpleasant words were on display for all to see, even as some of the janitors were cleaning it up. The largest word of all was what all the cameras were angling towards and what the janitors were trying to erase in bold red letters, the word fags. Shoyuta hadn't heard or read that word in a while, and he'd mostly only heard it in television or in petty insults the students flung at one another. And it was probably one of the students who did this. Only staff and students could get onto the grounds unless given a pass by Netsu or another teacher. Man, 2 bad mornings in a row, huh? Hisashi sighed as they made their way through the crowd, only this proved to be a bit more difficult than the past few days. A microphone smacked Shoyuta directly in the face as someone shouted, "What is your response to this perceived negative reaction to your relationship?" Shoyuta slouched a bit as if that could conceal himself better behind Hisashi, but Hisashi was much thinner than him and this probably did very little. Nomuri and Ken were in charge of keeping the reporters at bay today, and Nomuri exaggerated a sad face to them as they passed by. "You know, I feel really bad that the others have to fend off all these guys for us," Hisashi said as they approached the graffiti, but he soon stopped talking as they got closer and realized that the janitors were not, in fact, janitors at all, but some of their students. Ajuru was balancing on his tail to scrub at some of the graffiti that was higher up, and Ida and Bakugu were both arguing about the proper amount of soap to put in the bucket. Ajui, like Ajuru, was using her quirk to get at higher up places, and there were even a few kids from 1B helping out. Shoyuta really hated this year's class, which was why he stalked up to where they stood, picked up a rag, and started scrubbing at one of the smaller curse words. "Good morning," Kendo said brightly, and Shuta's own students said, "Good morning," as well except for Bakugu, who looked like he was considering ditching their little cleanup project in order to look like he didn't actually care. Hisashi joined in, and as the minutes passed even more students joined them, students from the upper years and from different classes. Ectoplasm even joined, only to quickly disappear when a problem with one of his students arose. Shoyuta had never cleaned spray paint before, and it ended up being much more difficult than he initially anticipated. It got better when Yaoyorozu arrived on campus and was able to provide proper cleaning supplies, and most of the graffiti had managed to come off before Nedzu came to assure them they'd clean it all up and they should head back to class. Scrubbing spray paint off of his hands ended up proving difficult too, and Shoyuta decided to just settle on having tinted purple hands for the rest of the day, while Hizashi mourned the ruining of his gloves. "You should have taken them off," Shoyuta snorted as Hizashi peeled them from his hands. "I didn't know spray paint stained," Hizashi ummed, throwing them in the garbage. "Those are completely ruined now. Do you know how hard it is to get sheet out of leather? You're not even supposed to get it wet." Shoyuta was glad that Hizashi was acting normally after what had happened last night. They hadn't talked about it and it had been a bit awkward, so he was just really thankful they were just going to pretend it hadn't happened. That didn't mean Shoyuta didn't want to know what was up with Hizashi, though. "Let's go out for dinner tonight," Shoyuta suggested, and Hizashi gave him a once-over before grabbing his shoulders and looking him in the eyes. "Who are you and what have you done with the real Shoyuta?" "Never mind," Shoyuta grumbled, shoving Hizashi's hands off of him. "I'm kidding. Yeah, let's go out tonight." Hizashi held up finger guns. "It's a date." When Shoyuta entered his classroom, he was met with a rather peculiar conversation. "Aren't fit to be heroes," Todoroki was in the middle of saying. "Reason number 436 to hate Endeavor," Ashido listed, looking mildly disgusted. "Endeavor is officially cancelled," Siro announced. "Are you going to tell him that you're?" Yaoyorozu asked, trailing off as if she wasn't sure if she should say. Todoroki's face split into a rare smile. He's in for a nasty surprise. Shoyuta could only infer what was going on, and his suspicions were confirmed when Midoriya giggled sheepishly. A heartwarming scene. The nation's still feeling the effects of present mixed marriage to another man, and while the response has been overwhelmingly positive, there's been some negative as well, a prime example being that this Thursday morning, a large amount of slurs were painted on the front of Yui. It's been assumed that the perpetrator was one of the students, as it's basically impossible to get past Yui's security system unless you're faculty or a student. However, in spite of the awful words, several students began an attempt to remove the words as soon as they arrived on campus, joined shortly by President Mike himself and his husband. It can be safely assumed that the students cleaning up the message were their own students, and it's truly heartwarming to know that their students support them like this. Not even these hurtful words can stop our future heroes. And adding on to this, a new rumor is being spread that a private, Yui-only gala will be held in the support of the LGBT community on Saturday night. Does this indicate future parties for the community? Will those future parties have an extended invitation to the public? 3 of Yui's staff have come out as part of that community. Will they be there as well? Personally, I'm going to be hanging around on Saturday to see if I can get a picture of President Mike and his husband all dressed up. I'm 14 years old, and I'm sitting on the porch as my dad yells at my mom. I've just come out to my family, and my mom, who wants me to be a hero like my brother, is not pleased. My dad is not pleased with her reaction, and they're starting a fight. I'm eating my dinner. I already knew this was coming, so I just sit and watch. My quirk is a combination of my parents' heat manipulation is my mom's, control of metal is my dad's. I can melt metal and reshape it into anything I want. It's a good quirk for becoming a hero, my mom's always said, and my brother, who inherited her quirk, had the same idea. Only everything seemed different at that moment. I was a little girl who'd just come to terms with her sexuality, and told my parents, "Hey, Mom and Dad, I like girls." My mom tried telling me I was confused, told me to get this idea out of my head because there was no way I could be a hero like this. I guess that made sense back then. There weren't any heroes like me, and it seemed like such a foreign concept. Sure, I could be a model, a police officer, anything in that normal civilian category, but to be up there with heroes who were looked at as if they were gods. The borderline worship our society holds for our superheroes? There's not a single superhero like me. They're straight people. Cisgender. They embody everything a perfect superpowered human being is supposed to be. That was drilled into my head at that young age. I accepted that. I accepted that in the very moment my mom started making comments, and as I watched them fight outside for everybody to hear, I was suddenly alienated from everybody else in this neighborhood, in this city and the entire country itself. That's what it felt like. It's 6 in the evening, 10 years later, and I've come home from work and I've got a box of takeout for dinner. I kick off my shoes, grab a few forks, and sit on the couch, turning on the TV. It's the same old stuff as always. Villain attack here, new product slated for release, but soon the news is cutting short with what they deemed as the most anticipated news of the day, one that has me dropping my fork in disbelief. Present Mike is married to another man. That was the first bomb they dropped onto me. Present Mike, a hero, a man, is married to another man. He was gay, or bi, or whatever he was, and it had just been revealed today. Following this is the announcement of 2 other pro-heroes, Lightfield having a boyfriend, MT Lady being a lesbian. The MT Lady announcement is what made me drop my takeout. It was a surreal experience. This might sound overdramatic, but all of a sudden I felt like I could connect. With Present Mike, with his husband, with Lightfield, and especially with MT Lady. They're a normal part of our society, something we're used to, but at the same time they seem to exist on a different plane of existence than me, like a fairy tale. But in that moment, I suddenly saw myself in MT Lady. I thought, if she could be a hero, couldn't I be one as well? It was a decision and an acceptance I had a decade ago, that there was no way I could become a hero. That the isolated part of my identity would somehow prevent that from happening. But suddenly, the world has reached a different level. Left and right, heroes are coming out, and I'm coming to terms with the fact that these people are normal people too, and some of them are just like me. 14-year-old me would have been happy, blessed to hear this. I wish I could stand before my middle school self, where I was sitting silently on the porch and watching my life collapse silently. I wish I could tell my middle school self, whose dreams became far-fetched and grayed out on that day, you too can become a hero. Junko Kageyama, 25, TV show host. Shoyuta wasn't sure what he was expecting when Namuri linked him to a blog post with a bunch of crying emojis, but this wasn't it. Namuri, see how important you are. Namuri, wow. Namuri, man, I'm traveling back in time to when you guys got married and kicking your buttes to tell everybody immediately that you got married. Namuri, look hon, you're so important and I'm crying for you. Namuri, you so gay. Namuri, plus. Shoyuta snorted before turning off his phone and slipping it into his pocket, waiting for Hizashi to finish up whatever he was doing so they could get going. They'd driven home after the school day had ended and Hizashi had asked if he could dress down before they went out again. Since Shoyuta had brought some of his stuff over, he now had clothes to change into. He'd gotten dressed in under 2 minutes, but it's been almost 30 minutes and Hizashi still wasn't ready. What could he possibly be doing? Was he trying to wash all the product out of his hair? Taking too long to select an outfit? Hizashi was very particular about his appearance and it was a bit annoying to wait so long. Hizashi finally stepped out of his bedroom, hair in a low ponytail and normal glasses perched on his nose. What took you so long? Shoyuta asked as Hizashi grabbed his jacket off the back of a dining chair. I couldn't find my glasses, Hizashi explained as he fished his car keys out of his pocket. And do you know how long it takes to get my hair to go up and then down? Shoyuta didn't bother with an answer as Hizashi suddenly began to comb the living room for his wallet, muttering as he shoved the couch pillows aside. This was why Shuta's own apartment was pretty much bare. He couldn't lose anything amid all this extra stuff, and even if he did lose something he'd find it in no time. Hizashi's apartment was stuffed to the brim with stuff he'd hoarded over the years, ranging from CDs and DVDs to comic books and weird things like an alarm clock that blasted yodeling at noon every day. I can pay, Shoyuta said when Hizashi started attempting to lift his couch to check under it. Even if you're paying, I still need to find my wallet. Is it in your other breathes? Hizashi froze, before dropping the couch back down and rushing back to his room. Shoyuta sighed as he heard Hizashi give a victorious whoop. What are we going to get? Hizashi asked as they stepped into the elevator, his wallet now safely tucked in his back pocket. Ramen? Duna. How about hamburgers? I don't see how that's a better option, Shoyuta said, watching the numbers displayed on the elevator screen decline. When Hizashi pouted, he sighed and relented. Fine. They barely managed to dodge all the reporters, the apartment security keeping them at bay as they shouted questions at them. There were now 2 fans with "I Heart Present Mike" shirts amongst all the reporters. Shoyuta hadn't even known those shirts had existed before all of this. Once inside Hisashi's car, Hisashi began listing all the places they could go eat. Shoyuta didn't really care, so in the end Hisashi just shrugged and drove them to the nearest American-style restaurant that served unhealthy fried food, chattering all the way. "Man, I could totally go for a hamburger steak." Hisashi grinned as he scanned for a parking spot. "You don't think we'll be bothered, do you? I don't think I'm particularly recognizable out of costume, but—" "Hisashi," Shoyuta said, and Hisashi glanced towards him, eyebrows raised. "We need to. I want to talk to you." "About what?" Hisashi asked, ping his head to the side, but Shoyuta knew he knew exactly what he was talking about. "About last night." With that, Hisashi turned his head back to the restaurant, the bright, flashing sign reflecting in his glasses. Hisashi's fingers, which had been tapping on the wheel, halted. Shoyuta didn't know how to approach this subject lightly, and he didn't want this conversation to be very long, so he got straight to the point. "Hisashi, are you gay?" Hisashi let out a breath, leaning back in his seat and his hands dropping into his lap. The air wasn't as tense as the night before, so Shoyuta thought that maybe Hisashi had had time to think about this throughout the day. Hisashi had dated girls before, but that didn't really mean anything. Shoyuta had only started thinking about it after last night's discussion, and the more he thought about it, the more he thought that he wouldn't be necessarily surprised if Hisashi was gay, and he wouldn't care either. He just didn't know how to voice that to him. They sat for a while in silence, the only sound being the din of traffic. Shoyuta stared down at the dashboard, waiting for Hisashi to speak, but not pressing him to do so. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Hisashi cleared his throat and said, "I'm bisexual actually." Shoyuta looked up to see him looking back at him. "What?" "I like girls. And guys," Hisashi said, holding up 2 fingers. "I'm not sure if I should count as bi, though I've never dated a guy before, obviously." "That doesn't mean anything," Shoyuta argued, before leaning back into his seat as well. They both didn't say anything for a minute, Shuta's throat feeling like it was constricting. He didn't know if Hisashi wanted him to react in a certain way, and Shoyuta just wasn't good at handling other people's emotions and stuff like that, but he did want Hisashi to know that he wasn't bothered by it or anything. It was clearly a touchy subject. "I'm okay with it, though, I'm not in denial or anything," Hisashi said, not being able to stand the silence. It's personal reasons, all right? I'm sorry I never told you, I've only ever told one person before." "You don't have to apologize to me," Shoyuta sighed. "It doesn't really matter, got it? You didn't have any obligation to tell me, so there's no reason to apologize." "But we're married now," Hisashi smiled. "I'd be terrible if I never told my husband I liked men." Shoyuta snorted, and Hisashi laughed. They were silent once again, but for a shorter period of time. Shoyuta wondered if he should bother saying anything else, as he felt slightly responsible for Hisashi telling him. Hisashi had told him, so maybe he should say something too. That was only fair, right? "I think I am too," Shoyuta finally said. Hisashi frowned. "What? A terrible husband?" "No. Gay." Hisashi looked surprised. "Really? I don't know." Shoyuta sighed, closing his eyes. "I haven't really thought about it before now." "Oh." Hisashi cleared his throat. "Well, that's good?" Shoyuta raised an eyebrow. "I've got nothing better to say." Hisashi cried. Let's go get dinner now." They ordered and sat in silence, but when their food arrived Hisashi began talking again, and by the end of the night both collapsed onto Hisashi's bed, utterly exhausted after the day's events. On Friday, Shuta's class seemed ready to burst in excitement, everybody screeching about the ball and who was going with who and who was wearing what. It was honestly exhausting. "The ball is tomorrow," Ashido sang loudly, flinging her arm around Hagakure excitedly. "What are you wearing?" "I don't know which one makes my complexion look better, the pink one or the yellow one." "Yellow," Ashido and Ajuru said at the same time. "What complexion?" Kaminari whispered. I guess only they can tell. Kirishima waved his hand, before sliding forward on his desk so he could look at Bakugo. Hey man. Wanna be my date to the ball? The class collectively held its breath, though Shoyuta didn't particularly care if he said yes or no. He was, however, preparing to use his quirk in case Bakugo decided to explode anything. Fine, Bakugo said, and the class began screaming again. And it wasn't just the class that was excited, the other teachers were absolutely ecstatic as well. Nemuri and Cementos brainstorming various ways to set up everything and decorate, while Ectoplasm did his best to organize a music playlist with Hizashi. Tensei and Fukukado had been blowing up his phone ever since Hizashi extended an invite to the both of them, and he hadn't even looked at any of the messages in fear his phone would somehow explode. Shoyuta was contemplating crawling into his sleeping bag when someone directed a question at him. Sensei, are you going to show up? He had no intention of answering, but Kirishima glanced towards him, and he suddenly felt compelled to say. Yes, he said, but only for a little bit. What about Present Mike? Of course he's coming. It'd be sad if they didn't go together. Ida cried. I wonder if they'll match, Azui wondered. They should wear sparkling tuxedos, Aoyama said, waving his hands with a flourish. A twinkling gala. Charmanty. If anybody mentions it again, I'll expel you, Shoyuta threatened tiredly, sick of hearing about it. Study PRD. Use it wisely. I know you have a literature test later. Half the class groaned. To say Hizashi was excited for the ball was an understatement. He was thrilled, has always loved throwing parties, hyping people up, and just having a good time in general. While he wasn't going to be DJing for the event, he had at least helped compile a playlist of music he thought would get the students properly pumped up. He was currently looking through his closet for the outfit he thought would suit the event best. He always showed up in flashy, loud outfits, but he was considering going for a bit more subtle this time, as he'd be attending the event as should his husband, and they needed to match. Sort of. Did it count as matching if you were both subtle? Or was that not considered matching? He'd have to ask Nemuri later. Shoyuta hadn't even owned a suit until the press conference, but Hizashi was sure Shoyuta wouldn't want to wear it, nor would he want to borrow one of Hizashi's. Thinking about Shoyuta was making his heart race, though now for a different reason than before. It wasn't like he was going to interpret the fact that Shoyuta maybe likes guys as his immediate chance to actually ask him out on a date, but suddenly being in a relationship with him seemed much more plausible. If there was even the tiniest fraction of a chance that he had a shot with him, he was going to cling to it hopefully. Of course, he was perfectly fine if Shoyuta merely wanted to remain platonic friends. Or was he really? Pretending to be married to Shoyuta but not actually being in a relationship with him was painful, to say the least. Sometimes Hizashi looked over at him and felt the strong urge to lean against him or kiss him or hold his hand or do something ridiculous like that, but had to forcefully remind himself that their romantic relationship was fake and fabricated for the public. This crush, could it even be considered a crush at this point? Made him think every action he did was blown out of proportion, and maybe Shoyuta would find out he was totally in love with him whenever he did something as simple as offer him food. They've known each other for 15 years, though, and Shoyuta hadn't seemed to notice anything, so maybe Hizashi wasn't as obvious as he thought. And maybe was this wishful thinking? Shoyuta might be interested in him too. The past few days Hizashi kept thinking Shoyuta was looking at him, but when he turned to look himself, Shoyuta looked away. Maybe it was because they were living together temporarily and spending pretty much every moment outside of work around each other, or maybe Hizashi was just being stupid and hoping that his feelings might be reciprocated. Hizashi realized he'd been staring at nothing for a good while now and slapped his hands to his cheeks to snap himself out of it. He was supposed to be looking for something to wear. Would wearing a purple suit be super flashy? It was probably the least flashiest of all the suits he owned, purple with a silvery dress shirt to match, but it also made him suspicious, because it wasn't that flashy enough. Hizashi owned many suits, all of them extremely outlandish, loud and stylish, all that screamed, "Look at me." This suit, however, wasn't like the others, and he couldn't remember when he bought this. Why would he buy a suit that wasn't like his others? Perhaps there was something about this suit he was forgetting, but for now, it was the best he had, so he set it aside for tomorrow. He should probably get it cleaned. Hisashi looked over to where Shoyuta was sleeping, curled up on his side and snoring. He gave a small sigh and sat on the edge of the bed, leaning against the bed frame. He liked it whenever Shoyuta slept, even if he also liked to complain about how much he did it. Shoyuta worked the nights as a hero and the day as a teacher, and the only time he seemed to catch a wink was during school hours and a small portion of the day after school. Shuta's face was eased of all worry in this state, and there were no frown lines or hard edges to it. Hisashi threaded his fingers through Shuta's hair, thinking absently about the ball. It began at 6 and would be held until 10. Would they stay the whole 4 hours, arrive late, or leave early? Shoyuta would probably want to leave early, but Hisashi really wanted to stay the whole time. They'd have to compromise, somehow. Dragging his fingers through Shuta's locks, he managed to detangle a bit of it and snorted when Shoyuta shifted closer to him in his sleep, his head leaning up into Hisashi's hand. Hisashi had always liked Shuta's hair and been somewhat jealous that it was so soft despite the fact that he put very little care into it, unlike his own. To be fair, though, it was probably that Hisashi put too much care into his hair that it wasn't as soft as Shuta's. Currently, it fell loose around his shoulders, and it wasn't like it felt stiff or dead, it just wasn't anywhere near as soft as Shuta's, and his hair was thin whereas Shuta's was thick. Hisashi relaxed for a little bit, messing around with Shuta's hair until he decided he should probably get up and make dinner for them both. Neither of them were particularly good at cooking, but Hisashi tended to cook more than Shoyuta, which was how it had been since high school. They had usually spent more time at Tensei's place, considering his family was rich and he lived in a very big house, and also, baby Tenya was adorable, but whenever Hisashi went over to Shuta's house or vice versa, he ended up cooking for them both. Shoyuta wasn't very good at the whole self-care thing, thinking a simple jelly packet and a couple of crackers would suffice as a dinner, so Hisashi had to force him to eat ramen and rice and whatever garbage Hisashi could buy on a quick run to the convenience store. "You need to eat better." Hisashi had reprimanded Shoyuta once years and years ago. "We're heroes in training, what's going to happen if you don't eat well enough to accommodate your muscle mass? My mom told me about this once, if you have muscle but you don't eat your body starts to stop worrying about me." Shoyuta had snapped, and that had been the beginning of the first fight they'd had after they'd become friends. It was a really stupid, petty fight that mainly centered around, you need to take better care of yourself, and stop worrying, it doesn't matter. They didn't talk to each other for a week, Hisashi fully convinced he was right and Shoyuta convinced that Hisashi was just meddling. Enter Tensei, the exasperated third best friend who literally locked them in his bedroom until they made up. Tensei was honestly a godsend, and was too good for mere mortal men. Hisashi sifted through the contents of his cupboard, wondering what he should make. He hadn't gone on a grocery run in a while, and ever since he'd done copious amounts of stress cooking after reading the first article, he'd been running dangerously low on food. It was almost 6, and he needed to get to the radio station at 11:30, so he had plenty of time to go out for groceries. Hisashi walked back to his bedroom to grab his jacket and wallet, only to find Shoyuta blinking awake, looking disgruntled. "Sup?" Hisashi said when Shoyuta turned his head groggily towards him. "I'm about to go out to the store, want to come?" "No," Shoyuta said. And I was going to let you pick out what to eat for dinner tonight." Hisashi pouted, and Shoyuta rolled over on his side, clearly not caring. "Dude, come on. Please? Don't husbands shop for groceries together and that sort of stuff?" "I hate you," Shoyuta groaned into his pillow. "Love you too, babe," Hisashi smirked, before realizing what he'd said. Even if he meant it as a joke, he wasn't sure that Shoyuta would take it well. But to his relief, Shoyuta merely groaned again. In the end, Hisashi managed to drag Shoyuta out of bed and practically carry him into his car, ignoring the flashing cameras. Honestly, were they ever going to give up on trying to get an interview? He and Shoyuta had agreed not to pay attention to the press, but he was really tempted to tell them to go away. When they pulled into the grocery store parking lot, Hisashi grabbed a cart and asked, "Want to ride in it?" "No," Shoyuta responded. "Come on. It'll be fun. Remember high school, and when Tensei used his quirk to people almost died, Hisashi." "That's besides the point. It was still fun and we were only banned for 5 years. They kept this up all the way into the grocery store, going up and down each aisle and looking for whatever they needed. Shoyuta mostly got the actual stuff they needed like eggs and rice while Hizashi looked at some of the junk like shrimp chips and mochi ice cream. Hey, do you want to get popcorn and we can watch a movie? Hizashi asked, holding up a box of caramel popcorn. Before I go to work. Yeah, but not caramel. Just regular salty? Shoyuta hummed in response, which Hizashi took as a yes, and crouched down to search for it. Shoyuta leaned against the cart, watching him until he resurfaced with the right box. It's hidden behind all the special ones, he explained. Who knew chocolate sprinkle popcorn could actually be a thing? What's the point? Shoyuta quirked an eyebrow. Why not just add the chocolate and sprinkles yourself? Maybe there's a high demand for it and we don't know. Hizashi tossed the box into the cart, where it effectively crushed the bread. Excellent. Excuse me, a timid voice sounded from behind, and Hizashi turned to see who was speaking. It was a kid, about 12 or 13, clutching a notebook to his chest and looking a bit uneasy. Can you sign this for me? He asked, holding the notebook out along with a pen. Sure. Hizashi said brightly, surprised that the kid could recognize him out of costume, but the kid shook his head and said, Not you him. He pointed to where Shoyuta was standing, and Hizashi didn't miss the way Shuta's eyes widened by a fraction. Nursing his slightly wounded pride, he laughed out loud and said, Of course. Shuta, you're becoming more famous now. You H.doi signed this to anybody? Shoyuta blinked, and the boy said, My name is Tetsuo. Shoyuta awkwardly scrawled his hero name on a random page in the notebook, followed by a, Thanks, Tetsuo. When he handed it back, Tetsuo smiled wide before dashing off to meet another boy who looked like his older brother. First of all, you need to work on your signature so you can be better prepared for all of your adoring fans, and secondly, holy shit, you have adoring fans. Hizashi grinned, clapping a hand to Shuta's back. Shoyuta gave him a look. You have a separate signature for this kind of stuff? Yep, Hizashi said, popping the P. He was still getting over the embarrassing fact that he'd mistaken the kid for wanting his signature, before arguing with himself that was usually what happened, considering Shoyuta was more of an underground hero. If I've got fans, I don't think I'm doing this underground hero thing correctly, Shoyuta sighed, before pushing against the grocery cart and beginning to wheel down another aisle. Don't be a downer, Hizashi said, scanning the shelves for anything else he might want. Hey, let's get cocoa. What? So you can use it as a sandwich topping again? Shoyuta snorted, and Hizashi responded to this by throwing a bag of shrimp chips at his head. After buying groceries and cooking a simple dinner of omuris, Hizashi got the popcorn ready while Shoyuta looked through all the movies he had. Horror, Shoyuta suggested, holding up a film that had personally made Hizashi terrified and nearly hang up on every phone call he received out of fear it'd say, You're going to die in 7 days. No, Hizashi said forcefully. Why don't you go for something lighthearted for a change? It's not going to kill you to watch one rom-com in your life. Godzilla? Dude. No. After much debate, they finally decided on a detective movie with lots of mindless action and the occasional SEC scenes sprinkled in. The movie was clearly trying to be a sort of Sherlock Holmes, but without any Sherlock NG. In Hizashi's opinion, it was utterly hilarious. Throughout the whole movie, Hizashi commented on everything the protagonist did, mostly because the script couldn't keep a consistent characterization of him and couldn't decide if he was a very intelligent man with lots of physical skill or a man who knew only how to fight with his own brain. That was dumb. Hizashi snickered as he swiped a few stray popcorn kernels into the bowl, the ending credits rolling on screen. We should have gone with Godzilla, Shoyuta said. Hizashi threw a popcorn kernel at his head. No. They began to work on grading, comfortable with sitting in silence until 10:30 came, and Hizashi needed to get ready and head to the radio station. Most of the time he went to the radio station in full hero gear, but sometimes he went casually. His production staff were among the only people who could instantly recognize him out of costume. Will you be listening to the midnight segment? Hizashi asked as put his hair up in a bun, eyeing Shoyuta out of the corner of his eye. If I don't fall asleep, Shoyuta mumbled, circling something on an essay. Alright, don't stay up all night, Hizashi said, before leaving the apartment and making his way down to his car. Luckily, apartment security had gotten rid of all the reporters since it was after 9, so the trip was peaceful. Hisashi was trying not to think about what state the station would be in. Would there be people outside? Exactly how many calls would he get concerning he and Shuda's relationship during his midnight segment? Hopefully, not too many. Shoyuda turned on the radio at 1:45, still busying himself with his students' papers. When Hisashi started his segment, he set them aside and relaxed on the couch, listening to Hisashi introduce himself. At first, he merely talked about the week, made a few jokes here and there, and Shoyuda found himself relaxing enough to drift off, until Hisashi began the part of his show where he would accept calls for whoever was listening at 12:30 in the goddamn morning. First listener please, state your name and area. Suki, in Aizu that I just wanted to say, big fan. Came a warbled voice. And I'm dying to know, just as I'm sure everybody else is, how long have you and Eraserhead been together? Wow, we're beginning the night with that. Hisashi laughed, before launching into what they'd come up with days ago. We've known each other since high school actually. At first we didn't like each other, but then we became best buds along with Tensei Ida, or as you guys know him, Ingenium. I asked him out around 7 years ago, 'cause that's when I finally got my own radio show and I was super excited. And that we only got married very recently. Oh, Suki said. You didn't get married as soon as it was made legal? I considered it, Hisashi said. But nah, that kind of stuff needs to wait. You can't just jump on the first chance you get. Shoyuda tried remembering what it had been like when it was first legalized. There'd been lots of parties and that year's Rainbow Parade had been full of newly wedded couples. Hisashi himself had been particularly excited, which Shoyuda had at first assumed was his generally peppy self being ecstatic with the news, but now that he knew Hisashi liked men too, maybe he was happy for that reason? But then again, there probably wasn't any reason that Hisashi would start dating another guy and even marry him, what with being a hero and all. Hell, Hisashi hadn't even wanted to tell Shoyuda. Shoyuda sighed. After all this, if Hisashi really wanted to, he could start dating a guy and marry him and just say he and Shoyuda divorced because they realized they were better off as friends, or something. Even if they weren't really in a relationship, it hurt to think about. The next caller was a woman in Kyoto who spent a good 5 minutes gushing over Hisashi this and Hisashi that. Shoyuda snorted as she began to describe him as built like a Greek god. He was drifting off again when another caller came in asking for details about he and Hisashi's relationship. Is it really smooth, or are there bumps in the road? We have troubles just like regular couples. Hisashi answered. We argue over what kind of movies to watch, if I'm allowed to buy Coco or not. We used to fight a lot more in high school, but once we graduated and calmed down, major fights became few and far between. Fight a lot more was a bit of an understatement. They'd hated each other when Shoyuda transferred in from general studies, Shoyuda thinking Hisashi as pretentious and Hisashi thinking Shoyuda as arrogant. When they actually became friends, they ended up getting into lots of arguments about stupid things, to the point where Tensei and Nomuri both threatened that they'd tie them both up if they fought anymore. Hisashi kept talking, and Shoyuda shifted against the cushions of the couch, feeling the tension seep out of his body. Hisashi's talking has been able to help him relax for years, something he realized halfway through their last year of high school. He wasn't sure when exactly that had actually happened, when he'd started finding Hisashi's voice somewhat comforting, but on many nights when he was battling insomnia he'd ended up turning on Hisashi's show to listen to. The next couple of callers asked about some radio event Hisashi had had a few weeks ago, until an elderly woman in Osaka called asking if Hisashi had ever been in a relationship with another man. Nope, Hisashi responded instantly, his voice taking on a bit of a different tone. Shoyuda, that is, Eraserhead, is my one and only. I dated for a while in high school, but it was never longer than a couple of weeks, and it was all girls. I just couldn't be out back then, Yano? But here's the thing, I've always liked him. He was one of my best friends and he's super cool and we've actually got a lot of things in common. Even if it doesn't seem like it at first. Shoyuda was tired enough that if he pretended, it almost sounded like Hisashi was genuine and actually meant it. Has actually really liked Shoyuda since high school. even if he himself was kind of only coming to realize his own feelings now. We did a lot of things together, from homework to partnering up during exercises. Man, I actually feel really bad for Teningenium, must have SEG being our third wheel. Shoyuta adjusted the position of his neck and shoulders so that when he fell asleep, he wouldn't wake up with a crick. Listening to Hizashi's endless rambling about their relationship, he slipped into sleep. Shoyuta was awoken by the sound of Hizashi coming home about 6 hours later, but he didn't open his eyes, fearing that if he did there was no way he'd be able to fall back asleep. He listened to Hizashi's light grunting as he took off his shoes and moved around a bit, trying to relax once again. He heard Hizashi approach, and was surprised when an arm slid under his knees and another one behind his neck, and he was being lifted. He was carried to Hizashi's bedroom and set gently on the bed, and since there was no real reason to open his eyes he didn't bother doing so, and moments later the bed shook as Hizashi collapsed onto it. Shoyuta woke up again at noon, this time peeling his eyes open to glare at Hizashi's window. He didn't have any curtains, so the offensive sunlight was shining directly in his face. Sitting up groggily, he rubbed at his eyes, brushing a few strands of hair away from the corner of his mouth and glaring at his surroundings. He vaguely remembered Hizashi carrying him to bed, but currently, Hizashi wasn't anywhere in sight. Shoyuta unraveled the blanket from his legs and got to his feet, stretching. He couldn't hear Hizashi moving around, so perhaps he'd gone out. Checking his phone, he saw that Hizashi had left him a text saying he was going to get his suit cleaned and to call him when he was awake. Pressing the call button, Shoyuta held the phone up to his ear and waited for Hizashi to answer. "Talk to me," Hizashi answered after the second ring. "I'm awake," Shoyuta said, wincing as his voice came out. Garbled and heavy. Somehow, though, Hizashi seemed to understand his morning-noon speech. "Great," Hizashi said, and Shoyuta could hear honking cars. "Get ready and meet me downstairs in 10 minutes, okay?" "Why?" Shoyuta grumbled. There was no way he could properly wake up and get dressed in 10 minutes. It just wasn't possible. "I'll bring you coffee," Hizashi said, dodging the question before hanging up. Shoyuta dropped his phone onto the bed with a tired sigh. He managed to get dressed and run a hand disinterestedly through his hair before stepping into the elevator nearly 15 minutes later, still wondering where Hizashi was going to take him. Hizashi was waiting with a large cup full of black coffee when he stepped out of the building, and he climbed into the passenger seat and made an instant grab for it. "Morning, sleeping beauty," Hizashi snorted, scrolling through his phone. "Okay, give me a sec and then we'll get going." Shoyuta was content with just sipping the coffee, wondering why the sun had to be so bright and everything else had to be so loud. Hizashi set his phone aside before shifting gears, backing up and then moving forward again. Shoyuta watched the surrounding buildings go by, mind still hazy. As the coffee helped him feel more awake, though, he realized they were heading into the shopping center of the district, and turned to glare at Hizashi. "Where are we going?" he asked in an accusing sort of voice. "Getting you fitted for a suit," Hizashi said sheepishly, and flinched when Shuta's glare turned up to 11. "Hey, don't look at me like that. Do you want to show up in your press conference suit? Do you even still have it?" "No. I don't know which one you were saying no to, but that's a good enough reason for me." Hizashi came to a stop outside of a dress shop, stalling the engine before stepping out. Shoyuta only got out because he knew resistance was futile, and Hizashi would drag him into the shop one way or another. Awaiting them was an older lady with graying red hair dressed in a blue pantsuit, and when Hizashi approached she smiled and greeted him with familiarity. "Yamada," she said, before turning her to gaze to Shoyuta. "Your husband?" "Yamada as well." "He kept his surname," Hizashi said sheepishly. "Aizawa." "Ah, Aizawa." She nodded. "You can call me Kawamoto." "Right this way, please." He was led to a fitting area where a boy in his late teens stood with a measuring tape, standing as if he were waiting for orders. "Why are you making me do this?" Shoyuta grumbled to Hizashi under his breath, and Hizashi placed his hands on Shuta's shoulders. "You are not showing up to the gay ball looking like a hobo who has just crawled from a trash can, sir. We're going to show up and we're going to look nice and we're going to support our students." Kawamoto waved to the teenager, who rushed forward with his measuring tape. Shoyuta lifted his arm as he ran the length of the tape alongside it, begrudgingly following Kawamoto's instructions. Shoyuta did not like suits. He'd never had proper enough reason to wear them until the press conference, where he'd subtly declared a war upon the villains who'd kidnapped Bakugo by putting effort into his appearance. Also, he supposed, because the media would cheat on him if he'd shown up in his normal hero attire, but they weren't that important. Just simple black fabric, or something else? Kawamoto asked Hizashi. Black, Shoyuta said before Hizashi could say anything weird and ridiculous, like green and red tiger stripes. But that's boring, Hizashi exclaimed, looking scandalized. Come on, how about purple? No. Blue. Better, but still no. If I may suggest, Kawamoto intervened, before turning to him. How about a deep blue? Dark enough to almost seem black, but not quite. It's a compromise for you both. Shoyuta and Hizashi stared at each other for a few seconds, before Shoyuta sighed and relented by saying, fine. Yes. Hizashi pumped his fist. We're gonna look great together. Sure, Shoyuta snorted doubtfully. The boy nudged his legs aside so he could measure them. After all of his measurements had been taken, Shoyuta had stiffened up and nearly hit the boy when he felt the measuring tape across his, but they sat on a bench in the fitting room as Kawamoto disappeared into a separate room to do whatever it is she was going to do. I'm picking the tie, Hizashi said, his legs spread out wide. If someone came running along, they would probably trip over them. Don't make it green, Shoyuta grumbled, thinking back to Hizashi's ties and the startling number of them that were in different shades of green. Nah, I was thinking pink or red. This was awful and Shoyuta just wanted to go back to sleep. Let's go get lunch after this, Hizashi suggested as 2 o'clock neared. Then we can go back, get ready, and be there in no time. Are we staying the whole time? Shoyuta asked, crossing his arms and leaning back. I was hoping to, but if we're gonna leave, can we leave at 9? 8:30, Shoyuta said. Deal. Kawamoto exited the side room with Shuta's suit in hand, and Shoyuta had to admit that it wasn't completely awful. It could be much, much worse, like the purple atrocity Hizashi himself was going to wear. She requested Shoyuta try it out, so he stepped into the fitting room to do so. Everything fit right, nothing was too short or too long, but that was precisely why Shoyuta disliked it. He much preferred his clothes to be baggy. Stepping out, he was met with Kawamoto clapping and Hizashi glancing away, as if he couldn't look at Shoyuta. What? Shoyuta asked, and Hizashi glanced back towards him. Nothing, it's just. Hizashi breathed out. Wow. It's not bad, huh? It's fitted, Shoyuta mumbled. I can see how much it wraps around my arms and it bothers me. It does show your muscles nicely, Kawamoto complimented. Which was precisely how I meant it to be. You're a fit young man, Aizawa, but you almost can't tell with that absolute trash bag you wear as your hero costume. If I had leg muscles like yours, you'd be seeing me in a skirt right now. Thanks, Shoyuta said. Appreciate it. Stop being sarcastic, Hizashi scolded, before turning to Kawamoto. Thanks a bunch. How much dash? It's on the house, Kawamoto smiled, taking Hizashi's hands into her own and squeezing them. Mostly because I wish I'd been invited to the wedding and I could have made your suit. Consider this a late wedding gift of sorts. You're the best. Hizashi cried, throwing his arms around her. Shoyuta stepped back inside the fitting room awkwardly to change back into his normal clothes. He could only assume Kawamoto had made the rest of Hizashi's horrendous suits. They got lunch at a fast food restaurant, eating in Hizashi's car as they stared at the afternoon traffic. I've known her for a few years, Hizashi was saying. She's the only one who will meet my outrageous demands. It took me a good 3 days to find her. Everybody else kept telling me I was crazy. You are, Shoyuta snorted, before staring at Hizashi's food. You're killing your burrito. He'd managed to squeeze out at least half of its contents onto the little paper it had come wrapped up in, and Hizashi groaned as he examined the damage. I always do that. He whimpered dramatically. I can't ever eat one of these goddamn things normally. Get a taco next time. Burritos are better. Hizashi's face morphed into one a bit more serious as he changed the subject. I got an email from Junko Kageyama, you know, the TV show host. She's been on my show a couple of times and she wants to talk to me about that, you know, us. Why? Shoyuta asked, raising his eyebrows. Well, in her words, gay people have to meet every once in a while, but in more seriousness, she's really happy that we're married. Hizashi cleared his throat. She gave me a link to a blog post she'd made and told me that it had been really important to her, despite how much she jokes about it on her show. I was kind of thinking, yeah, I'd like to go on. Your choice, Shoyuta said, lifting a shoulder to shrug. I think Namuri linked me to the same post. She's wondering if Monday's fine. Hizashi took a bite out of his ruined burrito, chewing silently before saying, just checking with you first, because I know we said we weren't going to talk to the press. It's fine, Shoyuta sighed, and Hizashi smiled at him. They finished eating their lunch, picked up Hizashi's suit and drove back to Hizashi's apartment, where Hizashi instantly got to work on getting ready and Shoyuta tried to finish his grading from the night before. As 6 drew nearer, Shoyuta kept getting oddly nervous. It was just a ball, and it wasn't as if he'd never been to one of Yui's events before, but this time he was showing up as someone's husband, and people were probably expecting them to do things normal couples did, like dance and stuff. Shoyuta doesn't even know how to dance. Hizashi stepped outside of the bathroom with his hair half done up in a sort of high ponytail, with several loose strands clipped back at the side of his head. It was a practiced, careful sort of effortless look, even though Shoyuta knew he'd spent at least 20 minutes doing it. He was dressed in his suit, which while painful to look at least wasn't as bad as Hizashi's others. You know, I'm still a bit suspicious about this suit, Hizashi said, looking down at himself. Why isn't it sparkling or anything? Be glad you own something that at least looks semi-normal. Hush and get ready, Hizashi told him, and Shoyuta got off the couch and grabbed the suit Kawamoto had tailored for him. He took his time getting dressed, spending a good amount trying to figure out how to tie the tie. Hizashi came to check on him and took pity, adjusting his tie for him with a smile. Can't even tie your own tie, he teased before spinning Shoyuta around to stare in the mirror. The tie was a darker red, quite plain looking in fact. Shoyuta was surprised Hizashi had it in him to select something so plain. What are you going to do with your hair? Leave it. Oh, come on, Hizashi groaned, threading his fingers into Shuta's hair and giving his head a light tug. Please. Let me braid it. Shoyuta sighed before his shoulders slumped. But if it starts annoying me later on, I'll take it out. Fair enough, Hizashi grinned, before reaching past Shoyuta to grab a hair tie, his chin pressing into the side of Shuta's neck briefly. Shoyuta bowed his head a bit as Hizashi got to work, carefully brushing strands of Shuta's hair out of his face and gathering it into careful tufts. The pads of Hizashi's fingers occasionally brushed against his neck, and after a couple of minutes, Hizashi declared, "Done." Shoyuta looked up to see that all of his hair had been pulled back and away from his face, the scar beneath his eye visible for all to see. Hizashi was peering over his shoulder to smirk at him, and Shoyuta reached up to grab at the braid and examine it. It was much better than he could have done himself, and he dropped it. Hizashi turned him to face him once again, adjusting his lapels for him, before glancing up to find Shoyuta staring. A moment later, though, Hizashi was reaching up to brush at Shuta's scar, his fingers laying against Shuta's cheek and his thumb brushing beneath Shuta's eye. Shoyuta unconsciously leaned into the touch, and the air between them suddenly became a bit heavier, as if charged with static. Finally, Hizashi stepped back, clearing his throat, and said, "All right, let's get going." The drive to Yui was filled with Hizashi's awful, awful singing. He turned on the radio and started singing as soon as a song came on, and Shoyuta was 90% sure Hizashi was singing horribly on purpose. As they approached Yui, the glowing lights in the distance seemed to glow brighter, and Shoyuta felt his eyes widen as he stared at the crowd that had gathered outside of Yui. It was like the red carpet. There was tape separating the entrance to Yui and the crowd as students and teachers alike walked down it, dressed nicely. Some of the crowd seemed to be reporters or people interested in seeing what was going on, training their cameras on each student as they arrived. Shoyuta watched Todoroki and Midoriya walk arm in arm, almost as if they wanted the cameras to see them together, and Shoyuta briefly remembered the nasty surprise Todoroki had been talking about before. However, he was soon distracted by the others. Among the reporters were at least 100 or so people, many holding signs and shouting angrily, protesting the ball. Hizashi scowled at all the protesters who were milling around the front gate as close as they could get, shouting in the direction of the school, but occasionally directing their comments to the students walking past. A few police officers were at the scene to keep everyone at bay, hands raised and occasionally shouting back at the protesters. Of course something like this would happen. Of course. Hizashi stepped out of the car, squinting at the setting sun, before sliding his sunglasses down over his eyes and putting on his best poker face. Shoyuta followed, shoulders hunching now that he didn't have his scarf or hair to hide behind. How much trouble do you think we'd be in if I punched one of them? Hizashi murmured out of the corner of his mouth as they made their way to the entrance. Nobody seemed to have noticed them yet. Don't do it, Shoyuta said back. These people are already trying to make a demon out of you. Hizashi bit his tongue as he heard a particularly nasty comment directed to two female third years walking hand in hand, temper rising. Okay, fine, people can do this sort of thing to him, he can understand that, but these were students who hadn't done anything to deserve this. They were just going to a freaking ball to have fun. They were holding hands. Hizashi fell back a step so he was now shoulder to shoulder with Shoyuta, and wrapped his arm around Shuta's waist, fingertips secured on his hip. Shoyuta didn't stiffen up or anything, just straightened up a bit, and to his surprise, placed his hand on the small of Hizashi's back. Cameras focused on them as they approached and Hizashi put on a wide smile as they walked past, the lights flashing brightly in their faces. He was glad he had his sunglasses on. Something was thrown in their direction, but one of the police officers extended his hand to catch it and shouted at the crowd. Hizashi couldn't tell due to all the flashing lights, but he was pretty sure it was a rock. They made it past the entrance, but Hizashi didn't take his hand off of Shuta's waist until they entered the building. The UE grounds were littered with groups of students here and there, standing together and talking while ignoring the crowd outside, and many turned to look at them as they made their way into the building. Hizashi could feel the back of his neck burning a bit as everyone stared. The inside of the school seemed to have been, somehow, completely renovated for the occasion. Bright lights flashed from above and the glittery glass ceiling showed the colors of the sun setting in the sky. Tables were spread out and laden with food while the attendees milled about. On several of the tables there were pamphlets that many attendees seemed interested in, picking them up to look at and read. Music played loudly enough to be heard, but not loud enough to drown out the din of the crowd. Wow, it looks great, Hizashi said, forgetting his anger towards the protesters as he gawked at all the rainbow-themed decorations, impressed. Despite having attended several of Yui's events like this several times, they never failed to surprise him, no matter the occasion, and this was no exception. Are we going to sit down or stand in the middle of the floor the whole time? Shoyuta asked and Hizashi huffed before turning to scan the crowd for a certain few familiar faces. It didn't take very long even if the last time he saw these faces had been a year ago. Tensei! Emi! He called out as he rushed forward to greet them, dragging Shoyuta along. Emi was dressed in a garish suit that made all of Hizashi's look normal, while Tensei was in a simple button-down and dress slacks. Hizashi took in his friend's appearance, smile straining a bit as he caught sight of his condition. He'd been so busy he hadn't had any time to visit Tensei in the hospital, and hadn't seen him in such a long time. To see the other incapacitated and bound to a wheelchair when he was so used to him being a solid figure standing tall made Hizashi feel sad. You okay? Tensei asked when he noticed Hizashi was beginning to choke up. Sorry, it's just holy shit, man. Hizashi bent down to hug Tensei, trying to fight back the strong feelings that were suddenly boiling in his chest. It's been a long time. Sure has, Tensei snorted. I don't see you two for a year and then I hear you're married. Aizawa! Emi crowed, having been silent for long enough. My good sir, how are you doing? While it pains my heart that our love is no more, I still hope you're faring well. Fukukado! Shoyuta greeted stiffly before being pulled into a hug by Tensei. I see you're still very much a hugger despite being unable to stand. Come on, you know you love it. Hizashi turned to Emi while Shoyuta fell victim to Tensei's grip, holding his hand out to shake hers. How's everything going? It was all fine and well. Emmy sobbed dramatically, holding a hand to her face. But then I found out that the love of my life loves me no more. He's found someone else. Yeah, Shoyuta grunted, managing to free himself from Tensei. So you can stop calling me your husband. He's my husband now, Hisashi grinned, and Emmy guffawed as if that was the most hilarious thing she'd ever heard, ever. It came as a bit of a surprise to me when I found out you two were married. Emmy waved her arms dramatically. I totally knew Aizawa swung that way, but the marriage? Not expecting that. You what? Shoyuta asked, for once looking thunderstruck. Knew? About you? Of course I did. Why did you think I joked about us being in love so much? Emmy leaned forward to grasp his hands, her smile so wide it looked almost unnatural. We were a great comedic duo. Don't think I'm forgiving you for not telling me about being married, by the way, Tensei said, and Hisashi gave an apologetic smile. What happened to being BFFs, huh? First of all, I gave you that locket as a joke in middle school, Hisashi said, pointing a finger at him. Secondly, it was . We couldn't have risked it. Hero work and all. I know. Tensei's serious expression was broken by his smile, and Hisashi was glad to see that he was still the same person even after everything. Also, I'm not sure what the rules are on snogging anymore, but you should probably separate those two before it gets out of hand. Hisashi peered over his shoulder to see Jairu and Yaoyorozu. They're fine. Probably. They're responsible kids. But when I did it, it was the crime of the century, Tensei huffed, and Emmy broke into peals of laughter. She seemed unusually giggly tonight, and that's saying something considering who she is. Shoyuta had sat down, so Hisashi followed and sat in the seat next to him, their knees knocking together briefly. A few students were looking over at them curiously, and Hisashi knew they were probably going to be the main focus of the event, considering they were kind of the reason it was being held in the first place. They'd be watching, waiting for he and Shoyuta to do something like kiss or hold hands or dance. It's been a while since Hisashi's kissed someone, so he wasn't sure if he was still a good one or was rusty and in need of some practice. If he needed to kiss Shoyuta, he needed to leave the impression that he was also the greatest kisser ever. Earth to Major Tom, Emmy said next to his ear, and Hisashi jumped a bit. Great to see you're still lucid. Some party, huh? I think I've consumed at least half of the cupcakes. Say, where's Namuri? I haven't seen her yet. I don't think she's arriving till later, Hisashi answered, and Emmy nodded before tugging at her suit jacket, adjusting it. Why? Just haven't seen her in such a long time. Hey, if she produced a song, would it be a sleeper hit? Hisashi and Emmy both laughed while Shoyuta sighed. Tensei simply looked amused, as if he'd already heard the joke. A few minutes of conversation carried after, Emmy taking nearly every moment she could to joke about Hisashi and Shuta's relationship, to the point where it was becoming a bit unbearable. As Emmy continued laughing, Hisashi leaned in to whisper to Shoyuta, "Is she always like this? I don't hang around her as much as you did, but..." "This is worse than usual," Shoyuta snorted, "but maybe I've just forgotten." She was swinging from being a bit more subdued to cracking a joke on every breath, as if she couldn't decide on the mood she wanted to set. Hisashi kind of felt awkward due to it, so he stood up with the announcement of, "I'm getting food." "I'll follow," Emmy said with bubbliness, jumping to her feet. "I'm starving." "Didn't you just say you've eaten like 10 cupcakes?" Tensei asked, raising an eyebrow in concern. "Small details. I've got a lot of laughing gas in here," Emmy chortled, before hooking her arm with Hisashi's and dragging him to one of the tables. The food mostly seemed to be of the dessert or fruit variety, though there was some sushi and gyoza. Hisashi got a plate and piled it high with cupcakes, cookies, and a few grapes. He debated on taking some gyoza, but in the end decided not to. Emmy's plate held much more food than his, and as far as he knew, she was just getting all that food for herself. Just looking at the amount made him feel queasy. "So really, how has everything been?" Hisashi asked as she bent over the sushi, inspecting it. She smiled at him before taking a bite out of a strawberry, not answering. Hisashi didn't know her as well as Shoyuta probably did, but he did know that there was something off, though he couldn't tell what. Would it be rude to just straight up ask? How's all the stuff with the media? Anybody giving you any trouble? Emmy asked, turning to walk towards another table, which had even more food, though these seemed more like salads and breads. What do you expect? Hisashi asked, raising an eyebrow. Did you see all the protesters? I had to restrain myself from kicking their buttes. Then you'd have a lawsuit on your hands. Emmy said cheerfully, selecting a garlic roll and nearly dropping it. Whoops, not nearly as coordinated as I'd like to think. So not getting married. How'd that happen? Oh, I asked him out a long time ago, but he was the one who proposed, Hisashi said, thinking to the story they'd made up. Well, it had been less, and more, Hisashi. Emmy dropped her garlic roll for real this time. I see, she said, kicking the garlic roll to the side, before turning around. I see. And then Hisashi got it. Wait, hang on, he said before she could walk away, balancing the plate in one hand and reaching out with his other to grasp her forearm. He let go when she turned back to look at him, eyes wide. Ida, did you actually like Shoyuta? I don't think there's quite a point in saying, she said, voice taking on an unusually flat tone. It wasn't anywhere near as flat as Shuta's, but considering her personality, hearing it that way just seemed alien and unnatural. It doesn't matter right now, does it? We're at a party. Feelings are a sensitive subject, especially feelings for a dark-haired, brooding underground hero. Hisashi knew those especially well. And he also knows what it's like for those feelings to not be returned. Even though Emmy probably didn't want it, he felt sympathy for her and could sympathize with her, and he also felt like he was in the wrong, somehow. He and Shoyuta weren't really together, but everyone thought they were, Emmy included, and it just made him feel bad. They met through Shoyuta and had hit it off, both having lots in common, but for a while he thought Emmy's jokes about being attracted to Shoyuta were simply jokes. Now he realized that was yet another thing they had in common. How could he try and talk to her about it, though? He appeared to be in a different position compared to her when in reality, they were both in the same one. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable or anything. It's totally okay to talk about your feelings. Wow, he's being a huge hypocrite right now. I just always thought you were joking. About loving that handsome hunk? No way. Emmy's voice had returned to its joking manner, though her eyes were now downcast. I'm sorry, Yamada, I'm trying not to be this way. I'm happy for you too, I really am. It doesn't matter in the end if I didn't get Aizawa. If he's happy about it, I better be too. She turned her attention to her plate, before selecting a heart-shaped cookie and moving it in his face. You won Aizawa's heart. And for knowing you're making him happy, you're on top of the list of one of my favorite people in the world. Cheers. She wandered off towards the drinks and Hisashi followed, still feeling a bit off. He greeted Ken as he balanced 2 cups of punch in one hand, before thinking it was all quite enough for he, Shoyuta, and Tensei. He lingered, however, waiting for Emmy, and smiled at students who passed by. When she returned with a bottle of water, they walked back to where Shoyuta and Tensei were sitting, Tensei chattering about something while Shoyuta stared down at his feet. Hey, Hisashi said, and Shuta's head jerked upwards, looking like a startled cat. Hisashi flinched a bit at the reaction, wondering what had happened in the 3 minutes they'd been gone. Hisashi offered the plate of food to Shoyuta, who took a handful of grapes and nothing else. He and Emmy sat back down for a bit, talking with Tensei. Tenya and Namuri both actually invited me here too, Tensei said. I couldn't exactly deny after having 3 invites, could I? Couldn't Tenya just force you to come by wheeling you here? Emmy asked. This is Tenya we're talking about. I don't think the possibility would have crossed his mind even once. They chuckled, and as they did so, Tenya himself appeared behind his brother, looking down at him. I would like to introduce you to my friends, he said, gesturing with his familiar strange hand movements. If you don't have any protests. All right, Mr. Roboto, Tensei agreed, and Tenya bowed to the rest of them before leading Tensei off to where Tenya's friends stood. I'm going to the restroom, Shoyuta said as soon as he left, standing up abruptly and stalking away. Hisashi stared after him, frowning. What had happened? Something happened with Tensei, probably, Emmy said, as if reading his thoughts. Unless he's come to the startling realization that he left the stove on. We haven't even used it today, Hisashi argued, before shifting in his seat so he was facing Emi better. Her hands were folded in her lap, legs crossed at the ankle, and she was watching the entrance, no doubt for Nemuri. She hadn't been joking as much after their short conversation at the concessions, but that didn't mean Hisashi wasn't overthinking he should somehow make things right, even though they might not even be wrong in the first place. I know how it feels, Hisashi began, and Emi's head snapped towards him. I mean for Shoyuta to not like you back and stuff. You're literally married. I mean, before that. Hisashi cleared his throat and giggled nervously, hoping he hadn't just gave away the whole thing, but Emi seemed satisfied because she prompted him to go on. Having those feelings and not being able to actually express them, or them being disregarded, it's super tough, especially when they're towards someone like Shoyuta, who isn't exactly Little Miss Sunshine and emotions make him physically sick. Emi snorted, and Hisashi found the words coming much easier. I'm sorry if I sound like a jackass or anything, but there's another person out there waiting for you and they're gonna be awesome and I definitely want to be invited to the wedding. God, he hoped he didn't sound like an a-hole. Was that an a-hole-ish thing to say? However, to his relief Emi just smiled before leaning forward to squish her palms against his cheeks. You're a cool bird, Yamada, she said, before standing up, stretching. And I think I see Nemuri over there. I'll catch you later, cool kid. Bye, Hisashi said, watching her leave. He returned his attention to his plate, picking off a few of the brownies, before setting it aside and getting to his feet. Shoyuta was taking a while in the bathroom, but they did have tacos earlier, and Hisashi knows full well that tacos are highly dangerous foods to eat. Don't eat tacos. Hisashi began to make his way around the ballroom, taking the time to say hello to the students and invites who'd come. Good evening, sir, Azui greeted him as he waved. She was standing next to Uraraka, a personal favorite of his, and they were both dressed in dresses, though Uraraka's was very poofy whereas Azui's was more slim. Both had a flower in their hair, which he suspected they gave each other. How do you like everything so far? Hisashi asked, grinning. How much have you eaten? I think I've eaten one of everything. Uraraka said earnestly. Everything is so fun. I'm learning a whole lot. The pamphlets are very interesting, Azui said, looking down at the one she was currently holding. There's stuff I didn't know about, Ribbit. Are you both here with a date or by yourselves or in a group? I'm her date, Uraraka said proudly, placing her hand on Azui's shoulder. Sorry, sir, but we've got to get back to the others, they're waiting on us. Hisashi watched them leave for Tenya, Midoriya, Todoroki and Tensei, who looked amused as his brother talked rapidly and gestured to the others several times. Hisashi could only assume they were still in the introduction stage. A few more minutes of wandering later, Hisashi was really beginning to worry about Shoyuta. Deciding to go check on him, he maneuvered his way around. The crowd, taking note of the many eyes glancing in his direction, no doubt wondering where Shoyuta was. However, it didn't take very long for Hisashi to find Shoyuta, who had returned to where they'd all been sitting earlier, staring at the crowd. You all right? Hisashi asked, sitting across from him. Shoyuta glanced towards him before his eyes flickered away, almost as if he didn't want to look at him. Hisashi frowned, wondering what the hell had happened. Maybe it was just being here in general? Yeah, stuff like this wasn't Shuta's thing, but he didn't really ever act like this. I'm fine, Shoyuta said at last, but Hisashi didn't really believe him, but he chose not to press the topic. Not now, anyways. They sat in companionable silence for a little bit, watching the students mingle. Most just seemed to be talking or eating, but a few were dancing, Kirishima and Bakugo included. They both looked determined to dance in the most extreme fashion possible with little to no regard of the people around them, though Hisashi was completely sure Bakugo was dancing like this so he could repeatedly knock into Kaminari on purpose. There were a few pro-heroes present, though none dressed in their hero gear, so it had taken him a while to recognize them: Empty Lady, the Pussycats, and Yuabami, and considering Nedzu had said he'd invited a few pro-heroes for this event, Hisashi assumed they'd all been invited due to specific ties to the LGBT community. Hisashi returned his attention to Shoyuta, who looked like he was nodding off. Hey, no sleeping. I'm not. Shoyuta opened his eyes. Just thinking. Before Hisashi could ask about what, there came loud feedback from a microphone being turned on, followed by a testing. Testing. Hisashi's head whipped around to see Namuri standing near the DJ table, Emi next to her, and staring directly at them with a smirk. Hello all, and thank you for attending. She announced, gesturing wide with one arm, the other holding the microphone to her face. We have some very special guests here today, pro heroes you know and love. Give them a round of applause. There was applause and a few whoops. The ladies seemed to bask in it. They're very important members of our community, both heroic and gay. Namuri flashed a wink, before pointing directly at Hisashi and Shoyuta. However, there's a certain couple here that's a good portion of the reason this event is even being held. Good friends of mine, I've prepared a few special songs for you tonight, none expel CT, I promise. And these go out to you too. There was more applause as Namuri set the microphone down and Emi leaned over the computer on the DJ table, and a few seconds later the song changed abruptly to something much slower than before. Several students started dancing, almost as if they'd been waiting for this moment, and those who were milling around in the center began to back up, creating a dance floor. He spotted Uraraka and Azui, Todoroki and Midoriya, before realizing that now almost everybody was staring at them. Hisashi got to his feet, clearing his throat. All right. Dancing with Shoyuta. He can do this. He turned to face Shoyuta, who was staring at where Namuri still stood. Hisashi extended his hand and asked, "Shall we dance?" Dances had never been Shuta's thing. He'd never actually learned how to dance, deeming it unimportant to learn, and whenever Yui held special events and Hisashi dragged him along, he stuck to the walls or lingered by the concessions wondering how much food he could fit into his pocket so he could leave and eat it. This time he was actually talking to people, though it wasn't too bad considering it was Tensei and Fukukado, who he both knew. Namuri wasn't here yet, which was both good and bad, he supposed. Namuri could talk up a storm, but it was better than Fukukado joking up a storm. He watched her and Hisashi walked away to get food, glad that his ears were finally catching a break. He turned to look at Tensei, who was smiling at him knowingly. What? It's nothing, Tensei said, before quickly adding, you know what, actually. It is something. Man, you really have no idea how happy I am for the both of you. Oh. No, seriously. Tensei leaned forward eagerly. I've been waiting for this to happen for a really long time, since high school. Do you know how crazy Hisashi was for you? Shoyuta raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit skeptical. What? You don't know? His expression changed to one of amazement. He was head over fucking heels for you. I had to endure 2 weeks of solid spam from him that mostly consisted of F-, and he's pretty Tensei. Shoyuta stilled, staring at the other man. He's known Tensei for 15 years, and Tensei jokes sometimes, but he wouldn't joke about something like this. Tensei wouldn't be telling him this if there wasn't some form of truth to it, but at the same time, Shoyuta couldn't quite believe what he was hearing. Shoyuta cleared his throat and tried speaking again. Did he really? Would I lie about this? Tensei held his hands up as if surrendering. Really, meh? I think it started second year, but he's always been kind of stupid about you. I just wish he'd told me when he actually asked you out. I'm perfectly good at keeping secrets. I've always told him, hey, just go ahead and ask Shoyuta out, but when he actually does ask you out he doesn't even tell me. Shoyuta was at a loss for what to say. He didn't know how to respond. He didn't know if he would even be able to respond. He wanted to dismiss the thought, but there was a part of him that wanted it desperately to be true. There was absolutely no reason Tensei would lie about this, considering they appeared to be married, and in Tensei's mind, there was no harm in revealing how Hisashi had felt in high school. Shoyuta kept his head bowed, staring down at the floor so Tensei couldn't see his face, who kept talking about something he wasn't paying attention to. Taking his own recent discovery of his own feelings into account as well as Hisashi's apparent long-term feelings. Wait, did Hisashi still even feel that way about him? Hey, Hisashi's voice sounded, and Shoyuta jumped a little bit, head snapping to look up at him. He'd returned with a plate of food which he offered to Shoyuta with a smile. Shoyuta took a few grapes so Hizashi wouldn't bother him about it and watched him and Fukukado sit back down, starting the conversation back up. Just because Hizashi might have liked him all the way back in high school didn't mean Hizashi still liked him now. 15 years is a long time to harbor a crush, and Hizashi's never been one to keep silent about those kinds of things. But then again, if Shoyuta tried imagining this from Hizashi's perspective, he could see a million reasons as to why Hizashi wouldn't ever ask him out or confess. For one, he was a pro-hero, and he might have thought if word got out there would be an extreme reaction. Another thing being that Hizashi might not want to ruin their friendship, and a third thing being that Hizashi was just afraid to come out in general. Shoyuta wondered if he would have said yes if Hizashi had asked him out 6 months ago. Would he have? Are his own current feelings really romantic? Or, as this is really the strongest relationship Shoyuta has with anyone, is he misinterpreting his own feelings? Has all the media attention and acting like they're a couple and stuff somehow twisted his thoughts to think he really did love Hizashi? After all, he had only realized all of these things about himself after this had all started. Let's say he really did love Hizashi, did Hizashi still love him back? Or had those feelings burned out long ago? Shoyuta thought to their interactions the casual touches, Hizashi carrying him to bed, tucking his chin into Shuta's neck for a brief moment to grab the hair tie earlier. They ate dinner together at least twice a week and Hizashi always seemed to have time for Shoyuta. But was that just Hizashi being the affectionate person he generally was? Or was it something else? Shuta's train of thought came to a crash as the appearance of one of his students got their attention. It was Ida, saying something about introducing Tensei to his friends. As soon as Ida led Tensei away, Shoyuta took this as a cue to excuse himself and made his way to the restroom, wishing his hair was loose so he could hide behind it. The restrooms were in a separate hallway, and it was mostly barren, except Hagakure, just because you're invisible doesn't mean I can't see you. Shoyuta glared at a floating dress doing its best to mask itself in the shadows. You're looking guilty. Where's Audru? Nowhere, Hagakure said unconvincingly. Shoyuta raised an eyebrow, but chose to not further pursue beyond saying, by the time I come out, if you and Audru aren't back on the dance floor, I will make sure you're as far from one another as you can be during school. Yes, sir, Hagakure's voice held guilt, and Shoyuta brushed past as he entered the restroom. It was thankfully empty, so he turned on the faucet and splashed some water onto his face, hoping this would somehow clear his mind and he could stop thinking about it. However, this didn't seem to have any effect, because that was all he could think about. Should he talk to Hizashi about it? Tell him what Tensei said and ask if it was still true? What if Hizashi became too afraid to admit it? Shoyuta didn't know how to tell Hizashi himself how he felt, so it's not like he could properly voice his thoughts and tell Hizashi that he might feel the same way. By the way, Hizashi, Tensei said you were in love with me in high school and I might like you back, but that's really depending on you. That didn't even sound right. He remembered Fukukado's words from earlier and tried to figure out if they were meant as a joke or not. If he had had feelings before this but just hadn't realized, had Fukukado really been able to tell? Or not necessarily about his feelings, but about his orientation? Hell, Shoyuta didn't even know about his orientation. Not exactly. It was a confusing mystery. Shoyuta gave a low groan, dragging his hand across his face. This entire situation was stupid. Relationships were illogical. What was the point of them, exactly, beyond SEC? Except Shoyuta didn't want to imagine having that kind of relationship with Hizashi, but he did imagine a different sort of relationship that involved stupid shit-like kissing and also hugging and Shoyuta laying half on top of Hizashi while they watched really bad movies at 2 in the morning. It was completely illogical. There wasn't any sort of benefit, was there? So why was he stressing so much about it? Another thing that was illogical was the fact that he was currently in the bathroom angsting about a problem that might or might not be there. He remembered Kirishima asking Bakugo out in class why wasn't it that easy for him? Why wasn't it that easy for Hizashi? And speak or think of the devil, the restroom door swung open and Kirishima stepped in, his face red from, presumably, dancing. Shoyuta glanced at him from the corner of his eye as Kirishima noticed him standing there, and Kirishima's face broke into a smile. I didn't think you'd actually come, Kirishima said. Well, kind of, but not really. You're super unpredictable, sensei. I like your hair. Shoyuta stared before clearing his throat and responding, thank you. Mike did it for me. Thought so. Kirishima approached the sink as well, turning on the faucet so he could splash water onto his sweaty face. Man, who knew dancing took so much out of you? Are you going to dance? No, Shoyuta said. This felt awkward. Kirishima dried his face with a paper towel, before looking up at him with a slightly hesitant look. Shoyuta still felt kind of out of place when he talked to his students. Even more so now that they were currently talking in the bathroom. He'd leave if he felt he was able to face Hizashi right now, but he didn't think he could. Is it okay if I talk to you? For just a second. I just have a question. Shoyuta raised an eyebrow, doing his best to appear normal and not like he was having a small crisis. It's just, a personal question that you don't have to answer, and I don't mean to offend you or anything, but Kirishima took a deep breath before rushing out, are you gay or bi or something else, or is it just a one-person only thing and present Mike Sensei is the only one? Slow down, Shoyuta said, and Kirishima's mouth snapped shut. This conversation was already awkward on his end, but now it just got a hell of a lot more awkward because he didn't really know the answer. Maybe that would suffice as an answer itself. I don't know. Really? Kirishima asked, and he didn't look a bit put off by the answer. There's pamphlets on some of the tables, and it's got a whole bunch of things listed. Me and Yaoyorozu and a few others helped make them, cause Principal Nedzu asked us to. He trailed off, and Shoyuta thought to the pamphlets lying on the tables close to the walls. He could possibly stick around there for a bit and use it as an excuse for why he wasn't around Hizashi, or... I'm sorry for asking, Kirishima apologized, shoving his hands in his pockets. His sleeves were rolled up as far as they could go and his vest buttons were all off by one, which Kirishima only now seemed to notice and frowned at them. I dunno. It's kinda hard for me to explain. I guess you might have already figured it out or whatever, and also you might not care, cause I don't think you're the kind of person who does, and also it doesn't really matter if you know, but I'm gay and it's just I'm sorry. I'll stop talking now. And leave you alone. Kirishima rushed out of the bathroom before Shoyuta could even think twice about responding, and as the door slammed shut behind him, Shoyuta let out a sigh. This kid. Deciding he'd wasted enough time, Shoyuta left the restroom, keeping an eye out for Hagakure and Ajuru, only to find they'd returned once he re-entered the room. He didn't see Hizashi where they'd been sitting, so he kept along the walls as he moved closer to one of the tables where the pamphlets were laid out. He picked one up and flipped through it, not really quite comprehending what he was reading. He hoped Hizashi wouldn't spot him and come over to talk to him or drag him off to talk to other people because he wasn't quite sure he was ready to face Hizashi right now. Not when he was knee-deep in confusion about himself and Hizashi and God invented him in it. This entire thing is a fang mess. Shoyuta stuffed the pamphlet into his jacket pocket, keeping it in case he needed it later to pretend he was doing something. He scanned the dance floor, taking note of the few students who were actually dancing. Jairu and Yaoyorozu swayed back and forth together, mostly interested in talking, it seemed. Ashido was dancing with Aoyama and Shiro, and Aoyama was in a dress. For some reason, though, Shiro kept tripping because Kaminari kept falling into him because Bakugu kept hitting him. To his surprise, both Bakugu and Kirishima were dancing together with wild and extreme movements, Kirishima snorting every time he tripped over his own 2 feet from dancing so hard. Shoyuta thought back to the past 2 conversations he'd had with Kirishima. It wasn't like he disliked Kirishima as his student or anything, but he'd never had much reason to talk to him as he didn't need as much drastic quirk improvement like Midoriya or attitude improvement like Bakugu. He hadn't ever really expected Kirishima to talk to him either, but he supposed that it must have really meant something to Kirishima that he was gay or whatever. And that also meant Kirishima probably respected him. A lot. If he thought about it, he supposed he respected Kirishima too. The kid might not like the fact that his quirk wasn't very flashy, but it was a useful quirk, and Kirishima was a kind person. He'd be a good hero one day. Though he respected Kirishima in another way as well. Kirishima seemed to be braver and more grounded in certain situations than he himself was. To be fair, he didn't know how to handle that situation. But then again, Kirishima probably didn't either and was just doing what his heart or something like that was telling him to do. He couldn't do that. He couldn't tell Hizashi how he felt or ask Hizashi how he felt, because he didn't know if he was afraid that he didn't know his feelings or if he was afraid that he didn't know Hizashi's feelings. Shoyuta closed his eyes, trying to rationalize and restore order to his thoughts. If he tried to think about it this way, that if he told Hizashi how he felt, then there shouldn't be repercussion, right? Hizashi wouldn't end their friendship if he had once felt that way too and understood. Or maybe that had been something brief in high school and Hizashi had changed after realizing he wasn't actually in love with Shoyuta or didn't like the thought of being in a relationship with Shoyuta or stuff. He'll stop these thoughts before they spiral downwards. He'll take a page out of Kirishima's book and do what his heart was telling him, which was to just sit down and relax. Shoyuta returned to where they'd been sitting previously, keeping his mind off of everything by continuing to stare at the crowd. He could see Todoroki and Midoriya dancing by themselves away from everyone else, but they didn't seem to be doing much else, so there was no need to tell them off for being secluded. "You all right?" Shoyuta looked over to where Hizashi stood, his hands in his pockets and looking faintly concerned. Shoyuta looked away, wondering if he should ask Hizashi about everything or wait until later. Much later. "I'm fine," he lied. They sat together in silence, at one point Shoyuta closing his eyes so he didn't have to pay attention to everything else, and Hizashi told him off for trying to sleep, but it was all interrupted by Nemuri's voice as she announced them to everybody else. Shoyuta felt a slight sense of dread as everyone's eyes swiveled to where they sat, and a much slower song than before began to play. Many students took this cue to start dancing as well, but they still seemed to be the main attraction. "Shall we dance?" Shoyuta glanced up at Hizashi, whose hand was hovering, waiting for him to take it. Beyond Hizashi, everybody else watched. Nemuri, Tensa, Kirishima. Shoyuta tried shoving all of his feelings and thoughts aside. He'd already entertained the possibility of being forced into the spotlight like this. He's handled villains before and he can handle this. "Okay," he said, accepting Hizashi's hand. Hizashi's always prided himself on knowing all sorts of different dances, slow ones included. Even if Shoyuta himself did not know how to dance, Hizashi liked to think he was leading well enough that Shoyuta wasn't having any trouble. They stepped around in the mental box Hizashi had formed in his mind, one hand in Shuta's and the other on his waist. Shuta's hand had awkwardly placed itself just beneath his armpit, as if placing it on his shoulder was too much of a hassle. Or maybe he just didn't know where he was supposed to put his hand. It was kinda cute. Hizashi had known that Nemuri would plan something like this, had a gut feeling. Even if he had told himself he might dance with Shoyuta and he had to just act totally cool about it, the many eyes trained on them made it feel a bit different. Almost like the crowd was expecting something. But what he wanted to ask. Instead of focusing on the crowd, he decided to focus on Shoyuta instead. Shoyuta was staring down at their feet, making sure to follow Hizashi's footsteps so he wouldn't trip. "Hey, it's easy once you get into a rhythm," Hizashi promised, and Shoyuta glanced up, snorting. "For you maybe," he said doubtfully. "Just think of it like fighting." "Thanks. Because that really helps." Hizashi smiled, and Shoyuta looked back down. They were very close and yet not close enough. Hizashi wanted to move closer just a little bit. Wanted their chests to brush together, and then he could count the light freckles on Shuta's nose. But he restrained himself by repeating a mantra of, "This is totally platonic and this won't get weird because I have more self-control than that," in his head. "You look weird watching your feet like that," Hizashi complained quietly. "Shuta, it's easy, I promise." Shoyuta hesitated, before looking back up at Hizashi, and Hizashi grinned. They managed to take a few more steps before Shuta's heel slammed on top of Hizashi's toes, and Hizashi winced while Shoyuta stumbled a bit. "Sorry," Shoyuta murmured. "You're fine," Hizashi grunted. His toes begged to differ. "It's fine." Shoyuta looked back at him, and Hizashi suddenly regretted telling Shoyuta to stop looking down. "Is this your first time dancing?" Hizashi asked, trying not to get distracted by how pretty Shuta's eyes were and how even the scar beneath his eye looked attractive right now. "Probably," Shoyuta responded. "Unless I was drunk. But I don't think that counts." No, Hisashi's hand squeezed a bit on Shuta's waist as they turned. Glad I have the honor of your first dance, though. First dance? Really? Shoyuta smiled, and Hisashi smiled back. Didn't know that was a thing. Totally is, Hisashi said without missing a beat. I've stolen your dance virginity. I guess I have to marry you now. Aren't we already married? Shuta's voice was softer. They'd moved closer after Shoyuta had stumbled, and now Hisashi could see all of Shuta's freckles and the shape of his mouth and f-. He's not going to do this. He's not. They kept moving. Everybody else in the room seemed to disappear as Hisashi repeated this in his head. They were very close, inches apart. He's not going to do this. His hand was in Shuta's. Could Shoyuta tell his palms were sweating profusely? He could count every single one of Shuta's eyelashes. He's not going to do this. Shoyuta was staring back, and Shoyuta had an unreadable look on his face, and Hisashi was not going to do this. He was not going to fall down that wormhole. But Shoyuta was staring back, looking Hisashi directly in the eyes. He was really close, they were both really close. And they're alone. They were alone, weren't they? Or are they surrounded by a screaming crowd? Was that screaming, or was the blood rushing in his ears? Hisashi had a lot of self-control. But this was not a good example of it. He didn't know who moved in first. He didn't know how one moment he was breathing and the next moment he wasn't. His lips were on Shuta's, and it was chaste enough, but it felt a lot deeper. Shuta's lips were chapped and warm because Shoyuta generated a ridiculous amount of body heat, and his eyes were closed so he couldn't see the expression on Shuta's face, but he hoped to God that Shoyuta wasn't angry or panicking or. He withdrew, eyes opening, and saw that Shoyuta was staring back. The entire world was screaming. The ground was shaking. Or was that Hisashi's heartbeat? He couldn't tell. He couldn't focus on anything other than Shoyuta. Faintly, he could hear cheering and whoops, and he was reminded that they were at a ball and it was in the middle of a school event and they're dancing in front of everyone and they just kissed in front of everyone. They took a few more steps, Hisashi doing it almost mindlessly as the song ended. Taking a step backwards, Hisashi tried regaining his composure. He and Shoyuta continued staring at one another. Hisashi didn't know how to react beyond kissing Shoyuta senseless right now, but they're literally in front of like 100 students. Finally, Shoyuta cleared his throat and walked back to where they'd been sitting, and Hisashi followed in a stupor. That had happened. That had literally just happened. Do you want to go home? Hisashi managed to get out after several seconds of trying to unstick his throat so he could talk. Shoyuta lifted one shoulder. Hisashi took this as a yes. They didn't leave at once, Hisashi saying goodbye to Nomuri and Tensei and telling them they'd compromised the night before, so Shoyuta wanted to leave early. Tensei merely nodded while Nomuri gave a lecherous grin, and Hisashi had to fight his blush. The protesters were still outside, though there was significantly less than before. Hisashi paid them no mind, sliding his sunglasses back onto his face even though it was dark. Once inside his car and far enough away from the lights of Yui that the inside of his car was relatively dark, Hisashi realized that his suit was glowing. So that's why he bought it. He'd bought a glow-in-the-dark purple suit. For some reason, the thought registered as utterly hilarious in his mind, and he began to laugh, gripping the steering wheel as Shoyuta stared. He couldn't stop. It was just so funny and so stupid, and of course he bought a glowing suit because of course he would. And now he's laughing hysterically in his car at 8 in the evening, and also Shoyuta was beside him and he'd kissed Shoyuta 10 minutes ago, and holy f-. Holy shit. It took a while for him to calm down, and when he did he started the car and began the drive to his apartment. Shoyuta stared out the window, and Hisashi couldn't stop his gaze from wandering over to him the whole time. What was he thinking? Once they actually got into Hisashi's apartment, narrowly avoiding the reporters who had come, no doubt to see them all dressed up, Hisashi kicked off his shoes, trying to think of what to say. Shoyuta had taken his hair out of its braid and it now hung loosely over his shoulders, which meant now Hisashi couldn't really see the expression he was making. Shoyuta, Hisashi said, and Shoyuta spun to face him. Hisashi, he began, and the next thing he knew they were both kissing again, but Hisashi was pretty sure he instigated it. Shuta's fingers slid across his jaw and rested at his neck, Hisashi threading his fingers through Shuta's hair. This felt so good. They were kissing and it just felt so nice and it honestly felt amazing and Hisashi wished this moment would last forever. He's a walking cliché but God, he hopes it lasts forever. Shuta's lips felt good, and his mouth felt even better. His fingers cold gripped at the back of Hisashi's head, and that felt almost as good as Shoyuta kissing him. Hisashi's other hand rested on Shuta's hip, and as the kiss got deeper he tugged Shoyuta closer, wanting more. His other hand came down and he tugged at Shuta's belt, moving to unbutton his briefs. Wait, stop, Shoyuta said suddenly, pushing him away. Hisashi's back hit the wall and he stared, wide-eyed and breathing at Shoyuta, whose mouth was swollen and eyes were wide. Shoyuta? Hisashi said his name softly, but Shoyuta just continued looking mildly panicked. No, Shoyuta murmured, words tumbling over one another in a string of noises. No. Hisashi stared with wide eyes, heart pounding deep in his chest, an echoing of Shoyuta, reverberating throughout his entire being, but the heartbeat had stopped. It had stopped the moment Shoyuta had stepped back and he found himself staring because something had happened. I can't, Shoyuta said, eyes finding Hisashi's, and Hisashi was sure time had stopped in that moment. And the world had started crumbling in a terrifying sort of way. Shoyuta cleared his throat and repeated, I can't do this, Hisashi. Shoyuta? Hisashi said again, hoping to whatever god that existed that this would somehow get him to explain what had happened, what was wrong, but Shoyuta turned around and threw open Hisashi's door, rushing down the hallway. Hisashi wanted to chase after him so badly, but he knew he'd effed up somehow. He'd pushed some kind of limit, he'd done something awful, and this had just ruined everything. Their relationship had come crashing down like a tower of Jenga blocks, and it was all his fault. Hisashi finally caught his breath as his heartbeat resumed, and he sank to the floor, knees weak and trembling. He'd done something. He'd made the wrong assumption. He'd done wrong. He cradled his head in his hands, trying to even out his feelings and thoughts, but he could already feel the tears coming. He wasn't going to cry. He could talk to Shoyuta tomorrow. He could try explaining something, and he could apologize, and he could try to fix what he'd ruined, and he would just do something. Anything to fix whatever he'd done. Hisashi began to cry. Trouble in paradise. Today, the widely rumored Yui Gala for the LGBT community was held from the hours of 6 to 10, resulting in a rather large crowd of reporters and protesters alike. While many like to pretend they were just interested in the gala in general, it's all a mere cover for the real stars of the night, the appearances of Present Mike and his husband, Eraserhead. Though the word of their marriage has been spread like wildfire, Present Mike has declined all opportunities for interview, and goodness knows how to even contact Eraserhead. Even though every picture of the two on the internet was salvaged when the announcement was made, commentating on the sports festival, fending off reporters asking for an all-might interview, etc., none of them seemed inherently romantic or NTMT. But that all changed as the gala began. Present Mike arrived sometime after 6 o'clock with his husband in tow, arm around his waist as if showing him off for the entire world to see. Wearing his signature shades, he didn't speak to the press nor acknowledge the protesters. Eraserhead was equally as impassive, and despite their blank faces there was a clear intimacy to the way they pressed up against one another in front of hundreds of cameras. You bet those photos of those dapper men were uploaded everywhere, and, to the internet's joy, Eraserhead's actually kind of hot, and it was concluded that this would be a fun and romantic night for the couple and for the attendees of the gala. But that is wrong. Present Mike and Eraserhead left the gala 2 hours before it ended, around the same time that many students and MT Lady tweeted that the two shared a special dance and kiss for all to see. While this doesn't seem troubling at all, it's what happened in Present Mike's apartment building that causes worry. For several days, me and many dedicated reporters have been waiting patiently in the building for word from Present Mike, whether it be a statement of some sort or an agreement to an interview. We've only seen him and Eraserhead come and go, and once carrying boxes, which are assumed to be Eraserhead's possessions. Present Mike and Eraserhead arrived just before 8:30 together, making their way to their apartment. As usual, they ignored us, but we waited. 5 minutes later, if even that, To our very surprise, Eraserhead came storming out of the elevator, visibly upset, which is honestly the most emotion we've seen on this scruffy man. Me and two others followed him out of the building asking for comment, only to be promptly ignored. Our photographer managed to get a slightly blurred, but good nonetheless picture of Eraserhead. Judging by his twisted features, slumped posture and rushed speed, there's been some sort of fight. What happened? Only minutes ago they seemed just fine, but after the uploading of this photo there seems to be much speculation on the cause of this falling out, whether it be them kissing in front of their school, the strain of so much publicity on their relationship, or something else. Many can only hope they resolve this. Noodles at Udman. Hopefully this mean they're divorcing. Man, I can't believe these guys were ACC married. Hashtag against hashtag present Mike. Carry at K222131. At Udman. Dude, what the hell is your damage? Hashtag not cool. Ito Matsukawa at Hero Daily. Having reported this story when it surfaced, I hope it dropped the Mike and his husband can resolve whatever is going on. Hashtag present Mike. Hashtag support. Takashi Kanata at Insider. Marriage is traditionally between a man and a woman. I hope hashtag present Mike has realized that. Hashtag against. Cuz you and I are gonna shine at Sparkle 1ZZ. As usual, Insider is total BS and should resign from his job. Hashtag support. Hashtag love is love. Hashtag pride. Ryu. At No Triurin. I don't like the fact that Insider claims to be us. This doesn't represent who we are as a nation today. Hashtag support. Lady Midnight at our 18 hero. At Insider. Honey, you've got a big storm coming. Hashtag present Mike. Hashtag support. At Msbatjokes at Zoamaroing. Emmy at Msbatjokes. At Insider. I've made tons of jokes in my life, but none of them are bigger than you. Hashtag support. Hashtag present Mike. Hashtag Eraserhead. Tensei Ida not hacked. At Zoamaroing. At Insider. 1/4 okay. First of all, F you, and second of all, I promise my account is not hacked and I'll be enclosing a pic of myself to prove it, but no IWs. Tensei, are you okay? Tensei, you're all over the news. Tensei, if you want to talk about it and don't want to talk to Hizashi, me and Namuri are here for you. Hell, I'm sure Fukukado is too. Tensei, but you've always been like a brother to me. Shoyuda. Hizashi's my best friend, but I like to think in HS we had a relationship that didn't involve Hizashi, and it wasn't always just me and Hizashi and then you. Tensei, scratch that. We Diamond well did have a relationship that didn't involve Hizashi. You're always welcome at my house. My mom told you that a million times, but I'm repeating that again. Tensei, you know I never thought I'd be repeating this when we're 30, but here we are, ha. Tensei, if you want to come over but you don't want to talk about it, we can still just hang out. Tensei, just letting you know. Tensei, Shoyuda will acknowledge that running away was not the best decision, and that he'd have a hell of a lot of explaining to do, and of FNG course the sheet would be all over the media, but before he could actually acknowledge that he needed to sort himself out first. His apartment felt emptier than usual, and he was reminded that most of his few possessions were at Hizashi's place. The air was still and desolate from nobody having been inside for days, but it didn't bother him. Laid out across his couch, Shoyuda stared at the ceiling, trying not to think of anything and yet trying to think of everything. They'd kissed. That's an established fact. They kissed, they left, they got to Hizashi's place and they kissed again, only it had escalated and Hizashi had been trying to undo his breathes and he'd freaked out. There wasn't a better way to describe it than that. Freaking out, panicking, fleeing, he did all of that, and now he didn't know how to face Hizashi and explain himself. He didn't even know what he was explaining. Hey, by the way, SEC scares me and I don't think I can do it, but I still want to be in a relationship with you. It sounded stupid in his head, and it'd probably sound stupider out loud. Every book he's ever read and every movie about romance has SEC as this sort of major component of a relationship, like the relationship can't function without it or it's the most vital part of it. Take the SEC away and the relationship goes all wrong. Of course, he doesn't think Hizashi will let SEC be a determining factor in whatever relationship he's in, but it's definitely going to be something he wants, if earlier was any indication. Shoyuda flipped over onto his side, wondering if he could suffocate himself into the couch cushions. That would certainly be an easier feat than figuring out what the hell was wrong with him. He needed a distraction. Something to do. Take a walk? but he didn't want anybody to recognize him. Take Tensei up on his offer? No, it's too late for that. All of his books were at Hisashi's apartment, and he didn't own a TV. He suddenly remembered the pamphlet that he'd stuffed into the pocket of his suit jacket, which was discarded on the floor. It wasn't the greatest thing, but hell, it was something. Anything to distract him from the buzzing in his own head. The pamphlet was shiny and decorated with bright colors and hearts and all that junk, most of it clearly written by Yaoyorozu, judging by the language used. First, it talked about gender identity, most of it which Shoyuta already knew from 13. Several times he found himself rereading the same sentence over and over due to not having processed it the first time, but that was fine. At least it meant he wasn't thinking. When he arrived to the sexuality part, he stiffened. Maybe reading about SXL attraction wasn't the best thing to do in his current state of mind, but it was loads and loads better than thinking about Hisashi. So with that sentiment in mind, he plowed onwards. He skipped bisexual, because he knew he'd think about him if he read it, and moved straight ahead onto pansexual. Shoyuta adjusted his position so he was propping his head up on his fist, staring blearily at the words that were starting to swim in front of his eyes. It was halfway through reading another paragraph that he blinked out of the stupor he'd fallen into, sitting straighter. He went back to reread the paragraph again, clutching the pamphlet tightly as he did so. Asexual, a person with little to no SXL attraction/feelings. Level of attraction or lack thereof depends on the person and is more of a spectrum. It took Shoyuta a few more moments to process it and comprehend that it was actually a thing. And then after comprehending that, he felt a rush of doubt and confusion and curiosity all at once, because there was absolutely no way that was really a thing. He pulled out his phone, which was on the verge of dying, but paid no attention to the little number in the corner showcasing its percentage. A quick Google search brought up hundreds of thousands of results, and he felt his breath catch in. There were many pages describing it, what exactly it was, how to tell if you were it, personal experiences. The doubt he had felt earlier was squashed only to be replaced by an entirely different thing. Other people didn't want to have section, were repulsed by it or uninterested. Some of those people were in relationships, and they'd talk things out with their partners with varying results. Some remained in a monogamous romantic relationship, others left their relationship open so their partner could have sex with others. It was a thing. An actual thing. And having a relationship with someone else was doable. Shoyuta set his phone down, tiredly running a hand down his face, tugging at his hair. He'd never been in a relationship before, so he couldn't quite connect to the pages as well as some other people might, but he still understood in his own way. There were other people who were like him, and this meant that he wasn't severely effed up. The realization dawned slowly. At first it was a faraway feeling, but as he came to terms with it in his mind that yes, this existed and it was a thing that people knew about, and if he can somehow explain this to Hisashi, then maybe there's the slightest chance that he can actually repair what he'd broken. Because he felt like he had most definitely broken something yesterday. Even when seeing that look in Hisashi's eyes, he'd ran without explanation, and Hisashi was going to be set off. And what if Hisashi actually didn't want to be in a romantic relationship with him? What if it was purely SXL attraction? He remembered how quickly Hisashi's hands had wandered further, and he tasted something sour in his mouth. No, he wasn't going to think about that. Not yet, anyways. He was going to push that into the very back of his mind and focus on one thing only right now, because that would keep him from collapsing into a complete mess. It was 1 a.m. on a Sunday, meaning he didn't actually need to see Hisashi until tomorrow, but he was going to visit him anyways and explain what he barely understood. He didn't even care if Hisashi wanted to enter a relationship with him or not. Just as long as Hisashi was still his friend. Even as he tried coming up with a way to explain this all to Hisashi, though, Shoyuta felt the doubt rising again. He still didn't quite understand it, because this seemed to be a whole spectrum. Some people were repulsed by SEC, some people felt SXL pleasure but had no SXL interest, and he didn't know what he was. Not exactly. It wasn't helped by the fact that he's never even had section. Shoyuta placed the pamphlet on top of his jacket as a reminder for tomorrow before twisting around a bit on the couch, trying to find a more comfortable position. With a million different ways to explain this running through his mind, coupled with the lingering question of what he was exactly, he fell asleep after an hour. Hisashi had ended up crying into an entire tub of ice cream like he'd gone through a bad breakup before collapsing due to utter exhaustion on his bed at 2 in the morning, already missing how warm the bed had been this past week due to Shuta's presence. There was a lingering scent of him in the sheets, but he'd classify himself as crazy if he sniffed at them, so he buried his face in his pillow in order to ignore it. He'd gone through a million different things he might have done wrong, trying to figure out what to apologize for and how to approach it. Kissing Shoyuta in front of everyone that first time. Kissing him a second time. Moving things too fast, maybe that was probably it. Shoyuta had pulled away when he tried to take things further, and inside his head Hisashi repeated, "Stupid, stupid, I'm stupid, I should have asked first." He'd just been so caught up in the moment he hadn't thought of what he was doing. He'd just done what he'd wanted to for such a long time, but that was no excuse for anything. Doing that might have just shattered the relationship he and Shoyuta had built for over 15 years because Hisashi was stupid and rushed things and was impatient and longed insufferably for his best friend. Maybe if he hadn't tried convincing Shoyuta to keep pretending they were married, this wouldn't have happened. He'd been NTMT with Shoyuta in front of other people, half to convince them they were actually married and half because it was what he wanted. He'd manipulated the situation, using it as an excuse to get close to Shoyuta. Being so close to him for the past week had driven him crazy, pushed him past his limit, and he was currently paying the price for that. He would give Shoyuta his space, and then on Monday he'd go to school and be told that he couldn't keep up the fake marriage thing anymore due to Hisashi's actions because he felt uncomfortable now, and then everything would just fangsck, but he totally deserved it. He could already see Namuri and Tensei's faces, and don't even get him started on his students. He fell into troubled sleep, clutching on his pillow to pretend it was Shoyuta, but it just left him feeling emptier than before. When Hisashi woke up, he didn't really bother with getting ready for the day, just dragged his feet around in a shirt 3 sizes too big that said, "My parents went to Hawaii and all I got was this dumb t-shirt." He's had it since he was 14 and he's pretty sentimental about it, so wearing it was making him feel better. Just a little bit. Not better enough, however, to stop himself from eating 6 entire waffles with whipped cream and chocolate on top. He was going to mope around for the entire day because he was being respectful of Shuta's boundaries, which he should have done in the first place, and he was going to email Junko to ask her if he can cancel the interview tomorrow, and then he was going to BZZT. Hisashi was sitting on the couch, staring blankly at some movie when his phone buzzed on his thigh, and he checked it with a small part of him wishing it was Shoyuta asking if they could talk or something. It was Namuri, though, and he couldn't really say he was surprised about that. Namuri, Hisashi, what the F did you do? Namuri, wait, no, I'm going about this the wrong way. Namuri, what the F is wrong? Hisashi, that's not really the correct way either. Namuri, I'm glad you're awake at least. Namuri, now tell me. Why is Shoyuta all over the news? And why is he crying and upset? Hisashi frowned, staring at the words on his screen. Shoyuta was on the news? He hasn't checked the news today, that was true, but there was already a news story about it? Namuri sent him an article, and it only took reading about 3 sentences before he began to feel upset and horribly depressed. The picture attached didn't help matters either, and Hisashi berated himself for even feeling this depressed when Shoyuta was clearly much more upset about it. But how could he even begin to explain this to Namuri without telling her, well, all of it? After several seconds of pondering, he decided that he might as well tell her the whole thing, because it wasn't like he and Shoyuta were going to keep up this fake marriage thing for much longer. So, with that in mind, he prepared himself. Hisashi, I need you to promise you're not going to hunt me down. Namuri, sweetie, it depends on what you did. Hisashi, Shoyuta and I aren't married. Namuri, what? Hisashi, it's all fake. Namuri, what the F? Hisashi, there was a misunderstanding at the hospital and we kind of just went with it. Namuri, what the F? Hisashi, Namuri, I'm trying to explain this to you. Hisashi, we went with it, but recently I thought, I don't know, maybe Shoyuta really likes me back for real. I realize now that may just be because I'm FING disaster and was interpreting things incorrectly, but after we kissed we went home and I tried taking it further and he got upset and left. Hisashi, there's a bit more to it than we went with it, but I'm too tired to even properly explain. Namuri, okay. Namuri, Let me process this. Namuri, Hisashi, what the F? Hisashi, I know I'm a horrible person. Namuri, okay. I'm going to be the judge of that. Did you try forcing him to sleep with you? Hisashi, Namuri, answer the FNG question. I have Emi's phone number at the ready and she is not afraid to hunt you down and neither am I. Hisashi, no. We were just kissing and I got too handsy and then he got upset. Namuri, you idiots. Namuri, why do I love you two idiots? Namuri, okay. This is a lot to process. But what I'm going to say right now is that you guys have some FING communication issues, you dumbass. Nothing is entirely your fault, nor is it entirely Shuda's. Namuri, I bet you've already eaten all your ice cream and you're wearing the Hawaii t-shirt right now. Am I right? Well, I'm going to be an aggressive force on your life right now and tell you comfort isn't what you need, speaking is what you need. Namuri, talk. Other. Sort things out. Then let me kick your asses. Then let Tensei kick your asses metaphorically. Namuri, are you listening? Do it, Hisashi. Hisashi set his phone down with a groan, rubbing at his eyes. Namuri wasn't the most nurturing person, and he should have known her immediate response would be to take the aggressively straightforward approach to things. Namuri wasn't currently facing the possible end of her longest friendship right now, and while he appreciated her attempt at helping, it wasn't really the advice he needed. Shoyuta needed his space, and so did he. Although there was a nasty voice in his head telling him he was being utterly pathetic and Namuri was totally right and he did need to talk things out with Shoyuta before it was too late and he ended up ruining everything forever. The longer he waited, the more strained everything would become. Everything was his fault, no matter which way he looked at it. Namuri didn't know the whole situation because of his simplified version of the story, so she couldn't possibly offer him good enough advice for this. Really, when was the last time she pretended to be married to the friend she'd been in love with for the past 15 years? He spent a good hour arguing with himself, both wanting to reach out to Shoyuta because he'd been so upset but wanting to keep his distance for the same reason. He even got out his whiteboard once to make a complicated graph that resulted in him erasing all of it just to draw random things in place of it to distract himself. His whiteboard now consisted completely of musical symbols, chainsaws, and cats. Around noon there was a knock at his door, and Hisashi froze, marker dropping to the ground. This was it. He'd spent the last 2 hours agonizing over the whole situation, and Namuri had arrived to make him feel true agony. With this fear plaguing his mind, he answered the door hesitantly, peering out into the hallway and nearly slamming the door shut when he saw who it was. He and Shoyuta were silent as they stared at each other, both looking unsure of what to do. Shoyuta was dressed in a ratty pair of jeans and an ancient sweater they hadn't bothered packing when they moved his stuff here, and Hisashi was reminded that he was wearing nothing but a very large t-shirt and socks. This fact somehow seemed to ground him back to reality, and he opened the door a bit wider, clearing his throat. He was a hero. He could face this. "Do you want to come in?" he asked, wincing at how croaky his voice sounded. Shoyuta nodded, and Hisashi stepped aside to let him through. His mind was racing as he shut the door, wondering what Shoyuta was here to do. End their friendship? Try to work things out? Collect his stuff from Hisashi's apartment and move to a different city entirely? His panic arose quickly and silently, and he distracted himself by rushing past Shoyuta to his bedroom and mumbling some excuse about needing to put on briefs. He threw on a pair of sweatpants and procrastinated actually stepping out of his room for several seconds, trying to calm himself down and trying to think of anything that wasn't a worst-case scenario. Hisashi can handle this. He's going to respect whatever decision Shoyuta makes because he deserves that. Hell, he deserves way more than that, but he's taking it slow right now. One thing at a time. Hisashi returned to the living room, back stiff and lips pressed tightly together to keep himself silent. Shoyuta was sitting on his couch, which made him feel relaxed a little bit. Everything was somehow more intimidating if they were standing up, so he sat down as well on the opposite end of the couch. The silence that followed after that was probably one of the worst things in his life. Shoyuta was staring down at the floor, so still that Hisashi feared he'd died somehow. Shoyuta had come here for a reason, but he'd never been entirely good at starting a conversation, even if something was bothering him. And Hisashi, having known him for half his life, could tell that there was something prickling Shoyuta beneath his skin. So, knowing that the less painful route for everybody to take was this one, Hisashi swallowed all his fears and spoke first. "Shoyuta," he said, and Shoyuta turned his head to look him in the face, and this suddenly became a lot harder. But he'd do it. He's a radio host. Talking is what he does. It's what he's good at. I want to apologize for last night because clearly I pushed some kind of boundary and went past your limits, and it's entirely my fault for not asking you about it before I tried taking it that far, and I'm really sorry, and I understand if you don't ever want to speak to me ever again. Shoyuta took a deep breath, before exhaling as he bent forward to rest his elbows on his knees, eyebrows knitted together. Hisashi waited for a response, gripping at his knees and feeling sweat bead down his forehead. This was the most stress-inducing situation he's ever been in, and every second it took for Shoyuta to answer felt like an entire year. Minutes passed in silence, his throat clogging up and his head spinning as multiple outcomes played out in his head like horror films. Finally, though, Shoyuta sat up and turned to him. "Hisashi," he started off, voice thick. "Do you love me?" Hisashi was a bit taken back, but decided that honestly, what was the harm in telling? How could he do anything worse than what he did yesterday? Telling Shoyuta what he'd been keeping hidden for so long didn't really matter now, because he'd already kissed him and tried doing more. But actually telling Shoyuta was a lot harder to say to his face than he thought it would be, throat sticking and unsticking and his fingernails now digging harshly into his palms. Telling Tensei or Nemuri is one thing, but telling Shoyuta is something entirely different, a whole different kind of tough. It's a secret he's kept from him for so long, a secret he would have literally died to protect a month ago if it meant preserving he and Shuta's friendship. He could hardly imagine not being with Shoyuta, not after knowing him longer than he hasn't known him. Hisashi made the mistake of looking back at Shoyuta, and their eyes met. Shoyuta looked serious, but there was something else in his expression he couldn't quite make out. Even if he could read most of Shuta's emotions like a book, there were times like these, when tensions were high and the air was tight, he was suddenly rendered incapable of this, and Shoyuta seemed as closed off as a locked chest. He looked away, not wanting to waste the rest of the afternoon trying to unlock that chest when he could just let it out right now. Yes. He finally breathed out, a huge weight lifting from his shoulders as he said it, and it all came rushing out easier. "Ever since high school, Shoyuta. I love you and I don't know how to describe how much. When I tell you if you die I would probably die too, I mean it. If I tell you that you're the most important thing in my life, I mean it. You matter to me." This was much easier than he thought. Or maybe he was suddenly becoming numb to all feeling, not caring right now about what would happen because so much has already happened. And I probably sound stupid, and I know you hate people who are driven by stupid things like that, like love and hate and vengeance and blah blah blah, but one of the things driving me in life is you. Just you. And not even in a romantic sense. As Hisashi's words came out faster, he began to feel a familiar burn in his eyes, which astounded him. He thought he'd already cried himself dry yesterday. "You're just such a good person and you've helped me out in tough spots, and I love you because you act like you don't care but you do, and I'm sorry for what I did last night. It was me acting on those feelings. It was my feelings that caused this. I couldn't keep them under a lid." Silence fell over them like a thick and heavy blanket. There was no room right now to regret everything he'd just said. It was true and it was a part of his apology, and he just wanted Shoyuta to know he was really sorry for what he did and about the fact that he'd made Shoyuta uncomfortable. He repeated his own words in his head as the silence stretched out like taffy, a mantra of "I love you, I love you, I love you." He'd said it out loud. Shoyuta knew now. He knew. "What kind of relationship would you be okay having with me?" Shoyuta finally asked, slowly, as if he wasn't really sure what he was saying. It took Hisashi a second to understand the question. "Any relationship," he answered. "Really? I don't care. Friendship, or if you want to get away from me, I understand that too. Anything you're comfortable with." Shoyuta sighed, hand reaching up to rest under his chin, fingers crossing over his mouth and hair falling forward into his face so Hisashi couldn't make out his expression, but the atmosphere changed just a bit. It was still tense and a bit hard to breathe, but it was different than before. The closest thing he could associate it with was a few days ago in his car, but the roles in the situation were now reversed. Shoyuta wanted to tell him something he could tell. There was a tension to his shoulders and he was being awfully still, and Hizashi wanted to comfort him somehow and help release the tension, but he knew he needed to keep his distance while Shoyuta worked himself into telling Hizashi whatever he needed to. However, to his surprise, Shoyuta began to dig around in pocket before pulling out a folded piece of paper, one that looked strangely similar to the pamphlets from the night before, and then Hizashi realized that it was one of the pamphlets from before, flipped onto a specific page. Shoyuta then cleared his throat, before placing one of his fingers next to a certain word and saying, "This is me." Hizashi leaned forward to read it, eyebrows raised. If he'd been surprised when Shoyuta pulled out the pamphlet, it was nothing compared to what he felt now reading it. It was a term he'd heard before in class, when his attempts to teach the students had gone downhill and he'd instead been lectured about things he didn't even know about, like gender and sexuality. He'd been a bit proud about having this new knowledge, and seeing it brought up days later, he felt some sort of strange relief? No, it was something else. Maybe a bit of it was relief, but it more an understanding than anything. "You're asexual," he said, and it wasn't a question, it was a statement. Short and simple. Shoyuta nodded. "Yeah. I guess." "Oh. Great going, Hizashi. That's all you can say?" "I'm sorry again," he said, this new information swimming in his head. He felt like he should have known as soon as he heard about what asexuality was, but at the same time knew it would have been ridiculous to make that sort of assumption about anyone. "So, I'm really sorry. I should have asked you. I should have held back. And I should have talked to you," Shoyuta said tiredly, sounding much more exhausted than he had about 5 seconds ago. This isn't your fault, Hizashi. It's mine as much as it's yours. I left you behind. I panicked. I didn't bother explaining, and considering that you're wearing your comfort clothes, it effed you up really badly. Maybe Hizashi should consider getting rid of this t-shirt. But that's not what I came here to do." "Well, it is, but Shoyuta paused before sitting up straight, shifting in his seat so his body was angled towards Hizashi and he could look him in the face. "I came to ask if you'd still want to be in a relationship with me despite the fact that I don't want to have section." It took Hizashi a really long time to process this, and even longer to actually say something coherent, because he ended up stuttering for several seconds before finally managing, "What?" "I said," Shoyuta repeated slowly, a bit of frustration edging into his voice, "if you'd be okay with dating me even if we don't have section." "No, I heard you." Hizashi took a deep breath, knowing that if he didn't he'd end up screaming or talking or both at about 200 miles an hour. "Okay, no offense, but are you serious? You better not be FNG with me." Shoyuta looked stung, but before he could say anything Hizashi finished with, "Because of course I'd be okay with being in a relationship with you even though you don't want to. I don't see doesn't determine." His words were not coming out right and his thoughts weren't arranging themselves correctly either, all mixed up in a jigsaw puzzle he couldn't solve to tell what the picture was, but he soon didn't need to. This time, Hizashi didn't initiate anything. It was from Shoyuta, and it answered all well most of the questions that had sprung up in his mind, a kiss that effectively shut him up and managed to clear his head in a split second. It wasn't anything like their previous 2 kisses, more of a rush than anything particularly NTMT, and when Shoyuta pulled away Hizashi could only stare at him, breathing becoming bread. Shoyuta was still close, expression serious, but the thing in his eyes that Hizashi hadn't been able to make out earlier, it seemed close to doubt. "Are you okay?" Hizashi asked, and Shoyuta blinked. "Yeah." His voice was rough, so he cleared his throat. "Why?" "I don't think you are." Shoyuta stared at him for a long time, as if unsure what to tell him or what to make of Hizashi, before sitting back against the couch and groaning. "You don't have to tell me," Hizashi said, crossing his arms and keeping his eyes fixed on the coffee table. "I understand if you're still trying to sort things out. Or something. I didn't even know this existed until last night." Shoyuta gestured to the discarded pamphlet, and despite his exterior Hizashi could tell that there was something going on beneath. I'm still not sure. I don't understand." "Not really." "You don't have to," Hizashi said, and Shoyuta looked back at him. "When I was 10, I didn't really understand myself either. It's not like I could talk about it with anyone, you know? I was on my way to becoming a pro hero. I was surrounded by people I couldn't talk to, and there were other students like me that felt like they were surrounded by people they couldn't talk to. I grew up feeling like by people only existed on the internet and on TV. It felt kind of weird talking so much about his feelings regarding his own sexuality. He'd never even told this much to Tensei, because Tensei, bless him, couldn't quite get it even if he tried his hardest. I didn't understand myself, and eventually I just decided I don't have to. I can understand if you don't quite feel that way, but if you say you don't want to see, you don't have to put a label on it, you don't have to completely understand it. Hizashi didn't really know what he was talking about, really, just trying to comfort Shoyuta, and could only hope that it was working. You don't want section. That's it, and that's fine. When I was in high school, I thought something was wrong with me. Shoyuta stared at Hizashi, his words coming out strained. Even if it doesn't technically matter, I thought I was messed up. Being fine with not understanding it might work for you, but it doesn't for me. I don't understand myself. I don't know if it's normal or not. This may be the only time in the past 15 years that Hizashi has seen Shoyuta so bothered about an aspect of himself. Shoyuta, who doesn't give a flying F about how he comes across and says things bluntly, who doesn't care what he looks like and has little to no regard for societal standards. Seeing him now, struggling over something about himself and actually talking about it with him, Hizashi didn't really understand asexuality because he couldn't really imagine not feeling SXL attraction at all, but he still wanted to help Shoyuta understand or feel better about himself because he's been there, done that. He knows how it feels, and feeling like that Esiki. It was like you were trapped and alone. And even though Hizashi had managed to pass that part of his life relatively unscathed, there was no way he'd ever want to go back to that PRD. It is normal, Hizashi assured Shoyuta, leaning forward a bit but still keeping a respectable distance. There's a ton of people like that out in the world, and even if you're only just now finding out what it means or that it's a thing that exists, it doesn't mean it's any less real. Doesn't make your feelings any less valid. Thanks for the life lesson, Dr. Phil, Shoyuta said flatly, and Hizashi grinned. But not really, thank you. Hizashi could tell there was something still bothering him, but decided to leave that alone for now until Shoyuta was ready to talk about it. Prying into the matter any further might make Shoyuta not want to talk to him about it ever again. Now, the next thing on his mind was to clear one thing up. So, Hizashi picked at the hem of his t-shirt, attempting to appear nonchalant. Are we dating? Because like I said, I'm fine if you don't want to have section. It doesn't matter to me. If you're fine with it, Shoyuta said, and Hizashi smiled wide, struggling to keep all his feelings condensed. He was not going to jump up and down. He wasn't going to do that. He had good self-control. He really did. Is making out fine? He asked, just to make sure there was an established boundary and a repeat of last night wouldn't happen again. Shoyuta paused, taking a while to consider it before saying, as long as it doesn't lead to anything else. Hizashi pondered things for a moment, before leaning forward hesitantly, an unsaid question on the tip of tongue. Shoyuta leaned forward too, just as hesitant, slow and unsure, and then they were kissing for the fourth time. Hizashi's probably going to be keeping count of all their kisses for the rest of his life, and at the thought of sharing more, he smiled into the kiss. It ended up lasting a bit longer than initially planned. Shoyuta placed a hand on his knee and leaned in so he was pressing Hizashi against the back of the couch, who in turn slid his hands up Shuta's arms to grip at his shoulders. The kiss was long, slow, mostly chaste until Shuta's tongue darted out against his bottom lip, and then it turned into something a bit deeper. Hizashi can do this, he thinks. He can handle dating Shoyuta and kissing like this, hugging him and pressing up against him at night to absorb his body heat. There doesn't need to be any SEC involved, this is just fine. He's fine with this. Shoyuta finally pulled away, just a few inches, and they stared at each other for a long time, breaths deep and chests pressed together. Hizashi's phone suddenly buzzed from on the table, and he was very forcefully reminded of something. It killed his mood. By the way, he told Shoyuta, feeling like he needed to know about the potential war zone his apartment may become. I might have told Namuri we're not actually married. There was a pause. Wait, you what? Hizashi kissed Shoyuta pretty much every chance he got for the rest of the day, to Shuta's evident surprise each time. Once twisting around to catch Shuta's lips in the kitchen, leaning over to peck him at the corner of his mouth as they ate lunch, holding his hand to his lips as they watched a movie together. He just couldn't stop himself, really. It felt kind of surreal, almost like a dream even though he knew it wasn't. There weren't really any words to describe how he was feeling, really. It happened, it definitely had, and he'd subtly pinched himself several times when Shoyuta wasn't looking and also intentionally stubbed his toe against the wall just to be sure. But even if he knew it was real, he couldn't stop himself from thinking this was some sort of magical, otherworldly experience, because holy hell, this entire situation was like a really bad romantic comedy, with almost zero comedy. One day they're going to be old and telling people about this whole thing, and they're probably going to sound crazy and stupid. Hell, he sounded crazy and stupid right now. That didn't really matter though, Hisashi supposed. What mattered was that he was surprisingly well, not surprisingly giddy, holding Shoyuta like this on the couch. What mattered was that Shoyuta was lying half on top of him, and he was really heavy but also warm and solid and just there. And also, currently falling victim to more of Hisashi's kisses. "I'm not going to disappear," Shoyuta grumbled as Hisashi leaned in to press a kiss to the back of his neck, and Hisashi burst into laughter for really no reason at all. Shoyuta wasn't protesting his kisses, though, so he continued. "You know, I kind of think you will. Or at least, this will all be some really lucid dream and I'm gonna wake up." Hisashi moved his mouth to Shuta's forehead, lips ghosting over the skin there. "And this won't be real and I'm going to cry. It's not going to be real anymore if Namuri comes to murder us," Shoyuta pointed out, and Hisashi pressed his lips into a line. He hadn't really been thinking the earlier action through, now that he thought of it. Honestly, he was surprised Namuri hadn't yet broken down his door. "I think we should take it as a good sign she's not here stabbing us with her heels yet," Hisashi said, and Shoyuta snorted. The noise made him feel ridiculously feathery light and yet superpowered, like he could destroy the entire Earth if he wanted to right in that instant. He couldn't believe this was happening after so many years of pining. His fingers trailed upwards into Shuta's hair, running them through, relishing in how soft and good it felt and how he really loves this man, and now they're dating and he'll probably need, like, another 1,000 years to properly process this whole situation. Processing, though, might have to wait, as a few pressing problems began to weigh down on his subconscious, becoming more urgent as the time passed. Things needed to be done, and quickly too, before this situation could get out of hand. "So, now that we've got all this sorted out," Hisashi gestured between the two of them, "what do we do?" Shoyuta sighed, before sitting up, no longer lying on top of Hisashi. Hisashi wept internally over this loss. "Everyone else already thinks we're in a relationship," Shoyuta stated, and Hisashi nodded. "It's only a matter of time before they find out we're not married." "Should we come clean?" Hisashi asked, racing through the possibilities in his head. "Tell them I misunderstood the paramedic that day and we weren't actually in a relationship until now?" Hisashi stood up and began to pace back and forth, unable to keep still. They'd overcome one obstacle, but now it was time to leap an entire course. They could easily pass off him saying he was spouse as a moment of a panic, not hearing properly, and while that may cause backlash, it could easily be rectified with a follow-up statement that they are in a relationship now, right? Right? "Couldn't we go and get a marriage license?" Shoyuta suggested. "Avoid all that drama so in case anybody goes digging we have proof? You saw how much was leaked from the hospital." Hisashi shook his head, dismissing the idea with a wave of his hand. "With our luck, the license will go over with someone who can't keep their mouth shut and they'll tweet about it." They were in silence for a few more minutes, Hisashi going over every decision in his head and trying to foresee an outcome for each. Well, they could get a marriage license in another country entirely where there's a higher possibility that they won't be recognized, but it was too much of a hassle. And besides, isn't the date of getting the marriage license recorded? Then that makes the whole marriage license idea null and void. Maybe nobody will ever find out and they can keep going, no longer needing to pretend to be a couple now that they actually are one. But what if, one day in the future, if I ever did ask you to marry me, would you? Hisashi suddenly asked, an idea beginning to take place, but he disregarded it momentarily to focus on Shoyuta, who snorted. After this past week? Sure. There's not really a whole lot to lose. He paused. I really only agreed to keep pretending because I was nursing newfound feelings for you, but I think I also did it for a student. Playing favorites, I see. Hizashi smirked, pointing aggressively at Shuta's face. Pretending to be married for the sake of one of your kids? You're going soft. Wait, scratch that, you've always been soft. You play favorites too, Shoyuta said, smacking Hizashi's finger away. You were rooting for Uraraka in the sports festival the whole time. At least I admit it. Shoyuta scowled. Okay, fine, you don't play favorites. But if you don't play favorites, why do you say you did it for a student? Shoyuta crossed his arms, moving around a bit, and Hizashi carefully studied his expression. Shoyuta looked like he too was wondering why he'd done it. There was more silence as Shoyuta considered his answer, Hizashi curious to know why exactly Shoyuta had agreed to this. We're heroes, Shoyuta finally said, and then grimaced as if realizing what he was about to say was going to sound cheesy. It seemed important to him, and it struck me that we can be his heroes in a different way than usual. I saw no reason at the time to tell him we weren't actually married because of our original plans, and over the week I've come to realize that we're heroes to many more because of that reason. Hizashi took a deep breath before bending down to squeeze the life out of Shoyuta in a bone-crushing hug. You big softy. Utter, total softy. Shoyuta pushed him away, a frown on his face. I regret telling you. You should, 'cause now I'm gonna ask which student. I'm not going to tell you. The banter stopped as Sunday slowly faded away, both still thinking of how, exactly, to handle their current situation. Hizashi flipped mindlessly through endless TV channels, not really paying attention to what was happening on screen and still trying to come up with a solution. Shoyuta would marry him if he asked, which he most definitely wants to, but at the same time they literally just got into a relationship today. He's aware that most of the reason Shoyuta would even say yes so soon in the first place was because they'd already been pretending for a week. Under normal circumstances, would Shoyuta still have said yes? If they'd been dating and this whole pretending to be married gig was a concept only to the wild imagination, would he have proposed and would have Shoyuta said yes? Was there any chance Shoyuta would propose? Hizashi's mind ended up getting sidetracked to about 100 different fantasies of Shoyuta proposing to him, 2 of which involved a candy ring and at least one including a dog in a tuxedo. The channels on screen were still being flipped through, but he suddenly stopped when a talk show came on. It was one he didn't really watch, finding the host to be rather bland, but it had reminded him of something. That's right. The small idea he had had earlier was currently burning into something a bit bigger, and he suddenly turned to face the man beside him, alight with a really stupid plan. I've got that TV interview with Junko Kageyama tomorrow, he said, and Shoyuta lifted an eyebrow. I've got an idea, sorta, but I'm gonna need ask if you're, okay with it. Shoyuta was silent for a while, and Hizashi knew he was already guessing what Hizashi's idea was and feared Shoyuta would say no. After a while though, he said, okay. Shoyuta was used to being physically close to Hizashi. That's who Hizashi was, physically affectionate with everyone, ruffling heads and wrapping his arm around shoulders, knocking knees and jostling. Tensei and Hizashi were both this way, which had caused quite a lot of suffering on his end in high school when they suddenly decided to initiate bone-crushing group hugs. It was something he'd grown used to, being a constant victim to Hizashi's foot nudging him beneath the table in boring staff meetings and Hizashi often leaning too far into his personal space. It was why he never complained much whenever he and Hizashi had to share a bed and Hizashi ended up latching onto him sometime in the night, because that's just the kind of person Hizashi was. This, however, was different. Many touches, light and feathery, solid and warm. Many kisses in passing, even if they weren't doing an activity that warranted one. He didn't protest any of them, though, content when Hizashi hands slide over his own and his lips press lightly to his cheek or temple or mouth. It was nice. Lying in bed too felt much different than it ever had before. They'd laid down, and after a few moments' hesitation Hizashi had scooted closer, arms open in an offer, and Shoyuta had rolled over so his back was to Hizashi's chest and Hizashi's arms loosely around his waist. Even if this feeling was familiar, it was also off. It's not like Hisashi's never snuggled against him in bed before. It was the context that was different. Something painfully romantic and sappy and fuzzy, something that hadn't been there before. He felt calm and relaxed, a sharp contrast from the night before and this morning. He'd been tense and on edge doing the smallest activities this morning, like making coffee and getting dressed. Riding the train had been even worse, with several gazes straying his way, no doubt recognizing him from the picture that seemed to be plastered all over the news and internet. After they talked though, he'd felt infinitely better. Maybe it had to do with finding some sort of peace of mind with the recent revelation and Hisashi's assurance, or just coming to associate Hisashi with comfort at this point in his life, being his closest friend and now, well, boyfriend sounds silly, so he'll settle with partner. He could feel Hisashi's breath even out on the back of his neck, and he too ended up falling asleep rather quickly. The morning felt normal. Hisashi was up 2 hours before they needed to leave to shower, do his routine, eat, and Shoyuta had to be dragged out of bed when they had 10 minutes left to get ready. Falling asleep was often hard, but getting up was even harder, further proven when Hisashi practically leapt on top of him to startle him awake and he'd merely fallen back asleep. "Eat this toast," Hisashi told him as he shuffled past, stuffing a piece of bread into Shuta's hand. It wasn't even toasted, and a thin slice of butter was in the middle, not having been spread. Shoyuta took a bite anyways, knowing if he didn't Hisashi would use forceful action to get him to eat. They left the apartment and stepped into the elevator, Shoyuta still trying to shake off the clinging dregs of sleepiness and Hisashi bouncing on the ball of his feet, way too energetic this early in the morning. "Look at those vultures," Hisashi seethed as the elevator door dinged open. The inside of the elevator was hidden just out of view from the reporters, but it wouldn't be long until they noticed them. Shoyuta had narrowly managed to avoid them yesterday, a towering but friendly stranger recognizing him and walking with him to the elevator, her bulking size keeping him hidden from those desperate for a news story. There were even more reporters here today than all week after that news story from the ball, and weekday mornings they were guaranteed to step into the lobby to get in and out of the building, which is where they all crowded, cameras at the ready, no doubt waiting for them to arrive with cameras and notepads at the ready. Just walk calmly and keep stoic, there's not much information they can milk out of that, Shoyuta suggested, adjusting his capturing weapon around his neck. "You'd be surprised," Hisashi groaned, before beginning to walk towards the door quickly, Shoyuta following. He kept his head bowed so a good portion of his face was concealed by his scarf, his hair managing to obscure the rest from their greedy cameras. They probably would have swarmed them had it not been for the apartment security, already thoroughly fed up with so many of them sticking around daily, barking at the journalists and cameramen to back off. "Just imagine the state of it tonight when we get home," Hisashi noted as they got into his car. Shoyuta hummed, trying not to think about the TV interview. He'd agreed to Hisashi's plan but was unsure of how much it might actually help. Of course, Hisashi telling him already what he planned to do took away the novelty of what the situation was supposed to be, but this was a unique case. "So if I'm officially moving in with you, I'll have to talk over my lease with the apartment owner before it's renewed." Shoyuta grimaced at the thought of having to go over all the paperwork that came with moving. Even with his apartment's general plumbing problems and not having heating half the time, he'd never moved out because just the thought of having to look for another place sounded painful. Vaguely he recalled Tensei's joking offer from 4 months ago, saying Shoyuta could move in with him and his family. Aside from not wanting to take advantage of someone else or rely on them, sharing a household with one of his students is probably one of the worst things he could ever have thought of, and was why he tended to avoid his own dorm on UE grounds if he didn't have a whole lot of work in favor of his own apartment. "I'll have to add you onto my lease as well," Hisashi added, taking a sharp turn to avoid traffic. "You know, now that we're, dating, we can do all sorts of domestic stuff now." "Like what?" Shoyuta snorted. "Grocery shopping, movie nights, cuddling up when we go to bed." Hisashi's face morphed into one of realization. "Wait a minute." Shuta's snorting turned into a full-blown laugh at the look on Hisashi's reddening face, the blonde sputtering, "Dude, I think we were already domestic enough. Any more domestic and we'd just be your parents." "I haven't heard from them in a while," Hisashi said, switching topics, though his face still held hints of red. "I'm surprised they didn't call me the moment the news started saying we're married." "Maybe they'll call you tonight." Dad loves Junko, so they might be watching. At school they attracted quite a lot of stares and whispers, and Shoyuta wondered if this was going to be a repeat of last Monday. Entering the staff room, the first thing they were faced with was, "You too." "I've got a class to teach," Shoyuta said immediately, whirling around, but Nemuri had already snagged his tracksuit. He could feel her nails digging into his back, and knew it was futile. They'd be murdered before the day had even properly started. Hisashi was still resisting frantically, trying to tell Nemuri to calm down. "Nemuri, please," Hisashi begged, the material of his jacket straining from her fingers. "I was going to tell you, I promise." "Zip it, Hisashi. After yesterday's little stunt, you both have a lot of explaining to do. I will not accept any sort of half-butted answer or apology from either of you." Nemuri's grip somehow got even tighter, and Shoyuta was pulled close to her face, forced to stare into her livid blue eyes. "And we're gonna discuss this as soon as work is over. I'm taking you guys to some back alley ramen shop. We're going to eat, laugh, and then I'm going to kick your buttes and call Tensei and have him come here to roll over your buttes with his goddamn wheelchair." "Nemuri!" Hisashi's voice raised loudly, and several of the other teachers who were watching flinched. Shoyuta placed his hand around Nemuri's wrist and managed to yank himself free, which might not have been the best idea, because she immediately moved both of her hands so they were dangerously close to Hisashi's neck. "I'll kill you," Nemuri hissed, thankfully quieter than before. "How dare you not this is." "I think maybe we should all calm down," Toshinori intervened, and Shoyuta had never been more relieved to see him. "Midnight, I'm sure killing someone will get your hero license revoked among other, far more worse things." Nemuri stepped away, still clearly angry, but stomped off towards her desk and sat down with a huff. Shoyuta thought Hisashi would have had the common sense to explain to her what had happened after he sent her the initial texts about their fake marriage, but apparently not. Shoyuta gathered some of his things from his desk, listening to Toshinori's rambling as everybody else returned to whatever they were doing, though still occasionally shooting him curious looks. Hisashi avoided Nemuri like the plague, dodging around everyone as he spouted morning greetings just to make sure he wasn't within 10 feet of her. "Everything good?" 13 asked as they passed by, pausing to look at Shoyuta, who shrugged, not wanting to elaborate. 13 hesitated before continuing their way to greet Snipe, leaving Shoyuta wondering how many people would try asking him if he was okay. As the time for class to start grew nearer, he stood up and began to head out, but to his dismay Toshinori followed, keeping close behind. "Aizawa, my man," he began, and Shoyuta already knew what was coming. "About Saturday, I don't mean to pry, but is everything all right? I can understand that so much publicity on someone who doesn't want publicity can be frustrating and cause strained attitudes, but—" "It's fine," Shoyuta said in a clipped voice, stopping to look up at the taller man. Even in his deflated form he was a good foot taller than him, and it wasn't easy on his neck. "We sorted through everything." "I'm glad," Toshinori said, smiling. "Your relationship is still good, right? This hasn't, ruined anything?" "Oh, that sounded bad, I meant. It's the same as it's always been." "That's good to hear." Toshinori laughed, but it was a little awkward. "Really, are you sure?" "Yes," Shoyuta insisted, wondering why Toshinori had to be such a nosy and nice person. "I have a class to get to. Goodbye." Only it wasn't like his students would be much better. They were equally as nosy, if not more so than Toshinori. Hovering outside the door, he wondered if he should just assign them their test today so nobody would bother him, before deciding against it. When he stepped into the room, silence fell, which he immediately took to be a bad sign. Stepping to the front of the room, he faced all his students, before saying in a careful voice, "Anybody who asks about my private life or any of my relationships today will get extra homework. Study hall. Use it wisely." The class burst into whispers as he sat down at his desk, flipping open one of the folders he'd gathered from the staff room to stare disdainfully down at the papers he needed to grade. Wonderful. At least the class seemed to be taking their upcoming tests seriously, most of them with their books out, so he'd hopefully be able to go through them without interruption. He could feel several eyes on him, though, and it was making him bristle slightly. If this was how they were now, perhaps tonight would make them even worse. Soon it was time to transition, and Shoyuta knew Hisashi taught his class next and could only hope that Hisashi wouldn't tell them much of anything. As he and Hisashi passed one another in the hallway, Hisashi smiled and bumped into him lightly, giving him a small wave. The staff room was nearly empty save Hound Dog and Nemuri, who was sitting at her desk and thankfully looking much calmer than she'd been this morning. Her head was bent over something, so he stepped in without her notice. He wasn't tired enough to warrant a nap on the couch, so he sat at his own desk, but had barely done so when Nemuri's head snapped up and her eyes fixated on his. She stood abruptly and stomped over, heels clacking loudly on the floor and filled with determination. "Let's go out and talk," she said, and it was a command rather than a request. At least she looked less likely to kill him now. Shoyuta followed her out into the hallway, where nobody was around to listen to them speak. When they were sure they were in the clear, she whirled around to glare. "So I get a text yesterday saying everything was fake," she said coolly, hands on her hips. "And I get this text after the news broadcasts your miserable mug on every available surface, so imagine how much I've agonized in the last 24 hours, hoping you're dumb but is okay. You never said one word to me. Not a single text from you was sent my way, no phone call, nothing." Apologizing would do nothing and only further her anger, so Shoyuta chose to keep silent as she continued raving, the familiar concern in her voice hidden underneath layers of fury. "I hope you two worked everything out and that your last memories will be of each other when you die, because I will kill you, but before I kill you I will chain you up and—" Nemuri fingers curled, her expression of one who was imagining strangling her enemies. I even hope you're okay, you big piece of shit." "Yes," Shoyuta said slowly, and her eyebrows raised, so he elaborated. "Everything was sorted out yesterday." "Well, I'm glad." Nemuri smiled, voice betraying her relief, and her demeanor changed considerably. "So, not really a couple, are you? Are we all back to square one?" "No," Shoyuta said, and Nemuri's eyes widened. "It's a long story." "But you're together?" He knew she would eventually pry it from him anyways, knowing at least a million different ways to torture him and get him to talk, so he sighed and nodded. Nemuri turned away from him for a moment, as if needing to compose herself, before facing him again and attempting to deliver a kick to his shin, which he dodged. "I better be invited to the wedding." She grinned, ferocious. "I'm totally the maid of honor, right? Who else?" Shoyuta snorted, and Nemuri pumped her fist in the air. Her mood suddenly changed again though, her hand dropping to her side as she fixed him with a worried look. "What happened Saturday?" "I already heard from Hisashi, but what's your story?" "Now's not the place to talk," Shoyuta said, slipping his hands in his pockets. He appreciated Nemuri and her sisterly concern for him, and knew she deserved an explanation after worrying yesterday. "Tonight sometime after 9, all right?" Nemuri smirked, that familiar expression of prurient curiosity on her face as she adjusted her glasses. "Got a date or something before that?" "Yes," Shoyuta responded flatly, already walking past. "With my bed." Hisashi's last class ended with a bang, quite literally, as someone had used their quirk to get everyone to shut up, and he rushed over to Shuta's classroom, waiting for him as his class filed out. He gave a smile and a wave to several of the students, who in return waved back. They'd all tried pressing him for details over what had happened during the weekend, but he'd kept his mouth shut with another promise that he'd tell them details tomorrow. Once everyone was gone, he slid in, hyped and prepared already for tonight. "How's my favorite grumpy boyfriend doing?" He grinned, finger guns pointing, and Shoyuta gave him an unimpressed stare. "What? I totally get to call you that now." "Doesn't mean you should," Shoyuta said, though it didn't sound like he was actually protesting it. Hisashi sidled up to where he was standing, sorting through all his things, and rested his chin on Shuta's shoulder. "You can do that later," Hisashi said. "We've got to get going in case preparation goes south." "Preparation? Really, we only need one thing. Do you know how long it takes to shop?" "Really long. I should know, my producer dragged me out to help him once." Shoyuta shrugged Hisashi off of his shoulder to bend down and grab at his rolled-up sleeping bag. "By the way, Nemuri's probably coming over around 9. She's not going to kill me, is she?" "Who knows?" Shoyuta asked, an amused lilt to his voice, and Hisashi knew he was enjoying being vague far too much. Let's go. Got any grading to do? I've already done it. Sweet. Hisashi slipped his hand into Shuta's, who stiffened a bit at the sudden contact. Hisashi nearly retracted his hand, cursing at himself in his head, knowing that Shoyuta wouldn't want to do any sort of that petty stuff, but Shuta's palm pressed against his tightly for a second, a squeeze, and they walked like that out to his car. The reporters around the school had dwindled down to only a few this week, the others having tired of getting nowhere, though this meant that the demands for an interview and questions being directed their way were more clearly heard. Hisashi didn't particularly like or dislike the media, but after their coverage of USJ and the lodge, painting Shoyuta in a bad light, he decided he doesn't really care for them, especially since half the time in recent articles they don't even remember Shuta's name and merely refer to him as present Mick's husband. Though this time for sure, the media would definitely have tons to cover, though they'd be more conflicted than before. Hisashi had no doubt in his mind that not many would believe what he was going to say, especially since it was only half a truth. He'd already mapped out every possibility in his mind and every expected reaction, so he was prepared for everything. He'd even sent a text to Nemuri already explaining a bit of what he was going to do, so she didn't mow down his door later in the evening. Back at his apartment, he changed into plain clothes, having already emailed Junko and been assured he didn't need to show up in costume. The directions to her studio were in his phone and the interview would begin at 7:30, so he had some time to kill. Shoyuta had changed as well, and it was at Hisashi's suggestion that they headed out again for a quick bite to eat. Hisashi bounced his knee up and down, feeling an edge of nervousness creep up his spine as they ate sashimi silently. TV interviews and radio interviews were vastly different. With radio, only your words had to be careful and controlled, well thought out, and it was something he was good at. On TV though, not only did your words have to be careful, but your movements, interactions, facial expressions. They all had to be practiced and precise. A wrong move or a slip-up could fall under scrutiny from the media, something he's seen happen countless of times. Of course, it wasn't like this wouldn't raise some controversy anyways, but this was honestly the best thing to do besides just coming out with the whole truth, because perhaps not a whole lot of people would honestly believe they only got into a relationship after pretending to be in a relationship. He'd doubt that even in fiction. You're shaking the table, Shoyuta said, breaking Hisashi away from his thoughts, and he apologized. It's fine. Stop worrying, you do this kind of stuff all the time. This is way different, Shoyuta. I was trying to make you feel better. Well, you've always been terrible at words of comfort, Hisashi smiled, and Shoyuta simply glared. But I'm super nervous. I had trouble talking to you. What about the entirety of Japan? 30 million people watch her show, at most. Yeah, because that's not a lot or anything. And I'm pretty sure it's way more than that. Shoyuta hesitated, before reaching his hand over and placing it on Hisashi's arm, a show of comfort. It's fine. But I don't know, imagine me there or something. Can't you sit in the audience? Hisashi begged, putting on his best puppy dog gaze and even sliding his glasses down for maximum effect. Or, she said you were welcome to even sit up there and be interviewed with me. This is far too much publicity already, Shoyuta withdrew, sighing heavily. I'd rather stay out of the spotlight until it's actually time for it. Hisashi conceded, but despite all the talk still felt high-strung. They had one more thing to do before heading to the studio, so they finished eating quickly and drove towards the shopping center they'd gone to before to get Shuta's suit. The radio was low and played mindless pop music, and before Hisashi got out of the car he turned it off. Well, this is going to be a thing, he breathed out heavily before turning to look at the other man. I can do this. Tell me I can do this. You can do this, Shoyuta deadpanned. Excellent. Hisashi leaned forward to kiss Shuta's cheek. Better already, love. Shuta's face flushed, and Hisashi reveled in his cute expression. Will she really be able to help? Shoyuta finally asked as Hisashi undid his seatbelt and pushed open the car door. Trust me, she's been planning my wedding for me ever since the day I met her, Hisashi replied as he stepped out. If she doesn't have one, I'll eat my own hair. He then headed into the store, light on his feet. Afternoon, Kawamoto. Kirishima didn't watch TV regularly. He only did it after long hours of training when his body was sore and demanded for a little relaxation, and the numerous action flicks and comedy shows at the ready called for him. Sometimes he and his friends grouped together to watch certain shows, to Bakugo's annoyance, but he was definitely going to watch Junko tonight to see if the rumors of her getting present mic to interview were true. The voice hero had been unusually tight-lipped about everything in class today, not answering anybody's questions, which had only made Kirishima feel a little more disheartened. He'd had a blast on Saturday, but had woken up Sunday to Mina banging on his door and yelling about, "They're getting a divorce." Thankfully, they weren't actually getting a divorce and it had been a trick of Mina's to get his attention, but reading the news story had made him feel awful. What had happened? They danced and everything had looked cool and it was all fine, right? So how could that have all gone wrong so soon after? Hopefully, they'd all be getting answers soon. Do we really need popcorn for this? Shiro asked as Mina passed around the bowl of buttery deliciousness. It's like an hour of talks house stuff. If Mike-sensei is on, maybe he'll talk about what happened. Kaminari suggested, grabbing a handful and stuffing it into his mouth. And besides, we all love popcorn, and it'd be a dead shame if we didn't have any. Stop talking, Bakugo grumbled. Dude, it's the ads. We're good. Talking is what's fun about this. Mina shouted, practically draping herself across Kaminari and Kirishima. Reacting, joking, crying together. I doubt there'll be a lot of crying, Shiro snorted. The popcorn bowl settled in his lap. They all went back and forth for a couple of seconds until, "Shoo, guys, it's starting." Kirishima hushed as the title card flashed on screen. The show started off as usual, Junko greeting the audience present with her and watching from home, waving enthusiastically and accepting audience questions. I always wonder how she gets her hair to do that, Kaminari wondered as the audience laughed at a terrible pun. That's the biggest ponytail I've ever seen. Yaoyorozu's got nothing on her. This is stupid, Bakugo said, crossing his arms and sliding down in his seat. You think everything is stupid, Mina grumbled, poking him in the stomach. Kirishima had to throw his arm out to prevent Bakugo from hitting her. 20 minutes into the show and no guests had been called forth, but that didn't mean he'd lost hope. Maybe they were just going to do the guest stuff in the later half. That happens sometimes. I'm going to get us drinks, Shiro announced, setting the bowl on top of Mina's stomach and standing up. The little fridge in the corner was stocked. Full with drinks, almost all of them healthy because Shiro was an absolute health nut. He returned with 5 water bottles and distributed them. Bet I can drink mine faster, Mina challenged, sitting up and placing the bowl back in Shiro's lap. Oh, you're on. Kaminari grinned, and they both began to gulp down their drinks. Kirishima was almost worried that one of them would choke. Hey, you cheated and spilled some. It was an accident. Cheeriowater. Shut up. Bakugo yelled, and they all quieted as someone came on stage. It took Kirishima a moment to actually recognize it as present Mike, with his hair in a bun and dressed in casual clothing. He wore thick-rimmed glasses and a green jacket over a white V-neck, and Kirishima was honestly surprised he could look so normal. To be fair, he's only seen his teacher with a hairstyle 3 feet high and in a purple suit that almost seemed to glow at certain angles. To think he could actually dress like a regular citizen seemed almost alien. His hair is really pretty, Mina commented as she settled back into the couch, and Kaminari moved to take off his wet sweatshirt. His elbow knocked into Shiro's face and the popcorn bowl in Shiro's lap spilled onto the ground as he jumped in pain. Oh F dash! Bakugo yelled, and chaos broke out. Kirishima was kneed in the groin on accident by Bakugo, and Kaminari scrambled away onto the bed as fast as he could. Shiro mourned the loss of the popcorn while Mina snickered and laid across the couch, placing her head on top of the armrest Bakugo had abandoned. Dude, it was an accident. Don't kill him, Kirishima called, watching Bakugo approach Kaminari menacingly. He couldn't move since half of Mina's weight was on top of him and getting up would be rude. Maybe Pikachu should watch what the F he's doing, Bakugo gritted out, fists clenching. That was our last bag of popcorn. Chill. Kaminari begged, throwing his hands up in surrender. I'll get us all ice cream later. I'm holding you to that, a-hole. Raccoon eyes, get off my spot. Finders keepers, Mina said, and Kirishima's skin hardened as Bakugo exploded. They ended up missing the first 10 minutes of the interview in total, and by the time they had all actually settled down, compromises had been made and all messes had been cleaned. Junko and Present Mike were in the middle of talking about all the press activity and media response to the whole marriage thing. Positive, correct? Yeah, so much of it has been positive. Present Mike laughed. Even off-duty and in civvies, he was unnaturally loud and energetic. Which I'm so thankful for. 13 came out to me and I was the first to know, and I felt like really honored, and reading about all the people who have done the same is super nice. Well, us gays have to stick together, Junko winked, and the audience laughed. What if all the girls in the crowd are her girlfriends? Zero said. She's not gonna have that many, dums. Maybe like 5. 5 is too much. Shut up. Bakugo commanded, knocking his fist against Mina's forehead. She was treating the 4 boys like her own personal couch, with her head in Bakugo's lap and feet in Kaminari's. Maybe Kirishima and Bakugo should have switched seats so Bakugo couldn't hit Mina's face as easily. Kirishima took another sip from his water, listening to what was being said closely. Nothing from Saturday was brought up besides a mention of how they danced, but Kirishima kept holding out just in case they'd talk about it in the final moments of the show. This felt strangely important to him, but weird at the same time. He shouldn't be this invested in his teachers' love lives, should he? Well, he's always wondered if he could ever date and get married if he became a pro hero. If nobody else would have come out by then, Kirishima would have thought he'd be manly enough to become the first openly gay pro hero and help out all the kids who were like him. He'd be an inspiration. He'd help everyone who felt lost and scared and unsure. The first one to do it, the Honorable Red Riot. But Aizawa-sensei and Mike-sensei were the first ones to do it. Even if it had been unwillingly, they hadn't tried to deny or say it was wrong. They became the first openly gay heroes in Japan. They made him feel much more braver than he would have been if they hadn't ever come out. Of course, that doesn't mean those who kept it private weren't manly at all, quite the opposite. They were super manly and brave. It was just, well, maybe he was kind of projecting onto his teachers a bit? He didn't know the word for it, he just knew that he suddenly felt a lot closer to them before, even if that wasn't actually true. And besides, this whole situation had brought forward a whole slew of questions in his head, as well as the courage to ask out Bakugo. Would he have done it if all of this hadn't happened? Eventually, he'd like to think he would have. But who knew? But all this had happened, and it wasn't a question now if Bakugo would go out with him, but a question of, "Hey, Bakugo," Kirishima said, and Bakugo glanced over at him, scowling. "Would you marry me one day?" Mina sat up so fast she ended up startling Zero out of his seat and causing Kaminari to cry out in pain from her heels digging into his thighs. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why ask me that now, shitty hair? Bakugo grumbled, and to Kirishima's relief he didn't really sound angry. We're way too young to talk about that. Ask me again in 5 years. That's basically a yes, Zero said, and Bakugo barked for them to shut up once again and turned away, arms crossed tighter across his chest, but Kirishima could see the faint blush creeping up on the back of his neck. Kirishima smiled wide, before leaning against the other boy, satisfied with the answer, and returned his attention to the screen. So, Mike, Junko said, her audience still laughing from a previous joke. We've gotten through all the fluff, tell us how you proposed. This is a moment I've been waiting for all week, honestly. Present Mike hesitated for a second, and Junko continued speaking. Me and my girlfriend, she's quirkless, you know you're our hero. You and Eraserhead, and I don't think it's just us, I know it's not just us, so I'm sorry for that personal question, but that I think we all want to know. You made history here. The details, how brave you were for even asking in the first place. Was it an adrenaline-filled moment or had it been planned long before? Well, before I start saying pretty much anything else, Present Mike said, and his voice sounded even louder than before, a certain edge to it that made Kirishima feel nervous. I've got something to admit. The room was deathly still. The room they currently sat in, on the couch and draped all across it, and the room the show was being filmed, the audience was tense, hardly breathing, and even Junko, normally so light-hearted, had an anxious curve to her smile. Kirishima didn't know what he was expecting, didn't know why his stomach dropped like that, didn't know when he'd stopped breathing either, and when Bakugo had stiffened up beside him, jaw clenched. Show Eraserhead and I aren't actually married. The low din of the audience became an uproar. Mina fell off their laps, Kaminari electrocuted Shiro, and Kirishima unconsciously crushed the bottle in his hands. The loudest reaction of all, however, was Bakugo exploding again, with a yell of, "What the F dash?" Hisashi had never been so nervous in his life. The bright lights were shining right in his face, and he could only hope the sweat beading down the side of it wasn't that noticeable. He subtly wiped his sweaty palms against his knees as he waited for the crowd to silence, and he could see Shoyuta sitting near the front, hunched over and watching him carefully. Nobody had seemed to recognize him, which was half the reason Shoyuta had even agreed to sit in the stands. Seeing his boyfriend, he reminded himself sitting there calmly amid the rowdiness of everyone else helped ground him. Hisashi took a steadying breath, looking towards Junko, who was staring at a spot above the cameras blankly, her mouth agape. When she noticed him staring, she regained her composure and asked loudly, "Was that a joke?" "No," he said, and it was met with more yells from the crowd. Junkie stared at him, before lifting one hand and waving it aggressively. Everyone silenced themselves almost immediately, and Junko spoke again. "So what you mean to tell us is that you're not in a relationship with another dude? You're not gay, and this whole thing is a lie." Well, it sounded even worse when she said it like that. But that was why they were only saying half the truth here, because Hisashi knew if the whole truth was said, there would be absolutely no way he could come back from this. Even if he married Shoyuta for real, it wouldn't fix anything. He'd thought about this long and hard before deciding this was the best course of action, a bit of a lie but a whole lot of truth. It was the best they could do about the situation, because all the other alternatives had even worse endings that ranged from them losing their jobs to being viewed as liars and frauds for the rest of their lives. This plan, well, it was just a little lie. Something nobody could prove. Hopefully. "You've got it wrong," Hisashi said, surprised that his voice was still clear and steady despite the suffocating feeling in his throat. "I may not be married to him, but we're still in a relationship. We've been dating for a year now." There was noise from Junko's audience again, but it was murmuring and whispers instead of yells and booing. "It was a mistake at the hospital," Hisashi continued, and he could feel everyone's eyes on him. He had this. He had planned this last night, on his whiteboard. He knew what to say, what to do. He just had to think about it and he wouldn't screw up. "I was panicking, you see. They asked me if I was his spouse and it didn't really register in my mind, because I was panicking and I said yes, even though it wasn't true. We were only dating, not married." "I see," Junko said slowly as if she didn't know how to respond. She looked floored and confused, which was good because it left room for Hisashi to keep talking and explaining. Only now, he was delving away from the lie and more into truthful territory. "I don't want anybody to be mistaken about this," he said, and his voice came out even louder now. He was pretty sure he'd accidentally put some of his quirk into it. "I am in a relationship with Eraserhead Shoyuta Aizawa. Learn his name and I love him so much. I don't want anybody to be wrong about that. I want everyone to know that." Hisashi paused, swallowing. This was so different from speaking on the radio, and he was pretty sure he was about to die, but he kept on talking. "He's the world to me, he's my everything, to be honest. I don't think I could do half of what I do now, hero work and teaching, if it weren't for him. He keeps me down to earth and prevents me from making dumb decisions, and he's there for me when I start breaking down." His eyes found Shuta's again and people noticed, beginning to whisper and point at him. It was true, juggling 3 jobs at once often took a toll on Hisashi, and it was always Shoyuta there for him, there to tell him to take a break for once, and now Shuta's here again, not saying anything but helping just by being there. "Hisashi's got this. He's got this. Even though I love him that much, even though every moment I'm awake I wish I was brave enough to ask him to marry me, we're not married." More murmuring from the crowd, but louder. Junko's hand was over her mouth, and she looked like she wanted to cry, but Hisashi couldn't tell if it was because she was upset or what, so he kept talking. It started way back in high school, you know? He was my best friend, no hard feelings, Tensei? And we just fit together like puzzle pieces despite being so different. And we still fit together. We fit with one another for years, 15 years, and that's half our lives. I've been in love with Shoyuta Aizawa for almost half of my entire life. Hizashi couldn't hear the crowd or see Junko now. He could only hear his own words as he continued speaking, continued doing what he does his best at in all three of his jobs, his voice being the most important thing, and outside of work still relying on that voice so much, and now he was using it to admit what he's felt for 15 long years. We recently got over a few differences between us, like, really recently, and really important differences. It's super important that we talk to each other, because we're so different, get it? But at the same time, I know what he's feeling from a glance and vice versa. And even though we tell each other so many things, this is the first time I'm saying all of this that he means so much to me, and honestly, I should say it more often, and that's why. Wait, is he crying now? Are his eyes burning from the lights or from crying? He can't tell. Nothing exists now except for him and Shoyuta, sitting there, right there in the audience. Hizashi stood up, nearly stumbling as he did so, and made his way to where Shoyuta sat, calm and composed, expression betraying nothing. This was Hizashi's plan and, well, crying and all that wasn't really a part of it, and he'd had a few more things to say before he moved on to this part, but who FANG cares? Shoyuta Aizawa, Hizashi said, and this time he wasn't saying it for the audience or anybody else but Shoyuta, who was there, across from him, slouched and looking adorable and tired and just like Shoyuta. Hizashi was down on his knees, one of his arms perched across Shuta's own, so his face was relatively close to the others. Even though Shuta's face was blank and impassive as he had trained it to be, there was something in his eyes that only Hizashi himself could see. Hizashi slid his hand into his pocket, feeling like if he left it in there any longer it'd burn a hole right through it, and he shakily held it out towards his boyfriend, his best friend, his Shoyuta, and asked, "Shoyuta Aizawa, will you continue making me the happiest man alive?" And even though they'd already talked about this yesterday, had planned it out, and even though it had been repeating in his mind all day like a broken record, Hizashi still waited for an answer with bated breath, his heart about ready to beat itself out of his chest. This is real, he told himself, and the ring nearly slipped between his fingers. This is real, and I'm asking for real, and... Yeah, Shoyuta said, his blank exterior cracking as the corners of his mouth upturned into a smile, and before he could stop himself Hizashi surged forward to kiss Shoyuta because... We're getting married for real. The screaming from the crowd was making his head spin, and rather than be assaulted with hundreds of questions like Hizashi was, Shoyuta managed to escape from the seats into backstage, looking for the door they had come through so he could wait in Hizashi's car. Hizashi had dropped the ring into his lap, so he currently had it in his hand and was examining it. He hadn't gotten a good look at it earlier, but now that he was seeing it up close he realized it was surprisingly plain. Coming from a woman like Kawamoto, at least. It was titanium with light red markings on the inside and outside, and after a moment's hesitation he slid it onto his finger. It was too small, unsurprisingly, but it felt nice. Well, the ring didn't feel nice, though it was surprisingly cold even though it had been stuck in Hizashi's pocket for so long. What felt nice was this sort of satisfying feeling in his chest, like it was all over. They'd resolved this situation, their personal and public ones, and everything was all right. Everything was going to be fine. Hizashi came out about 15 minutes later, stumbling into the driver's side and starting the engine, but before Shoyuta could ask if he was all right Hizashi was leaning over once again to kiss him. His lips were wet from him liking them too many times, his palms sweaty as they placed themselves on Shuta's cheeks, but he didn't mind or care. "I love you," Hizashi said once he broke away, eyes wide, breathing. "I love you so much and holy shit." "Yeah," Shoyuta said. "Holy shit. I just did that." "You just did that." "Oh God," Hizashi groaned, shifting gears so they could pull out of the parking lot, eyeing the camera crew near the studio wearily. "The media's gonna have a field day. I'm so sorry." "I already told you last night this is the best we can do," Shoyuta said, but despite their words they were both smiling, eyes bright and hearts racing. So if we're getting married for real, I'll need a ring that fits. Of course, sweetheart, Hisashi grinned, and Shoyuta felt his face burn in response to the nickname, something he wasn't quite used to yet. I'm just so glad she did have a ring in my size, even. I never told her my size before. She probably guessed it from how many times she's measured you, Shoyuta said, examining the ring once again. It was dark and ugly against his own pale skin, but it'd look much better on Hisashi's finger than his own. Besides, Shoyuta wasn't exactly a jewelry guy, but he'd make an exception. God, is this what sappy couples think about? What kind of ring they want the other to buy them? He needs to get his head checked. He's sure he has a concussion of some sorts. The media outside of Hisashi's apartment building was overwhelming, and Shoyuta would have suggested they just drive back to his apartment if his key wasn't upstairs in Hisashi's. They stared at the swarm, already feeling exhausted, before stepping out reluctantly. Scream and run, Hisashi suggested, locking the car behind them. Powerwalk. No screaming. No fun. I'm tired, Shoyuta muttered, leaning against Hisashi and closing his eyes. Carry me? You do realize the cameras are going to take 100 pictures of you, right? Hisashi asked incredulously. I don't care. I'm tired. Hisashi laughed, before bending down and allowing Shoyuta to clamber onto his back, his fingers linking over Hisashi's chest. Shoyuta closed his eyes and focused on the warmth emanating from Hisashi, his cheek pressed against the side of his neck, which was soft and devoid of any cold jewelry, making it comfortable enough to use as a pillow of sorts. He couldn't see the cameras or the journalists or any of that stuff, which was the way he preferred it. Hisashi's hands shifted from beneath his thighs and he felt the cold draft of the apartment building as they entered. There were no noises of the media inside, so he could only assume they'd gotten too much for the security and had been ushered and kept outside. Shoyuta only opened his eyes when he was sure they were outside of Hisashi's door, and Hisashi practically dumped him on the couch once they entered. Shoyuta stared up at Hisashi, who was hovering above him with his hands planted on either side of Shuta's head, face slack. We did that, Hisashi murmured softly, his glasses slipping down his nose as he spoke. I proposed. Shoyuta cleared his throat and said back, You did. And you said yes. Hisashi's eyes were wet, and Shoyuta reached up to gently take his glasses off of his face, folding them and placing them on the coffee table beside them. He could hear the way Hisashi was breathing, almost like a shudder, and realized his own breathing matched. I did, Shoyuta finally said, his words almost a whisper. He half expected Hisashi to kiss him, but nothing came. Hisashi just continued staring down, eyes wet, mouthing words Shoyuta couldn't hear. Shoyuta kept his eyes on Hisashi's as he pushed himself up with his elbows, heart beating at 1,000,000 miles a minute inside his chest, noses bumping together and breath shared. Shuta's lost track of how many times they've kissed, stopped keeping count the day before when Hisashi had kissed him every 5 seconds, but so far, this is the best one they've shared. He felt wetness on his face, and thought to himself that Hisashi was finally crying, but the other didn't make any move to pull away, so he didn't either. They eventually stopped kissing and Hisashi collapsed on top of him, his body fitting against Shuta's easily, face buried in his neck and Shuta's legs wrapped around his own. It was very comfortable, and he would have closed his eyes to slip into sleep had he not seen the clock on the mantel. Namuri will be here soon, he said quietly, but Hisashi made no move to get off of him. He could feel wetness against his neck, but he didn't complain. Who knew how long Hisashi had actually wanted to do that? How long had Hisashi been keeping all that inside? All of this had happened so fast, in such a short period of time. Had it really only been a week? How long has he actually been in love with Hisashi? Hisashi's been in love with him for years, he says, but Shoyuta doesn't know how long he himself has been. He supposes it doesn't matter as Hisashi's hands slid into his own, their fingers linking together. It doesn't matter, he thought again when he felt Hisashi's lips press against his neck, soft and warm. It doesn't matter is the answer he gave Hisashi when he asked him when they should have the wedding and what the ring should look like, who should be invited and what should they wear. Because it doesn't. What matters is what's happening right now. Namuri practically broke down their door 9:15, shrieking and throwing herself at them and practically squeezing them to death in a hug. She'd already screamed about it with Tensei, she said, but needed to scream some more with them. Kiddos, kiddos. Nemuri laughed as Hizashi poured them all drinks, sweeping her hair out of her face and giving them a watery smile. You have so much explaining to do. Yeah, Hizashi said, sitting beside Shoyuta and leaning against him with a sigh. We do. Everything wasn't magically made better or figured out just by finally sorting out the whole fake marriage issue. Even as they fell asleep beside one another, Shoyuta was still a bit confused about himself, about the fact that even though he didn't want to have SEC with Hizashi, he still wanted to give him his everything, wanted to spend the rest of his life just feeling comfortable and warm right next to Hizashi. He's getting sappy, and it's only been like 2 days. In a week they will be exactly like Hizashi's parents, and that will be both terrible and nice. Shoyuta wouldn't mind getting to be that old and sweet and domestic with Hizashi. He thought this as he stared at the other, whose eyes were relaxed shut and whose hair was fanned out on the pillow almost like a halo. Even if he'd only just come to understand some things but not everything, that was definitely a fact. Romantic or platonic, young and old, he just wanted to be here, with Hizashi. Shuta's class exploded in the morning, both literally and figuratively. As soon as he came into the room, Bakugu's desk was blown about 5 feet in front of him because he'd exploded, but Shoyuta didn't even hear the explosion because every single one of his students had begun screaming. Let's see the ring. Ashido and Hagakure shrieked together, both bouncing up and down. Can we be invited? Sata yelled, Ajru and Uraraka joining in. When's the wedding? More than a few demanded, too many to keep track of. It was so overwhelmingly loud it nearly put Hizashi to shame. Everyone settle down, Shoyuta said, his hair lifting off of his shoulders as he activated his quirk for a split second. This did little, only a few actually quieted down, the rest still screaming. Please invite us. I want to see the ring. What are you guys gonna wear? How can he answer anything if you fuckers are still yelling? Bakugu's voice rose above the rest, and that effectively shut most of them up. They stilled, staring up at their teacher expectantly, and he sighed. I will answer all these questions after school, Shoyuta said slowly, fighting off the headache already dawning. We are not going to be wasting training time for this. And I'll only answer if I'm still awake. Some of the class groaned, but others decided it was the best answer they'd get and stopped bugging him about it. The day was spent practicing quirk exercises and team-building activities, and he was glad they were all focused enough to actually do them instead of getting distracted. He even only had to restrain Bakugu from hitting Midoriya once. The bell signaled the end of the day all too quickly, and before Shoyuta could escape the class he was swarmed by eager students demanding answers. His responses were mostly, I don't know, or no, and more than a few students looked quite dejected at being denied invitation to the wedding, especially since Shoyuta was thinking that it should be very, very private and limited to close friends only. The students filtered out as their questions were answered, until only Kirishima and Bakugu remained. Bakugu stood in the doorway, staring at Kirishima and impatiently gesturing into the hallway. Kirishima held up a finger before approaching Shoyuta, who watched with a flat expression. Aizawa-sensei, that was really manly, what happened last night, Kirishima said, and before Shoyuta could say anything else he plowed on, and I know I say that a lot but… Really, that was super manly and you're great and awesome. Both you and Mike-sensei. I don't think I can tell you that enough. It took Shoyuta a moment to process that he was being hugged, and he instinctively stiffened up, but it was over quickly and Kirishima dashed towards Bakugu, who rolled his eyes and tugged Kirishima out of the classroom by his hand. Shoyuta kneaded his fingertips against his forehead, sighing heavily. That kid. Hizashi entered the room just as he finished gathering his things, whistling some annoying tune they'd heard on the way to work this morning. They'd eaten breakfast together to get rid of their headaches, Nemuri having slept over and not let them fall asleep until 2 in the morning. Hizashi was pretty energetic for someone who only slept for about 3 hours. I've been keeping track of the news, and only 2 outlets have called us fakes, Hizashi grinned, stepping close towards Shoyuta, who straightened up to look at him properly. That's better than you were expecting, isn't it? Way better, Hizashi snorted, his hands sliding around Shuta's waist as he fixed him with a wide smile. Namuri said we have to meet at her at the old ramen place tonight. She and Tensei are planning our wedding for us. I expect nothing less, Shoyuta grumbled. She's already planned the decorations, hasn't she? And the guest list. Hisashi's voice lilted in amusement. No students, right? Shoyuta hesitated before saying, actually. I knew it. You big softy. I said you were going to change your mind. It's because of that student, right? Shut up. It's not. Totally is. You can't hide anything from your fiancé. I want a divorce. We're not even married yet. Then let's get married soon, Shoyuta said, and Hisashi's smile turned softer as his hands slid up to Shuta's face, fingers trailing lightly across his cheeks. The classroom seemed to grow warmer as they pressed closer together, alone and separated from the rest of the world. That's the best thing you've ever said, Hisashi told him, and for what felt like the millionth time in 3 days, they kissed again.